Hello everyone, welcome to Unspoken Moves, where we uncover the story that connect creativity and identity. I'm your host Anshika, and today we'll be talking about an energetic form of self-expression, dance. Dance isn't just a movement, it's a language, a story, and a form, many a way of claiming identity. We'll look at how movement may reflect who we are and where we from ethnical based dance traditions to modern style that examine personal difficulties. Our goal today isn't just to discuss the beauty of struggle of dance, but to dive into what makes it such a powerful and a unique way to express identity and navigate personal and or cultural changes. To help us do that, I have a special guest joining us from our university's Tamil Society, Abby. Abby is here to share some of her experience on dance and identity, helping us to explore how movements can express cultural roots, personal stories, and essence of who we are. Hi, Abby. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's start with knowing about your journey towards dance. Starting from what has inspired you to start dance and like how has your journey evolved so far by now?
Well, I would say my journey started when I was really, really young. What inspired me is the rhythms and the moments when I saw around like people dancing and stuff. Because I'm from India, so we have a lot of cultures and stuff. So yeah, I see a lot of people dancing around me since I was young, which inspired me to dance. And yeah, I found myself happy when I was dancing, and yeah, that was something which inspired me a lot.
Oh, that's really nice. So, I would love to know more about the styles of dance you specialize in, particularly, and basically what drew you to those particular styles and what do they mean to you exactly?
Okay, so when it comes to styles, we have a lot of styles in dance. Especially in South India, in my state, we have a lot of kind of dance. Bharatanatyam, we have Natukuttu, we have Oilatam, we have folk dance, we have hip hop. But I do dance a lot of kinds, but I found myself in hip hop because that is the fastest evolving dance style in today's world, I would say. And it is the most energetic and creative style where I found myself in that style. I feel like that's the style which helps me to explore my creative mind. Yeah, so I find hip hop as an interesting style compared to the other.
I do agree that comparing to traditional cultural dances, the modern dances are way too easy to go for it. So, when you dance, what's going through your mind and how does it make you feel? Like, what's the best part that makes you happy about it?
So I would say when I dance, I feel like I'm there in completely different world because I let my emotions out through dance. And when I dance, what's going on my mind? Well, I'm a girl, so typically I love to get attention from people. So a typical girl's mind. So I love to show my moves out to people and stuff and get attention. Uh, yeah.
Okay, so that's really nice. So, as a dancer, there must be like a challenge for you to manage time. So, how do you balance your passion of dance with other responsibilities like work or studies or anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have a lot of things to say
Yeah.
or do.
Well, my friends calls me perfect, but I won't agree with that because I'm not that well organized, but I am trying to be perfect. So yeah, I do plan every weekend for my whole week where I spend at least weekly twice or thrice just to dance. And it really depends upon the week, how am I spending time for dance and stuff. But I do, but I would just try to spend at least 2 or 3 days for dance. Yeah.
That's
Like the key point is just planning. That's it.
Oh, that's really nice. Like, yeah, you need to plan your every scheduled life or in a week once what you have to do. So, dance can be such a powerful way to express who we are. So, like, I'm a bit curious. How has your journey with dance helped you understand yourself and where you fit in your community?
Mm, I would say dance helps me deeply connected to my home. So, as I said before, dance is an emotion to me. So, if I'm sad, if I'm angry, people express in different way, but I express in dance. So, no matter which part of world I am, if I dance, I feel like I'm home. Yeah. So, yeah, dance is home to me.
That's really nice. So, like, basically, as you said, dance is a home for you. So, like, is there any part of you where you have been dancing and you have made a lot of mistakes or anything? Like, mistakes do happen
Okay.
while you dance.
Yeah.
Is there any part when you did that kind of thing?
No, I am perfect. That's what my friends call me. So, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry
So,
then. So, like many people find that dance is a powerful way to connect with other, whether through shared moments or emotions. Have you ever felt that kind of connection while dancing? And like, could you share a moment of an experience like where dance helped you feel more connected to someone else?
So I would say after my high schools, when I moved university, in my initial year, I couldn't make friends. It was really hard. I became an introvert, and I was completely lost. I was completely broken. I had zero friends. But my second year, I just learned in order to be successful or in order to be, like perfect or good in your life, you have to be uncomfortable. That's what I learned. So I then I saw in a group that there's a need for dance team lead in Tamil society, and I just went for the interview, and yeah, I just got selected for that, and I just got selected for that, and I got new friends. I have a gang of people now. Wherever I go, I'm with them now. So yeah, I'm happy that dance helps me to connect with a lot of people. It helps me to make friends now. So yeah.
Does it help to make you friends in your community?
No,
Like being outside from your country
mm-mm.
to another country, does it help you to make you feel like you're in your community and with your people?
Yeah, I'll also say that dance helped me to gain confidence more than anything. It helps me to, like, as I said in my initial year, I became an introvert. I completely lost myself and stuff. After getting into Tamil society and stuff, I became an extrovert. I even if you say me to dance in between the streets and stuff, I can, because I got the confidence and I became an introvert. I found myself in dance.
That's really nice to hear that. So, going ahead, do you see dance as something you would like to pursue as a career, or do you want it as a personal passion or something you just love to do it for yourself?
It's something that just I love to do it, because my career is different. I'm just doing journalism, so I want to be a television host and stuff. As I already said, dance is my personal space. Is a tool that I use to let out my emotions out. So yeah, it's something that I just love to do. Yep.
That's really nice to hear that. So, guys, as the episode comes to an end, it should be evident that dancing is much more than just an art form. It's a powerful tool for expressing one's culture and individuality. From honoring cultural traditions to recovering from personal hardship, dance enables people to express themselves in a manner that words cannot always. Thank you so much, Abby, for joining us. This conversation has been so enlightening, and thank you to our listeners for tuning in. If you enjoyed today's episode, do subscribe our channel, and we'll see you next time with more inspiring stories on dance and identity. Till the time, bye.
Good morning. It's the 3rd of September, and this is the Creative Industries Festival 2025. This dynamic 4-day event will be the UK's premier gathering for the creative sector, being the only totally free creative industries festival in the UK. It is set to bring together the brightest minds, the boldest innovators, and emerging talents across art, design, media, technology, and business. Spanning a wide range of creative disciplines, the festival is purpose-built to connect industry leaders, educators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, students, and emerging creatives, igniting new collaborations, highlighting innovative projects, and spotlighting career opportunities. From interactive workshops to thought-provoking panels, immersive performances, and a vibrant careers fair, the festival offers a free and accessible platform for creativity and innovation in one of London's most exciting regeneration hubs, the Royal Docks and at the Source in Stratford. Supported by leading partners such as BBC, Canva, Karma Drinks, Eastbank, Kano Water, Foundation for Future London, Cine Circle, and London Hire, this festival is the must-attend event for anyone passionate about the future of the creative industries in the UK. The 2025 festival programme includes Creative Talent Careers Fair, featuring live job boards, recruitment experts, and talent scouts ready to spot the next wave of creative professionals. Workshop, panel discussions, and keynotes led by established figures and visionary newcomers, sharing insights, trends, and real-world strategies. Installations, performances, and exhibitions, immersive experiences from innovative artists and creators, pushing boundaries across media and format. September the 3rd, all throughout the day, 11 till 4 p.m, the Docklands campus. 11. Building an Inclusive Creative Industry Research Conference. A host of industry professionals will come together at the Source, Stratford, for a 2-day research conference, which will explore what it really takes to build an inclusive creative industry in East London and beyond. This thought-provoking research conference includes insightful panel discussions, research presentations, and networking opportunities. Good morning. This is broadcasting live from radioactives.org and at Radioactive 2.0 on YouTube. It is the 3rd of September and we are at the Creative Industries Festival at the Docklands campus of UEL. I'm joined by Rosemary Stott, the Dean of the School of Arts and Creative Industries. Hello, Rosemary.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you today, or
Yeah.
hear you today,
Indeed,
I should say.
yes.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going out on television.
Not
but
yet.
Not yet, unfortunately, but we should be at some point.
And you said YouTube. I thought of.
Oh, yeah, well, that's the new television, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, yeah. Rosemary, you don't mind if I call you that, right?
Not at all.
Okay, brilliant. Cool. Could you tell us more about this festival? Just a brief overview, if you can.
Yeah.
Just about when it started and the history of it or the conception of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers.
So I'm the academic lead for the School of Arts and Creative Industries at University of East London. But we're very entrepreneurial here, so I think industries says quite a lot. It's a festival that really brings together our industry contacts, our industry collaborators, as well as our graduates, recent graduates from many years ago, as well as our current students, to interact, collaborate, and really, begin perhaps possible projects or even help our graduates get employment in the creative industries.
Right.
We cover a wide breadth of creative courses here at University of East London. A wonderful diversity from performing arts, fashion, visual arts, fine arts, photography,
Right.
media.
Yes.
Here we are,
Yes,
broadcasting
indeed.
live. That's thanks to our media students and staff.
Fantastic. Yeah.
And we have wonderful facilities here. So really
Great.
the idea of this festival is to kick off our academic year and in the way that we, can really break through barriers, I suppose, for our students entering
Right.
creative industry
Yeah.
employment.
And how long's the festival been going for? Am I right in thinking
This is a second year,
The
so we
second year.
started last year with a highly successful first attempt
Yes.
based here at the Royal Docks Centre for Sustainability
Right.
at the Docklands campus.
Fantastic.
But this year we've doubled our size,
Right.
and we are also running events at our arts venue, which is
Yes.
called The Source,
Yes.
and that's based in Stratford.
right.
So as we speak here at Docklands, there's lots of wonderful events
Great.
and activities happening in
Fantastic.
parallel
Yes.
near Stratford Station, near
I see.
the old market there in Newham, which is also near one of our wonderful USS. That's one of our campuses really for
Right.
University of East London.
I
So
see. I see.
we
yeah.
also running similar activities there.
Okay. Right. And so before this was a thing, this festival, was there an alternative available for students, ex-students, to get into creative industries without this festival?
I'd say so, yes, of course. I
Right.
mean, a lot of our graduates are highly successful
Yes.
professionals in creative industries.
Right.
But I guess, we've gone from strength to strength.
Right.
We've grown in size.
Yes.
And this festival is really about, amplifying
Right.
the
Okay.
impact that we can make for our students, but also for
Yeah.
our employers who we work with.
Right. Okay.
And where we sit here is the Royal Docks Centre for Sustainability.
Absolutely.
This is a wonderful collaboration with Royal Docks Enterprise Zone, which is part of, we know that we've now got the Mayor of London here on the same dock.
Wow.
And it's
I didn't know
through
that.
funding
Yep. Yep.
that this building was developed and opened a couple of years ago.
Right. So it's all brand
So
new.
it's fairly new,
Mm.
and in itself, it's an incubation space. It's a space for new businesses and entrepreneurs to set up, but also engage across different industries, but
Right.
also with our students.
And they could set up throughout the year.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But there's also amazing facilities here,
Right.
from engineering facilities, robotics, through to visual arts as well. So there's a
Great.
hell of a lot to explore,
Yes.
not just today,
Right.
but this is a permanent space for collaboration with industry.
So once the festival is finished, students can still come in
Yeah,
and have a chat,
yeah,
find
yeah,
out
yeah,
how they can help themselves in the future after
yeah.
their
But
studies
these are
are finished.
spaces that are used by our communities, our local communities, but also business communities for meetings, but also we have incubator companies based here as well.
When you say incubator companies,
Yeah.
it's a great phrase. What does that mean?
Yeah, so small businesses, for example,
Right.
in the creative industries,
Right.
often
Start
these
small.
businesses very small.
Yeah.
So we offer training, support, business support, advice,
Fantastic.
and also spaces for those companies to find a home
so any
and a
students,
base.
absolutely. So any students that are interested, they can talk to their tutors about it, or
Yeah,
be
if they're
directed to
current
it?
students, but also through the Royal Docks Centre for Sustainability. So it's actually a separate business in itself
Right.
that
it's-
has, an infrastructure
Right.
which serves the whole university. So it's
Fantastic.
not just about creative industries.
I see.
It's business. We have a
Yes.
large business school.
Right.
We have a large engineering school,
Right.
computing.
Right. And alumni as well can come in.
Yeah,
Right. Right.
for everybody.
For
yeah,
everyone.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's
Obviously,
so cool.
today's focus, and it's not just
Yes.
today. This festival's taking place over the next 4 days.
It is. Yes.
is the focus on creative industries. But
Brilliant.
we are now in our year of health at University of East London, so we've got a very strong health focus in everything that we're doing
Yes.
this year.
Much needed after COVID and all the dramas of that.
Exactly,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
also where creative arts intersect with, mental well-being.
Absolutely.
And these are industries in themselves now, of course,
Very
and where
cool.
students can find opportunities following their interest.
Okay.
And we're very keen on
Yes.
giving students a broader insight. Gone are the days where you're going to be an artist
Right.
in a garret.
Yeah.
You might be, but that'll be very few students.
Right.
Really, what we want to open up our students' minds to is that there may be opportunities within the health
Right.
industry, for example, or within health
Yes.
to apply. If you're, for example, a performing arts student, drama.
Yeah.
There's a lot of applied areas for drama
Absolutely.
if you don't want to become an actor, although many of ours do.
Right. Yeah.
Or you want to run a sideline in
Yes.
that.
Absolutely. So get yourself down to the Royal Docks Centre
Yep.
for sustainability.
Yep.
Right. Okay. That's brilliant. Well, Rosemary, thank you so much.
Thank
It
you.
was a short and sweet interview, but
Yeah.
we'll be cracking on with all the others.
Yeah.
That are
So the
turning up
main
today.
message is
Yeah.
we're running the festival for 4 days.
Yes.
If you're onlining and hearing us today,
Yep.
please do come along.
Fantastic. Thanks again, Rosemary.
Thank
all right.
you.
Okay. Have a great day.
You too.
Cheers. Cool.
Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. Show off to me just how I like that. Make me your queen. A Mitch might bite back. Put me in a palace where I should be. Drink from the chalice. Wine what you might be. You look at me. I so beaming. Reach out on a knee. I'm so shocking. No, I won't do it. No, no mucking. No, I won't do it. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. I'm back with a vengeance. 5.5 done with pretension. Saying come here, but did you not mention your other boy at home sucking your section? No, I'm not dumb, no, I'm not pink. Thinking that you're far away, that these blind eyes can't see. Sheesh, not to sound stalky, but I can still see your location on my phone screen. Is the grass really that green? Hope you buy flowers more than once a yearly. While you butter your bread chips at Winley, I'll be getting my bread chips at Ritzy. Don't like when I'm strong. New era, I'ma transform. While I'm out on the town being the greatest, crying to the pillow, think about what you wasted. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town, make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down.
Good morning, it's the 3rd of September and we are coming to you live at radioactives.org and radio.active.2.0. You know what I mean, which is on YouTube. We're coming at you from YouTube as well. So, this morning I am joined by Imole.
Yes.
Okay, and what's your last name?
Ograde.
Right, okay. Tell me about yourself, why you're here and
Yep.
what you're doing.
Well, I am an aspiring creative. I'm here to learn as much as I can about the industry and potentially make some connections and hopefully through those connections get some work in the industry.
Right, and you are a student now or
No, I'm not
Ex.
a student, no, I'm an ex-student, I'm a graduate now.
from UEL?
No, not from UEL.
From where?
From Portsmouth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah,
Cool.
Pompey.
Yeah. Wow.
Pompey.
So what brought you down here?
Well,
Is it up here or down here? From Portsmouth?
actually, I feel like it's more like adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah. Across here.
Across, yeah.
What brought you over here?
Well, I've recently moved to Watford.
Wow.
So it's kind of the closest thing now.
Yeah.
And also because I'm closer to London, so it's
Cool.
easier to come down here. And I seen it on Eventbrite, so I said, why not? It's free.
Yeah, very cool. What did you study?
I actually studied law, funny
Wow.
enough. I mean, I studied law with the intention of working in like intellectual property and like media. So I guess it still works out in some ways.
That is connected, right?
Yeah,
in a strange way.
Yeah.
Cool,
So I
cool.
guess it's still connected, but I think now I'm more inclined to the more fun side of it
Yeah.
rather than all the paperwork
It
and
can
such.
be really laborious, can it?
Yeah.
Cool. So, I mean, what have you got in mind for yourself when you come here? Have
Mm-hmm.
you got like an aim, or is it just come along and see what's here?
I'm literally just going to come along and see what's here.
Yeah.
I think coming with an open mind and being open to like anything that comes your way is a good way to do things,
Right.
especially in a kind of new environment
Yeah.
where you don't necessarily know what you can get from here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm just going to be as open as possible and just see
Very
what
cool.
comes my way.
Very cool. So you said law and media?
No, so I just studied law,
Right.
but I had the intentions of once I graduated to then work in a media company or
Right.
entertainment
Yeah.
industry or something like that.
Wow, I'm just trying to find a link in between the two. But I'm
Yeah.
sure if you could put the work in, I mean, how did you do? Did you do well?
Oh
You-
yeah, definitely.
Right.
Definitely made sure I did well. I couldn't have failed law. No, definitely not.
Right.
And I feel like with a law degree, you're pretty much open to do lots of things anyway,
Yeah.
especially if you do well in it.
Yeah, because it shows that you're willing to work, right? And
Definitely.
Because that's hard, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Because I mean, you've got music students here and that kind of thing, and that's hard.
Yeah.
But it's not as hard as law. You
I
do you know
don't
what I mean?
know. I feel like each have their own kind of understanding of things. Like you wouldn't necessarily expect a lawyer to be able to read a music sheet,
Right.
You know, whereas a
Yeah.
music student will be able to do that with ease. And
Right.
to me, that is something that needs intelligence,
Yeah.
needs logic,
Yeah.
needs understanding, which
Sure.
lawyers don't necessarily have unless they've, I don't know, studied music outside of law.
Yeah.
So I guess everybody has their own kind of ways of
So-
showcasing intelligence.
So is
that
it
way.
music in particular that you're interested in? Or?
Not necessarily. So like TV, film, kind of
Brilliant.
like
Even radio.
stage, theatre,
Yeah,
radio.
yeah,
Yeah. all of those kind of. I do like music and I enjoy listening to music, but I don't necessarily think I would be a person to create music.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't sing or
I don't sing, unfortunately.
No.
If I could, I definitely would.
just sort of in the shower or something? Right?
In the shower for now.
Yeah,
For now.
yeah.
I mean, if I happen to find myself singing wonderfully someday,
Yeah.
then you would definitely see me on
Oh,
the top
yeah.
of the charts or something like that. I'll make sure
I like
it
the
happens.
confidence. Oh, bless.
you.
Oh, Molly, well, it's all cool. Are you here just for today, or are you going to be here for the duration?
Yeah, so I'm just here for today,
Okay.
just because I've got like other responsibilities and things
Sure.
going on this week. So
Yeah.
just here when I can be and just see what's
Yeah.
available, really.
Okay, so it really is a case of just going around to each stand and
Yeah.
finding out about each one to see if anything piques your interest.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody comes with their own knowledge on different things. So if I talk to each individual, I'll get bits of knowledge from each individual and
Exactly. And
build
it could
upon
help.
my own knowledge, even if
Oh.
I don't find something here today.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, I just wish you good luck and
Thank you.
have a great day.
Thank you very much.
A short and sweet interview.
Thank
but,
you, no
that's
worries.
cool. Imole, thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
All right,
Alex.
have a great
nice
day.
day.
You too. Bye bye. Ooh. Jane.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Creative Futures podcast, the podcast where we explore the intersections of creativity, technology, and communication. I'm Joanna, a third-year media and communication student with aspirations of working in PR after I graduate. Like so many of us in the creative industries, I've been thinking a lot about artificial intelligence, what it means for the world of film, music, advertising, PR, art. Is it a revolutionary tool that's going to elevate our work, or is it an unstoppable force that threatens the very essence of creativity? In this series, I want to take a journey into the heart of this AI revolution. Along the way, I'll talk to filmmakers, musicians, public relations executives, and artists. People who are using AI, people who are skeptical about AI, and everyone in between to understand what AI really means for the future of creativity. But let's start with this episode. What is AI doing to the creative industries? What can it do and what can't it do? And why does Ben Affleck think AI can never create taste? Grab a coffee, settle in, and let's get into it. Let's kick things off by looking at where AI is showing up in the creative industries. Spoiler alert, it's everywhere. In film, AI tools are helping writers brainstorm story ideas, generate scripts, and even edit footage. For example, AI can now analyze audience data and predict the kind of plots, characters, and genres most likely to be box office hits. That's crazy. On the technical side, AI is revolutionizing CGI and visual effects, making them faster, cheaper, and more accessible. In music, AI is writing songs, composing symphonies, and mimicking artist styles. I mean, we've seen viral AI-generated tracks mimicking voices like Drake and The Weeknd, raising questions about originality, copyright, and the emotional authenticity of music. In advertising and PR, AI is making campaigns smarter and more efficient. Tools like ChatGPT are creating ad copy, while AI platforms optimize digital ads in real time based on audience behavior. It's like having a 24/7 assistant who never gets tired. And in art, tools like DALL-E and Midjourney are creating jaw-dropping visual masterpieces in minutes. That's crazy. But here's the big question. Does AI make these industries better, or is it just diluting the craft? Here's where Ben Affleck comes in. In a recent interview, Affleck was asked about AI's role in Hollywood, and his response, classic Ben Affleck, honestly. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, AI can analyze trends, write a formulaic script, or generate content, but it can't create taste. Taste is something unique to humans. Our ability to recognize what's truly meaningful, innovative, and emotionally resonant. I love this point because it speaks to a truth that's been nagging at me. Creativity isn't just about making something functional or even beautiful. It's about connecting on a human level, something AI, for all its brilliance, just doesn't do. Take PR, for example. AI might help analyze data and predict trends, but it's not going to walk into a room, read the vibe, and build a genuine relationship with a client or journalist. That takes emotional intelligence, intuition, and yes, taste. So while AI is undeniably powerful, it's not infallible. It doesn't have instincts, it doesn't have lived experiences, and it definitely doesn't have soul. Okay, let's get personal for a moment. As someone who's studying media and communications and dreaming of a career in PR, I have some serious questions and, yes, reservations about AI. Will it overtake the tasks I've spent years learning to do? Will the creativity and strategy that drew me to PR be replaced by algorithms? At the same time, I recognize that AI is here to stay. Whether we choose to interact with it or not, it's shaping the industries we love, and that's exactly why I wanted to start this podcast series. I want to learn, to explore, to be curious. Over the next few episodes, I'll be interviewing filmmakers, musicians, advertisers, and PR professionals who are engaging with AI in different ways. Some are embracing it as a game changer, others are wary of its implications. Together, we'll try to answer some big questions like, how is AI helping us work smarter? What risks does it pose to creativity and authenticity? And most importantly, how can we, as future creatives, communicators, and storytellers, use AI as a tool without losing our humanity? Now let's be real. AI isn't going anywhere. It's not a fad, and it's not something we can just ignore and hope will pass. The thing is, AI isn't inherently good or bad. It's a tool. It's all about how we use it. In advertising, for example, AI can help tailor campaigns to specific audiences, making ads more relevant and less intrusive, but it's up to us to decide where to draw the line between personalization and privacy invasion. In music, AI can help indie artists create polished tracks without a massive budget. But we have to ask ourselves, how do we protect originality when machines can mimic anyone's style? And in PR, AI can streamline data analysis and trend forecasting, freeing up time for us to focus what we do best, building relationships and crafting compelling stories. But again, it's all about balance. AI should be a partner, not a replacement. If there's one thing I've learned so far, it's this. We don't have to fear AI, but we do need to understand it. As creatives, we have a responsibility to ask the tough questions. How can we use AI in ethical, meaningful ways? How can we preserve the heart of creativity while embracing new technologies? And how can we make sure AI serves us rather than the other way around? So that's what this podcast series is all about: curiosity, exploration, and conversation. Now, I don't have all the answers, but I'm excited to learn. And before we wrap up, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Are you excited about AI in the creative industries? Maybe a little bit nervous, maybe a bit of both? Send me a message, leave a comment, or share this episode with someone who's grappling with these same questions. Thanks for tuning in to Creative Futures. Don't forget to subscribe, leave a review, and join me on this journey into the fascinating and sometimes unsettling world of AI and creativity. I'm your host, Joanna, and I'll see you next time.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning. We are coming to you live from the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks of Sustainability at the Docklands campus of UEL, live at radioactive.org and radio.active.2.0 on YouTube. This morning I'm joined by Brian. What's your last name, Brian? Sorry.
My name is Brian Kirwa.
Kerewa.
Kirwa.
Fantastic. Okay, that's a strong name.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, oh, yes, no worries. Brian,
Yes.
I understand the Dean has asked you to talk about your projects.
Yes.
Wow, okay, so that's coming from the top, right? Tell us a bit about yourself and why you're here this morning.
My name is Brian. I'm an international student from Kenya, and I've been particularly interested in radio since I was a kid. Actually, I was born when my dad was listening to radio. Like that is how I remember growing up, just
Fantastic.
listening to Classic 105 in Kenya.
Right.
And I used to be interested. I used to ask my dad, how did someone fit in this little box?
Yeah.
And that's
Great.
how my interest with radio started.
Fantastic. And so, when did you come from Kenya to London?
On 14th September last year.
Oh, really?
So I'm barely a year old in this
Oh
country.
my God! So
Yes.
very recent. So after COVID, after everything
Yes.
happening out there. So obviously you've got the World Service out there, the BBC World Service in Kenya. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you get a chance to listen to that much, or?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed, I listened to it. Actually, it's part of my project.
Interesting. I did not
talk
know
about
that.
BBC World Service.
Okay. Well, tell us all about your project. Yeah. Go for it. Just tell us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So I am a media and communication student, and I have been studying masters for the past 1 year, masters in communication, media and communication industries.
Yeah.
And when we started the course, Dr. Andrew Branch, our lecturer, professor,
Yeah.
told us that if you want to do an exceptional project, do a project that is in line with your career, something that you want to do. And that now
sense.
sparked my idea of radio,
Wow.
because I have interest in radio.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wrote a dissertation and I looked into a lot of things. And the title is Radio Without Borders, How Diaspora Youth Are Rewriting UK Africa Communication.
Wow.
Yes,
That was your dissertation.
that is my
The
dissertation.
title of it.
That is now we have two parts of the dissertation.
Mm.
We have the literature review,
Mm-hmm.
and under the literature review, the title is slightly different, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just a second.
Brian
Ah.
is actually scrolling live right now.
Exactly. So, and then we have the radio, the long form essay. Now this is the radio journal where you transform your literature review into now a journal form, so that can be published maybe for news.
Yep.
And now it's just making sense of what you had researched in your literature review for the public to understand.
I see. Okay, so it's easily accessible just for anyone that's not even in radio to understand.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just transform it into something like a newspaper to be published in a newspaper.
I see. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here we see what I look into is the difference about the radio listening in Kenya and in the UK, and strike the differences and look at what do we learn from each other, and look at the political economy, how it is run, how it is being managed, how the youth are reshaping the radio, and we look at many aspects. The most important thing that I came across is what has been done by the United Kingdom government and Kenyan's government in collaboration to make youth like me who are thinking of starting maybe a radio station, a community radio station. And that is something amazing because there's something out there, and I believe that we as young people, we have a platform set by the governments, and that has just opened my eyes, and yes.
Amazing. Yeah, really fascinating. Radio without borders. So, that's literally no borders, obviously, and just accessible to the whole planet, right? And so, did you find that there was much collaboration between the UK and Kenya when it came to media generally? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Right, okay. If you could expand on that. I'm just wondering how the UK would work with Kenya when it comes to talk radio, for example.
Yes.
Not necessarily music.
Yes. So this is what I found out. This year, actually, 2025, there is a UK strategic partnership with the policymakers have initiated a co-regulatory pilot aligning of Ofcom's community radio codes with Kenya's Communication Authority in the part of licensing system. Now, this includes temporary FM pop-up licenses, digital simulcast,
Yep.
under a shared data protocol.
So temporary licenses. Yeah.
Yes. So these measures, they aim to streamline cross-border broadcasting. Understand? For example, English and Swahili show in Brixton can legally be aired in Nairobi
No way.
while safeguarding editorial independence.
Right.
And now for me to that, because I'm thinking of starting a diaspora radio in the UK,
Awesome.
so I just need a license from Ofcom, and the same license will operate in my country.
Awesome. So what's stopping you from starting? Nothing, I suppose.
So far, before I wrote this dissertation, I had all kinds of limitations.
Right.
But
Yeah.
after writing this dissertation, I realized nothing is stopping me.
No.
I just need a couple of mics. I have the talent already.
Of course, yes.
It's just polishing it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And you have a great voice as well for your very clear, good voice for radio. Yeah. That's fascinating, really is. A couple of microphones is the main thing. So getting in touch with Ofcom,
Yes.
you would have to apply for a license, right?
And now that is one of the best things about the UK.
Right.
Getting in touch with Ofcom, I think it's a bit easier because it's online.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So you can get in touch with them, request a license, and it's as simple as that?
Just as simple as that.
Right,
But in my country, you need a license.
right.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but this Ofcom license would stretch to Nairobi.
It will stretch automatically.
And is that the same for anywhere on the planet?
I don't know.
So it's particularly with Africa?
It's specifically with Kenya because this is a
Specifically
strategic
Kenya.
partnership with Kenya.
I see, so it's not the whole of Africa even, it's
I
just
don't think
Kenya.
it's the whole of Africa.
So great that you happen to come from Kenya as well. So you can see it from both sides now. You've got the UK perspective
Yes.
and you have the Kenyan perspective
Exactly.
to start your own radio station.
And one of the greatest things is that we have a lot of Kenyans in the diaspora,
Yes, of course.
and they are willing to listen to one of their colleagues. And then also we have Kenyans back in Kenya.
Wow.
They are willing, not even they are thirsty for content from abroad, overseas.
Sure.
They want to listen what is going on,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
And that is amazing.
Yeah, cool. Is there anything else you want to tell me, or?
Yeah, there's something that I came about yesterday when I was just checking what is going on. And I found that there might be a collaboration, between University of East London and Kabarak University, which is in Kenya.
How do you say?
The Kabarak University.
Kabarak.
Though it's not fully, it's not fully published. I was just checking about that collaboration. And funny thing is that I studied in that university.
My God. So this is between UEL
Yes.
and the university in Kenya.
Yeah, which I studied my telecommunication engineering.
So it seems like the universe is pushing you towards this particular destination in your life.
Absolutely.
Ah, wonderful. That's great. So yeah,
Absolutely.
whether you like it or not. Yeah.
Radio, it has to be.
Yeah, it does seem to be, the radio is really forming a part of your life.
Yes.
Cool. And do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 25 years old.
Okay, cool. It's a great age. Yeah.
It is a great
Yeah,
age.
yes,
And
yeah.
I want to say something else because I'm looking for collaboration out there. I'm looking for partnership. And I'm also marketing myself. Not only that, do I want to start my own business, but I'd like also to gain experience from out there. So right now, I got an opportunity to be a volunteer radio presenter at Reflections Radio,
Okay,
which is in Northwest Kent.
right,
And I have a 2-hour segment every Sunday
right.
from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Brilliant.
That is Relaxing Sundays with Brian.
Is that what it's called? Do you play music?
Good music.
Kenyan music?
Not really Kenyan music, but international music.
International music?
Because I'm in international waters right now.
You are, sir. Tell me the name of it again.
Reflections Radio.
And your segment is called your
Relaxing Sunday with Brian.
Relaxing Sunday with Brian.
Yes,
Love
11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Cool. So Reflections Radio, it's online. You can
It's
access
online,
it online.
It's
then.
in Alexa, Google Music,
Right.
Apple Music.
And that's based in Kent, did you
Yes,
say?
Northwest Kent.
Okay, I'm just writing this down.
Bexley, to be precise.
Ah, Bexley. Okay, know it well. Is that where you live?
No, I live here actually, just a stone throw away from the university.
Okay, great. So you
Yeah.
travel every Sunday to Bexley?
Anything with radio, I will spend every amount of money I have to just be on air.
Great. It sounds like you're really passionate about it. And I think that's what we need in radio, isn't it? Like, we need more people with genuine passion instead of people just coming in and,
Yes.
not really getting so involved in it and just seeing it as a money thing.
Yes.
Yeah, because radio can be unpredictable. So financially, it can be unpredictable. So to go in with a passion for it and to keep going, regardless, like you said, you're a volunteer presenter.
Yes.
So you're paying your own way to get to Bexley
Yes.
and coming back again.
Yes.
So you're actually losing cash.
For me, I say that I'm gaining the skill.
Well, this is it, right? So yeah,
Yes.
what you're losing financially, which is only a few quid,
When you compare the sacrifice someone make is like, it's just a drop in the ocean because you don't know what radio might bring.
Absolutely.
It's a whole thing. Somebody said, if you want to invest for a year, plant maize,
Right.
corn.
Yes.
If you want to invest for 10 years, plant a tree.
Yes.
But if you want to invest lifetime, invest in people.
Right.
And radio is direct connection with the people.
Awesome. I really like your way of thinking. It's a very positive way of looking at radio.
That is it.
Especially now when we've got everything accessible, having a direct radio link
Yes.
that can also go to Kenya, is so important. Radio without borders.
Yes.
Cool. That is the name of your dissertation, right? I know it's much longer than that.
It is.
But I love the fact, I don't know if Radio Without Borders is already a thing, but it's such a catchy name. Radio Without Borders, it just seems to work. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
As an advertising slogan as well, you know.
It is the reconfiguration of UK-Africa communications among the youth.
Important.
The reason I thought of this project is one, when you are in Nairobi and maybe you are traveling from your house to work, once you board a vehicle like we call them matatu or denganya, these buses which have been upgraded, they have screens, they have music playing. The buses itself feel like a party, you know?
Yeah.
So when you walk in, you feel the vibe. You feel hyped up on Monday morning. You don't feel like it's Monday.
Fantastic. We could do that with that here, right?
I'm telling you. But in the UK, trust me, when you just step in a bus or in a tube, the only voice you hear is the next station is Cyprus.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, yo, it's crazy.
Yeah, we need something more here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
I'd like to tell the UK at large, please, can you just play some music for us in the tubes,
Man. Wouldn't that be great?
in the buses? Just tune into a radio and let the people enjoy, you know?
Exactly, but there will always be somebody that's going to complain about, this is not my type of music, or, I don't want to hear about this. So you can't please everyone. That's the problem. Right?
That's the problem.
So it would have to be some kind of generic content, which is difficult.
Which is difficult.
Yeah, so in time, these things will happen, I'm sure.
Yes.
And people have headphones and they've got their own smartphones and they have their own entertainment, don't they? So it's like, what can you do? You can't force them to listen. Sorry.
When traveling, do you listen to music?
Yes. Only because I don't want to hear those voices saying the next stop is, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you, when you listen to one music and then it's over, the next music you don't like it probably, what do you do?
You skip and find something else.
You have to keep on skipping,
Yeah.
skipping. That is what I hate.
Right.
Totally.
Right.
And that is why I was working on this dissertation,
Yeah.
to find a balance between a radio station for the diaspora youth.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, I can't, as you say, you can't please everybody. It's so hard for me to get into the British culture and to learn to play their music.
Yeah.
But I'd rather focus where I am. I identify as a Kenyan.
Yes. No, absolutely. Go with what you know.
Exactly.
Always. Don't try and force something. Go with what you like.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whether it be music or broadcasting.
Yes.
Or a certain type of content. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Amazing, Brian. It's fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
I'll let you go.
Yes.
So with today, you're going to be walking around here. You're going to be
No, not really. I was coming for radio.
Right.
And after radio, I have a dissertation to submit today.
You do.
That is what today is my deadline.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't
Have
realize.
To just go through it and now hand it over and say to the lecturer, thank you so much for your time.
Right.
I hope that I do well.
Yes, I'm sure.
And
you
the
will.
dean has told me, see you in the graduation day.
Exactly, but like you said, all you need is a couple of microphones.
Exactly.
And some content and some planning
Yes.
and that license from Ofcom, right?
That is what I need.
Yeah.
And some experience from the BBC. Please, BBC, I'm here.
Well, the BBC are here today, right?
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, they are here today somewhere. I'm sure there's another floor upstairs.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. I'm not sure. I don't know where they are. They're not down
Amazing.
here. So there is a BBC stand.
Yeah.
Talk to them about Kenya.
I'm talking to them right away.
Yeah.
from this,
If you
yes.
find them, talk to them about Kenya
Yeah.
and explain what you want, because it's a no-brainer. It really needs to happen.
I always say the worst they can say is no,
Yeah, absolutely. And then you do it yourself.
and I do it myself.
Radio Without Borders.
Radio Without Borders.
I like that.
Thank you
dude.
so much.
Take care.
See you on the
Brian.
other side.
I hope so. See
Thank
you
you.
soon. Take care. Straight in. Okay. Hello. All right. We're still here, broadcasting live from the Royal Docks of Sustainability. Is that right?
Yeah.
Live at radioactives.org and on YouTube at radio.active.2.0. Hello.
Hiya.
What's your name?
My name is Candice. Candice.
Candice. Okay, fantastic. What's your last name, Candice?
Francis Dwyer.
Cool.
Candice Francis Dwyer is the full
Okay.
thing.
All right. Yeah, Candice. So, why are you here, Candice?
So I'm here with my company Searchlight. We work in media and entertainment. It's recruitment as well. So what we usually do, we work with like junior exec level roles, and we find the best people and put them forward for roles. We've worked with many companies such as like the BBC, the Fellas, Fremantle. We try and kind of do a lot of CSR, so that's why we're here today.
What is CSR?
Corporate social responsibility. So we try and help young people, especially graduates, find jobs, because the industry is not easy. So we have a lot of resources on our page to help out.
Amazing. So you're only recruiting graduates, or you just it's all over?
It's all over.
Right.
But we're here today to help graduates, especially, or people who are new to the industry, try and find their feet.
Right. Okay. Cool. And what's your actual role in Searchlight?
So I'm the marketing coordinator.
You are the marketing coordinator. Sorry. Okay. I'm just writing all this down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marketing coordinator. Cool. And you're here for the full 4 days, or are
We're
you
here
just
for 2
one?
days. So
2 days.
today we're at the stand, and then tomorrow actually we are doing a sort of workshop. So from 1:30 to 2:30 we're doing What Career is Right for Me.
Cool.
So that'll be held by our Deputy Managing Director Amy Osterley. She'll be doing that session, and then straight after that from 3 to 4 we've got a CV and interview tips workshop.
Brilliant.
So that's where people can bring their CVs in, and we can edit them, we can help them out, and just change them a bit.
Cool. Excellent. Okay. And that's Searchlight, right?
Yes.
And how can they find you online?
Searchlight.global. That's our website.
.global.
Yes.
And is that global as in the one that's connected to all the radio stuff as well? Is it global, or is it just global as a word?
Just global is a word.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Searchlight.global.
Right, searchlight.global. Okay. Right. Okay. I'll probably be looking myself, actually.
Yeah.
Cool. So for somebody who's not a student, alumni, so if somebody's already done their course, done well, they would get in touch with you and do what?
So they can email us on mail, MAIL,
Right.
at searchlight.global.
Yeah.
And they can send their CVs in for CV advice, and they can also just send it in to get themselves on our system.
Yep.
Usually we don't always get like junior level roles in for people who are fresh out of uni, which is why we're here today.
Exactly.
So that we can share our early careers page. So on our page, if you go to searchlight.global,
Yep.
there's a tab, it's About Us, and under that tab, we have an early careers page.
Right.
And on that, we've got CV tips, interview tips,
Brilliant.
how to use AI to the best of our ability, how to use LinkedIn, and graduate programs that you can look at. And
I see.
I'm the one that updates them,
Okay.
so it's all up to date.
Brilliant. I'm sure it is. No messing around.
Yeah.
Okay, Candice, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a short and sweet interview. Yeah. Okay, as long as you're happy.
Very happy.
Brilliant. Okay, have a great day.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Cheers. Hello, mate.
Hi.
You all right?
I'm not too bad, you?
Yeah, I'm cool. My name's Alex.
Nice to be Alex.
You all right? And what's your name?
Akil.
Akil. How'd you spell it?
AQEEL.
Okay. A, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Wow. Great name.
Appreciate it, thank
Yeah. So, what's your story, dude?
So I'm into filming and videography and portrait photography. I'm currently representing the Roundhouse as a youth ambassador. So I talk to young youth at campuses, at events, what the Roundhouse is, and how, if you're into the creative industries, how we can support you to get you onto that career path, because certain young youth people don't know where to start off, and we kind of create a path for them to guide them through it, and then they choose what type of route they would like to go through in life.
Okay. And is it the Roundhouse in Camden?
That's correct, yes, the
Right.
Roundhouse in Camden.
And it's a massive place, isn't it?
Yes, it's very
huge.
big. Yes, it's very big.
I remember going years ago to when it was first opened, and I think it was just, God, it must have been at least 10, 15 years ago now, I
Okay.
think. But yeah, a while back. What does it do now? What happens at the Roundhouse
So
now?
we have multiple projects. So we'll have ones for like shows that people can interact with. So for example, we do gigs for musicians that will come to perform for us,
Right.
as well as shows for young producers that have created film
Right.
for them to watch. But we also have a youth program that we started,
Right.
where we interact with younger people, range from 11 to 25. But
I was going to
older
ask,
courses-
so it starts at 11 years old?
Yeah, it starts at 11 years old, and then for the bigger and older programs are 16 to 25. So we find what type of industry they like. So for example, we do DJing, theatre, acting, film, photography. We do a large degree of what the creative industries that people want to really get into.
Awesome. And what about
show them
radio?
to- Radio is, we have like a self-to-talk program, so people that had their experience on how to get into radio and where they are now.
Right.
So we do like a lot of talks, so like people that could come in
Right.
and to explain what their journey was and inspire other people, but as well as create a community and people to have connections, because in the creative industries you kind of need connections.
You
so
do, and it can be
yeah.
a very lonely
Lonely
existence.
place.
Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Especially if you don't know anyone. And
Definitely.
so this definitely helps you to network, right?
Definitely.
Cool. So how long have you been there
So
yourself?
I've personally been at the Roundhouse for 2.5 years.
Right.
But this year I applied to be the youth ambassador because I saw the work they did, and I was
Brilliant.
like, how can I also inspire youth and younger people to join the program and get into the creative industry? So I was glad that I was accepted to be the youth ambassador. I've gone to a couple of events and I've enjoyed every moment of it, to be honest with you.
I'm
Like,
sure, yeah.
it's been amazing. Like, actually been a journey of being able to inspire younger people and hearing their stories of how they've traveled further places just to get this opportunity and to release their potential. So
Bless.
I've definitely enjoyed it 100%.
Are you based in North London?
I'm in Northwest London.
Northwest.
So yeah.
So
So I'm
you-
around like Wembley sides.
Okay, so you
So-
travel to Camden
Yeah.
from
so
there.
so it's not too far. It's like 30-40 minute journey. So it's
Exactly.
very close. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Definitely
And you've been doing that for a couple of years now.
Doing it
And do
for
you
a
mind me
couple of
asking
years.
what you did before that?
Before that, I was basically studying. I did my A levels. I did media studies, and I was learning how do I want to create my career path into the film industry, because I've watched film and I've felt a type of connection of how the director has created a storyline as well as creating a whole team
Right.
to produce that. So I
Right.
started getting to myself as like, how can I start my path and becoming into the film and TV industry?
Well, that's great because it sounds like you're, if say a young kid comes in 15 years old, it's like you know where they're coming from, right?
Yep.
Because you've been there.
100%.
Right, and so you're not just talking from some kind of training perspective where you've been told to say
Told to.
something. You're actually coming from experience. So and North London experience as well, Northwest London
Yeah.
experience. So that's priceless. That's worth more than gold in my book. Do you know what I mean?
I definitely agree with you.
A lot of people never had that guidance when they were so young. It was just okay, maybe in my 20s I can find something that can help me get into this. Whereas this now at the Roundhouse, from 11 years old,
Yeah.
you can start to think about stuff from people that have actually been there, which is amazing. Akil, thank you so much, right?
Thank you so
No
much
worries,
for the
man.
opportunity.
Hey, no worries. Just be cool. I hope you have a good day.
I hope you too.
It's a short and sweet interview.
No, I loved it.
Yeah.
Every moment of it.
No
And Thank you
worries.
for asking me these questions
Hey,
as
no
well.
worries. I just wish there were more questions, but I'm sure I'll be walking around over the next. Are you here for just today or?
I think I'm only believed here today till 4
Today.
though. So
Right, so
if
the-
you do have a time to talk, we're just over at the Roundhouse there. just
Brilliant.
to talk to
Okay,
us.
so the Roundhouse will be here just today.
I might have to check on with you though.
Okay, no
because
worries.
I know I'm here for the Roundhouse, but it could also be other youth volunteers that
Yep.
could be here for the other
Okay,
days as
all right,
well.
no worries. If you are here more than today,
Mm.
which is the 3rd of September, Wednesday, then we'll let you know, you lovely listeners, if the Roundhouse are here for the duration of the whole festival. Dude, brilliant. I was going to ask about the studios before you go at the Roundhouse.
100%.
What software are they using over there? Is it Pro Tools and Logic and all that
We
stuff?
use all of those. We use every single one of them, and you can
Ableton?
hide.
Ableton?
I've heard. I don't know much about the DJ,
Right.
the editing suites, but we have everything that's for people that are doing DJ, radio, talks, presenting.
Awesome.
We have like a suite. You can get the rooms from about £1 for an hour, the whole
Right.
studio.
Really?
And then for the massive ones, it's £2 for an hour.
So can you broadcast your own podcasts, for
yeah,
example?
100%, definitely. you
Right,
can, yeah.
that can be done.
And it's 50p if you want to use the editing suites as well.
Right,
for
so
hour.
it's not about the money, it's just about
It's just about
getting
trying to
in
get
there.
the creative youth to be a part of us and release their potential, because we don't want the finance to be their setback from releasing their potential to get into
That's
the
so
creative
cool,
industry.
brilliant,
So, yeah,
because
definitely.
that kind of thing costs hundreds of pounds normally, doesn't it? So
Yeah, it
for
does.
50
For
pence
50 pence. it's
or for a
editing.
quid you can get in there. Amazing. There's probably loads more to talk about, I'm sure, but we'll stop it there. Thank you, Akua.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Bless.
Take
Have a
care.
good day, man. All right. Are you all right? Ah, to be interviewed? Okay, brilliant. Come on in. I'm sure we're running.
That won't take us.
Hello, mate. All right, thanks. All right.
Hi.
Hello, mate. You're all right.
Hi, Nick.
You are Nick?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Okay, 1 second. All right. So I'm just writing stuff down. Nick, tell me about yourself and what you're doing here.
So I'm Nick. I am a career coach here at the University of East London,
Awesome.
and we've got an activity going on today where students can identify their strengths through use of imagery. So they pick 3 images that jump out to them on that board of postcards over there.
Okay.
And on the other side will be a skill that's linked to that picture. And it's a chance for people to identify their strengths, because it's not something that we commonly do or are comfortable doing. So
Yep.
it's a way of being able to see what you're good at without actually having to come up with it yourself.
And do you find that these images are reliable when somebody picks something? It's kind of you know what I mean. So if another person picked the same picture, then they would have the same set of skills.
Yeah, there are a broad range of skills, and I do think that from my experience, most people do seem to see some commonality, and
Right.
very few times I've had people say that, and that's not the case at all.
Yeah,
it does
yeah.
tend to be some correlation. The organisation who created the card did a lot of research into what images sort of portray different types of skills. So it's really
Right.
good.
Okay. And obviously, this is not a visual interview. We are live on YouTube, but I think it's just the audio. For the benefit of the listeners, what kind of images have you got up there, just randomly?
Yeah, so to give you an example, quite a popular one is an image of fire, and the skill on the other side of the card is passion. So it's that kind of way that, like, instilling a fire. It's metaphoric in many ways. So,
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
those
I
are
see.
the types of
Right.
things. So, yeah.
And so how have you narrowed it down? So the 3 pictures.
3 pictures you choose from about 30 different cards that are available.
And so the options from that are wide.
Very
right?
wide,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And you have to memorize that, or
No, they pick their 3, they hand them to me, and then they come around, have a look, and the skill is on the other side of the card.
Brilliant.
And then they just take a look.
I might have to go for it
Go
myself.
over
Yeah,
and have a look.
yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely.
And you find that it's actually a reliable way of doing things.
Yeah, like I say, there's a lot of research that's gone into it, but the
Yeah.
important thing is, I think a lot, not just students or young people, I think all of us, we have our strengths, and
Mm-hmm.
many of us undervalue those strengths and just see it as, well, that's normal, isn't it? Everyone can do that, and that's often not the case. I think
Right.
it's important for people to appreciate what they're good at, celebrate it, so that they're able to then sell those skills or strengths to prospective employers or whatever it is they want to do next.
I think if somebody is genuinely in love with what they do, then it's easier for them to do it.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, it's common sense, isn't it? Instead of, you're going into something that you don't enjoy doing every morning, you're not going to last long, or
Exactly.
you won't even know what your strengths are in the first place because you're not enjoying it.
Exactly.
Which is a weird thing, you know. But we are forced to pay the rent and things like that. So but it is worth trying to find something that you love doing.
Oh, yeah.
When you say that there's lots of research that's gone into it, how long did that research take, or is it an
Yes.
ongoing thing?
Yeah, I think it's an ongoing thing. It's a separate organisation who we worked with. They came in and told us a little bit about the cards, how they work, and
Brilliant. Yeah.
yeah. And I do think it is an ongoing thing.
Yeah. A work in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, and I think as we move into a very different world with technological advances and things like that, employers will look for different skills, and skills constantly evolve, and it's something I'm very passionate about, is that all of us need to be lifelong learners and
Absolutely.
continue to adapt, evolve, and
Yes.
learn new skills. It's not, learning isn't just for school and up until you're 21 when you finish university. It goes on your entire life, and I think people should embrace that.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love the way you've got clothes pegs. For the benefit of people listening, there's a small stand with clothes pegs with pictures, old school photographs almost, attached to a washing line.
Come down and get involved.
It does look. Thank you. Yeah, we will do. It does look extremely popular, so people are always over there. Thanks, Nick.
Brilliant, no problem.
You're a star. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Good
you
luck
too.
today.
Take
All right.
care.
Cheers.
It's Young T Wizzy. Online, offline, man gets busy. It's a jungle difference. My grump, your red's a lovely sequence, so you better put a cork in. My LP does all my talking. If you wait 4 digits, I'm afraid you can't compare us, innit? Call me a one-pick wonder. Ban out the Kindred first rotation. Forget about the Zinzao. That'll cost you reparations. No chasing status. Your Nexus drops a sweet sensation. Trizzy and Broad. Do the maths, simple equation. Shout out Nemly. Gets first blood, it's gonna be a killing frenzy. Leave me mid in the mud, then fix his curtain. Strip check, still sexy. Ain't nothing changed. Focus mid, spray from range. Not a pleasant exchange. Texture life, pockets the change. I'm a full clear jungle. Nemly's mid, I know they'll gank it. When he locks in rumble, flash E1, E2, Q, try tank it. Moving like and spend the pounds back in base. Reset, bank it. Eyes on the map, see what pushed up. TP flank it. I'll support snugly, but you best believe this guy ain't cuddly. Try give him a hug, that's 10 toes in the grave, you mug. 6 feet down, update your bio, professional clown. When his pie goal hits, accept your fate, reflect then drown. And we got squad depth, we do. Us man play with rolling subs. Game 1 snugly, game 2 Brandon. Either way it's a dub. Sweeper support, your bot lane both need a report. 80 G's in the bank, window shopping, both get caught.
Let's go! Don't know what you thought would happen. Slay your tanks with that Kraken. Been out the base for too long. I've got 4 racks I've been stacking. Spend the gold, Nash. Bot wave, crash. Quick 1-2 on your inhibs. Now your income is slash.
On the rift, you can't stop me. Governor locking on top. He used the pillar, then his E. Knock him up.
It's always hard to play against him. He's really fucking good.
Win the game, feeling good. Bangalio, yeah you should. Play again, wish we could. Try harder, wish you would. Go FF, what's next? Whitey bot, like death. On the rift, you get chefed. Running friends to the death.
Good morning, it's the 3rd of September, or good afternoon now, it's almost lunchtime. We're broadcasting live at radioactives.org and radio.active.2.0 on YouTube. This afternoon now we are joined by Talia. Hello Talia.
Hello.
Hello. Tell us why you're here and a bit about yourself.
Yes, so I'm here because I work at Youth Music, which is a charity looking to equalise access to music and the music industries for young people. At Youth Music, I am a next-gen community producer, or the only next-gen community producer, which means my remit involves 18 to 30-year-olds who are looking to kind of get started in their career in music. I support them with that. And before starting at Youth Music, I was funded by Youth Music myself, so I also run an all-female music festival called Femstival, which is based in London. So yeah, I'm here for a few different reasons.
Femstival?
Yes.
When did you come up with Femstival?
Did you say where or when?
When?
When. I It was 2023 Christmas time, and it was actually Boxing Day that I submitted this application to Youth Music to launch an all-female music festival. I had the idea because I was in my second year of uni at the time, and I was studying comparative literature, so not quite music. And I was thinking to myself, like, how can I envision like a career for myself in the music industries, particularly when a university is still seen as kind of like the path for you to get somewhere. And I felt like I hadn't known that I was interested in music until I was already in the middle of studying literature. So I thought, like, how can I envision a better future for women in the music industry? How can I equalise access for them? So I applied for Youth Music's Next Gen Fund, and I got the grant, and I launched it, and it's been running for 2 years now.
Femstival.
Yeah, that's right.
And where does it take place?
So this year it's actually in 3 weeks. It's on the 21st of September at Signature Brew Black Horse Road.
Know it well.
Which is in Walthamstow.
Yeah.
And really looking forward to it. It's going to be 9 hours of music for £10. So
wow.
Hopefully lots of people can come and enjoy it, because that's what the real mission of it is just for people to come and like celebrate women in the music industry. Anyone can come. So even though the lineup is all female, anyone can attend. Anyone is more than welcome. And,
right.
I hope to see a lot of people there.
Cool. So it's a one-day thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's
9 hours. What time does it start?
Starts at 1 and it finishes at 10.
1 till 10 on the 21st of September.
Yeah, that's right. It's a Sunday.
And you've obviously got all your acts booked already?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure you can't remember them all.
I actually do have a poster on the desk outside, but since it's not here, I'll try and remember. So it's a lot of...
Who's headlining?
So her name is Beanie. She's a hyperpop artist. She performed at Boomtown earlier this year, and she's makes a lot of like kind of electronic, like hyperpop music. And the lineup is very largely like hyperpop, pop, and electronic. So it tries to be maybe a little bit different from usual kind of day festivals. I like to think it's a bit of an unexplored genre, but it's one that really interests me.
Brilliant.
So, and it's a lot of like early career emerging talent as well, because I want to give them a stepping stone for then to perform on larger stages and
Right, so do you think any more established female artists would be interested in Femstival? Have you approached any established female artists?
I think what I love about Femstival is working with people at the beginning of their careers, and I have considered approaching established female artists, but the ethos of it is kind of giving people maybe their first or one of their first performance opportunities, so then they can apply to even bigger and better stages and like create a bit more infrastructure and a pipeline for
Brilliant.
like female talent. So I just love like the kind of A&R aspect of like finding an artist who I think has a lot of potential.
That's what I was going to ask. How do you find an artist with potential?
That's
is it
a good question.
Yeah.
So social media is a big thing, and I'm always telling people about this, and like I guess for any artist listening, like just make sure your contact details are easy to find, because I've really had to do some digging. But Instagram is a big thing for me, finding someone who doesn't even necessarily have the most following, but it's clear that they have a vision for their music. They're very easy to understand, like as an artist, and like I can get what they're about straight away, like and their branding. And another one is Spotify. So if I look at an artist, and then I can see what artists are associated with them or similar to them, and then I can kind of build the lineup from that.
Clever. Right, I see what you've done there. Nice one. And you had that in mind when you first submitted on Boxing Day your vision. You knew how you were going to find the artists, or was that just finding out along the way?
I think a lot of it was finding out along the way, especially because it was the first time that I'd done kind of my own event, and I really wanted to like use the opportunity to learn all these different skills. And I think finding artists has become easier, obviously, as the brand has grown. At the beginning, it was really just tapping into local communities and thinking, who is performing regularly in London? Who would be interested in an event like this? A lot of the artists who performed at my first festival in 2023, they are part of a collective called Loud London, which is an all-female music collective.
Loud Women?
Loud London.
Loud London.
Yeah.
Right.
Loud Women I do know of, though. They're great as well. But yeah, Loud London is a lot of like kind of young female artists who were really like invested in the cause and really willing to kind of stand behind it. And I feel like that was just tapping into other communities as well can be really useful.
Fantastic. And genres, so is it mainly electronica, or is there indie or guitar music involved as well?
That's a great question, because every show I've done to date has been a different genre. So I started off with kind of like a mixture of pop and dance, and then I thought, let me try rock, and then I've done jazz. I've done more electronic rather than kind of the pop side of things, and then now I think I've kind of landed on like a bit more of an identity in terms of like pop, hyper pop, electronic. It feels very current, so I'm
Good.
doing that right now.
Yeah, because a festival does need that, doesn't it? It can't just be everything, can it? It's a weird one. It's either a jazz festival or an electronic festival or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. So finding that in 2025 is actually probably easier than it used to be. I don't know, I might be wrong, but now that there's a more, I don't know what I'm trying to say, a condensed way of looking at music now. You can find artists in a different way. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just sort of thinking out loud.
I think it's a double-edged sword for me as a promoter anyway, because while there are so many artists to choose from, there's also such an oversaturation that it's harder also for artists to stand out from the crowd.
Yeah.
So it can be, it can sometimes feel like, oh my goodness, there's so many artists who I would like to book. How do I separate the ones that I can book for this event? Because the
And fit it into 9 hours.
The lineup is limited. So
Right.
It can be a very interesting process, but of course the mission, I'm just hoping for as many people to come and to raise as many funds as possible, so I can keep putting on more shows with more artists.
Don't give up, definitely,
you.
because as Femstival is just a great idea. I love the name as well. And how did you get Signature Brew involved in Walthamstow as a venue?
Yeah, so had seen them as a kind of like brick and mortar festival venue before, and I think what's great about them is that they have everything that you need to be able to do a festival when your budget is limited, and I do really respect them for that, and I think that that's a really important thing for the grassroots music scene.
Absolutely.
Because something I'm facing now is that I used to do kind of showcases around London in different venues, but the venues are like the higher price for those venues has kind of gone up exponentially.
It's ridiculous,
so
isn't it? Yeah.
considering how much Signature Brew offers, like their price is very reasonable, and that's why I've been able to kind of go to them again. And I really enjoy working with them, so I'm very excited to host.
So do you think you'll be working with them next year, the year after?
I would love to, and I recently spoke to Waltham Forest Council as well about the kind of relationship that Femstival has in Waltham Forest, having now been there twice.
Brilliant.
Like I feel like it can build even more of a community in that, even in the borough. So I have every intention of keeping it where it is.
It makes sense to do that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so, because then people will kind of like know it as part of their local calendar, and people and I think something that's important for me as all-female festival organizer is like I need to make sure everyone can travel there easily, so it's very well connected with bus and train and tube, so there's lots of options, and provided there's no tube strike, fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, right. You heard about Coldplay this week?
Yes, I did.
They've had to reschedule,
and I thought to myself like that it's great that they were able to reschedule. Obviously it's a massive administrative headache for a band like Coldplay at that capacity, but at the same time I was thinking about like all the grassroots shows that are going to be on similar days. Like I've experienced the same thing, whether I've been working for a different promoter or for myself. Like there have been days where my events or someone else's events have been on the day of a strike, and it does like massively impact.
and you can never tell what's going to happen, can you? So
Exactly.
yeah.
You can't predict. I mean, with events, you really can't predict what's going to happen. I think at our Youth Music Awards, something happens every year. Last year, Liam Payne died on the night of the awards.
Oh.
You can't predict something
No,
like that.
exactly.
So
it casts a shadow over something. Yeah.
I think so. Obviously, because it's a music awards, everyone there is quite invested in music. So
Yeah.
naturally, that was a big piece of news to receive
Sure.
on the night. So you never know what to expect, and sometimes it can come out of nowhere. But it's just having to like adapt to it in the moment and
Cool.
try and.
And are you based in Walthamstow yourself, or?
I'm based in Enfield,
Enfield, so not far.
too far, yes. So something about Enfield, I suppose, is that there's actually not as much infrastructure or really any for music. So I'm kind of naturally looking at boroughs outside of Enfield, but I hope that one day Enfield will get kind of the level of investment to have a music scene, because I think that would be really cool.
That would be cool, actually, for Enfield, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think it would sort out a lot of their sort of problems.
Yeah, it would be good. There's such a rich musical culture as well in the borough of Enfield. Like, there's a lot of rappers, for example, from Edmonton, and music producers. So it would be really good, I think, to have more of that infrastructure for young people, because I'm always thinking about it.
Yeah, good. Well, keep on thinking, that's the main thing. This thinking has got you quite far already, so
thank you.
You've got to carry on. Talia, thank you so much. I'm going to call it a day there. Have a great day, and just keep on rocking and enjoy the festival here.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Thanks for having me and for your questions.
No worries. I hope it was okay for you.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Thank
Brilliant.
you. Very cool.
Thanks, Talia. You take care.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right.
Live from East London. UEL Radio.
I want to declare that from here on out, the 16th day of March is a national holiday. If you want to know what 316 Day is all about, give me a hell yeah.
What?
I said, if you want to know what 316 Day is all about, give me a hell yeah.
Hello, hi. Hello. Big nasty bassy, where I just slide on time. Slide real quick. Yeah. Big stop bringing my line. Stop it. I got less patience than a GP. Wait, let me not lie. Let me not. Boy, better know. Come and don't miss this thing. Never. Lionel Messi, man, I don't miss this thing. I don't. All of a sudden, they make me sick. Pour my beer, let my phone just ring. 316, I'm a stone cold stunner. They won't chat about selling their soul. Move like Kane and his deadbeat brother. List from 1 to 10, you ain't one number. Calling me heartbreak kid, the way it came just linked your mother. Hitting it Monday raw for the world to see. Even when I'm fucking broke, I still manage to eat. Even when I'm fucking broke, I still take it to see. And even when I'm fucking broke, I still live like free. 1 bit, 2 bit, 3 bit, 4. Draw for the saber, use some force. 5 bit, 6 bit, 7 bit, 8. New team going, pull me out 8. 9 bit, 10 bit, 11 bit, well, I don't really fuck with 12. Stumble around, I ain't feeling so great. Stumbling, fumbling, repeat what you say. What? I beg you just speak up quick. Just know when it comes to talking, I don't do talking shit. Never. What? Like what do you expect? What? Better say Kid Perch now when you see me if you wanna come with respect. Stone Cold coming in 316 or 316. What? Got me feeling like Gunther. The way I drop them, then I just leave. In my socks and slides. I'm a basic tee. My neighbors just hate me now. Why? I'm making her scream. KID from the ST156. Got me moving my area codes just to fit 2 cribs. Got me changing the names of roles just to get some flicks. Got me drinking on my own. No, my drinks don't mix. 316, I'm a stone cold stunner. 316. When I try selling their soul, move like Kane and his deadbeat brother. List from 1 to 10 and you ain't one number. Calling me heartbreak kid, where came and just linked your mother. Fuck it. Hitting it Monday raw for the world to see. Monday raw. Even when I'm fucking broke, I still manage to eat. Fucking broke. Even when I'm fucking broke, still taking a scene. Fucking broke. And even when I'm fucking broke, I still live like free.
Yeah! What?
Good afternoon. We are coming to you live from the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docklands. How do you say it again? Royal Docklands Sustainability or for Sustainability campus at Docklands. We are joined by Ahmed Hussein, who is the head of BBC Asian Network. Is that right?
That's correct.
Awesome, dude. Tell us a bit about yourself and why you're here.
So we've actually just finished a panel in terms of how you get into the BBC. The panel's called So You Want to Work at the BBC, along with my colleagues who work in operations in the pop music stations and a colleague who works at BBC Radio 3 and classical music. Really good panel, really good questions
Excellent.
in terms of how people might get in.
Are you here just for today, or are you here for the full
I'm
duration?
here just for today.
Just for today, and so the BBC is only here for today.
BBC is only here for this panel, I believe. Yes.
Right. Okay. Cool. And how did you find it?
It was good. It's always good to talk about experiences, but also see what other people are thinking. Because people that are trying to get into the BBC, there's always different routes into it, and we've talked a lot about the different routes, and it's not always just a traditional applying for a job and getting in. There's so many other ways of getting in through independent production companies, being a freelancer, knowing someone,
right,
having the chance to shadow for a day and building that connection. So
Wow.
there's a lot.
And so, having a chance to shadow for a day, would that be through knowing somebody?
Usually, yes.
Right.
It's and the easiest way to do that is to connect with them on LinkedIn.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine. Good old LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how long have you been at the BBC?
So I've been at the BBC for 15 years.
Wow.
And in that time, I worked as a producer across Radio 1, 1 Extra. Worked at the Director General's office. Worked on TV with Dragon's Den.
Right.
Worked on outreach. Bit of everything.
Right.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And you've settled in now to this role.
So I've been in this role now for 5 years. And I think it's a bit like being in government, right?
Right.
Is that, okay, obviously you don't get voted in, but if you are in a senior role, you have to have a number of years to be in that role to make a change.
I see.
Because you can't just do it for a year and go because you've had no impact at all.
That makes sense. So, for 5 years you've been doing that. So during COVID, right?
Correct.
So,
Correct.
were you were taken on as head
During the COVID period, yes.
during the COVID?
Yes,
so
yes.
not before it.
No, so in the midst of it, actually, in August 2020,
Which
so
was
before the second lockdown,
right,
just after the first lockdown.
Remember it well.
And actually, the first 2 years are very different to the last 3 years.
Sure.
Because you had to broadcast in a totally different way, where we had to send microphones to presenters.
Right.
They had to connect to their laptop, hide under duvets, and still produce shows, and present shows. So it was all of that.
Yeah, I've heard of presenters doing it from sheds and things like that as well,
Yes,
their garden sheds. So that's actually real.
Yeah.
Wow. And so you came in at a time. Sorry, you came in at a time of real challenge.
It was, yeah. And
Right.
it's very different now to when it was then. It takes a few years, but I can now enjoy the role.
Yeah. Okay. So were you not enjoying it when you first joined, or were you just on autopilot?
It was the fact that you would have a presenter who'd be fine to do a show and would then say, I've got COVID, and therefore you now have to, because you're not even coming to a studio, you now have to organise that. So that schedule was always changing. Every
Wow.
week you were changing that schedule.
Right.
And
So they
then-
physically couldn't present.
Yeah. So, and after that period, everyone used to get pinged. So do you remember? I've just been pinged. If you were in touch with someone who
Oh
had
my
COVID,
God, you know what?
So
I
people who
completely
were
forgot
coming
about
into studios, if
Yeah.
you were pinged, you had to stay at home.
Right,
initially.
I completely forgot about
so
the
yeah,
pinging.
It wasn't about not enjoying it. It was the fact that things were changing.
Yeah.
Weekly, daily. Whereas now, you've got a settled schedule. You've
Right.
got a settled way of working where you can enjoy the fruits of all of that and be a lot more creative around what you do.
Awesome. So it's calmed down a lot
Yes.
since all that. Right. That's great. So what a set of challenges. You came in at a time of real difficulty and
Yeah.
you managed to survive it.
Yeah.
And you're here now talking about it. That's great. And have you found that today has actually helped anybody in real time? So have people been coming up to you and
Yeah.
getting something from it?
Absolutely.
Good.
It's a chance to ask questions
Right.
that you might not get a chance to ask for people who work inside the organisation.
Right.
And it's a chance for us to break down some of those myths
Right.
and some of those barriers.
Right.
And really simple questions like, in terms of if I'm a fashion student, is there a role for me in the BBC?
Right.
And
Yep.
the truth is, inside the BBC, you think of a career that probably exists in the BBC.
Mm.
So you could be a technician
Mm.
of a job. You could be a plumber. Buildings need plumbers. Do you know?
Right.
And people don't realise that actually it's only what they see,
Mm.
and actually there's a whole team behind all of that.
Right. Okay. Very interesting. And so, if there's not a festival like this happening,
Yeah.
and people do have questions, is there a way that they can get in touch with the BBC just to find out, various things that they need
So the BBC's careers website is actually very useful. There's a lot of videos on there as well.
Is there?
Often within those videos, they'll link to other videos, and you probably have the answer to your questions. I would also say this is that there's two things I would say is the people at the BBC give their time. So if you do manage to get an email just, or you manage to connect with someone on LinkedIn, it's always worth messaging. The worst someone is going to say no. If you never had it in the first place, then it's fine. And the second thing is, a lot of our content on TV and radio are produced by independent production suppliers. And so actually, what you need to do is when you're watching a program, wait for the credits and see who's produced that program. And
Top
if
tip.
it's on radio, then you go on the program website and it tell you which companies produced that program. So that is an easier way to get in and often talk to these companies who might work with a huge number of freelancers, and because they've got a big turnaround, you might get an opportunity quicker.
Wow. Interesting. So you could... I didn't realise. So, you think of BBC Radio as its own entity, but there are...
independent suppliers that are making those programs for us.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That makes perfect sense when you think about it. Yeah.
And that helps the creative sector as well, because it's helping jobs outside, helping sustain businesses.
Right.
And that business might be doing something else, might do a bit of BBC Radio, and that might then help them to do something more.
It's great.
And,
So it's
and
like,
hire people in.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like a tree.
Exactly.
The BBC being the trunk of the tree, and then all the
the money
branches.
tree. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's face that. Yeah. And the BBC is doing well in that respect still.
We are committed to do more across the UK, so not just in London, but to serve all the audiences up and down the country.
And the demographic of today, obviously you're the head of the BBC Asian network, right?
Yeah.
So the demographic today, was it mainly Asian students coming to you, or was it just
everyone? Because we are not just about taking people who are from an Asian background. Presenters, you have to have some sort of understanding, absolutely, but our production team is very diverse.
Awesome.
And it's on skill base rather than on your ethnicity.
Right. Fantastic. And it's such a great thing. How long has the Asian network been going?
It's now 23 years.
Is it really?
Yes.
Right. Seems like yesterday. I remember it starting. And so that's almost 25 years.
Yeah.
So will there be a party in 2 years?
We had a 20-year party, so let's see where I am in 2 years' time.
You'll probably be knackered by then, right? Yeah. No parties for me. Yeah. Brilliant. Oh man, Ahmed, thank you so much
Thank you for having
talking
me.
to us. This short and sweet interview. I hope you got something out today. Did you get anything out today?
Yeah, it's always, I'm from East London. I've lived in East London all my life.
Whereabouts?
So Manor Park to Canning Town, to Poplar to Romford now.
Right.
So I've been around East London, and it's always nice to come back home, I'd say, and to help develop the next generation, and whatever advice I can give, if it helps, then absolutely why
And
not.
did you study yourself? Did you go to
I
uni?
did. I did go to uni. I actually studied radio production, media and radio production. But I will say this now. I know we're on a uni. We're in a uni. But I will say this, is that my role didn't come through my degree. It came through what I was doing on the outside. And so, depending on what you are doing, you don't always need a degree for your career.
Right.
Obviously, there are certain job roles where a degree is a must.
Yes.
And there are other jobs where, based on experience, you will get further quicker as well.
Okay.
And you see that now in the style of apprenticeships and internships and
No, that's
all of that.
priceless advice there. Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. So stuff that you're doing outside of the
Exactly.
degree. Yeah. And that got you to where you are today. So
yes,
fantastic advice indeed. Ahmed, thank you so much.
No,
You're a
thanks for
star.
having me.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Thank you. All right.
All good.
Yeah, thanks again, man.
Thank
That
you.
was really interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good coming up with the questions on the spot as well.
Oh, mate, yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Good afternoon. We are live even from the Creative Industries Festival, live at radioactive.org and Radioactive 2.0 on YouTube. I'm here with Kasia. Hello, Kasia.
Hi.
Can you tell me a bit about yourself and why you're here?
Yeah, of course. So I'm Kasia. I am from Creative Artists Agency. So I'm the early careers manager there. So basically looking after all our entry-level talent, so including our internship program, and then assistants, junior managers, coordinators. So we're here today because we're actually going live with our internship adverts within the next 2 weeks. So yeah, I don't know if you want to know a little bit about Creative Artists Agency, CAA.
Absolutely, yes. Anything you can tell me would be really helpful.
Yeah, of course. So CAA, for the most part, we're a talent agency, so we represent talent across the sports and entertainment world. So we work across film, TV, sports, music, marketing. We also have a dedicated brand consulting team that's like a mini sports marketing agency. So essentially it means that we work with anyone from world-leading actors, writers, authors, directors, music artists, sports professionals.
Blimey.
We even work with famous chefs, podcasters, and big companies on the branding side as well.
Okay. Wow. You know what I mean? That's a lot, right? How do you feel that you can help students here today in real time? It's a normal day in September now, so you've got your kid coming in, is either studying right now or has left, and I mean, what can you do realistically to help them?
Yeah, I think encourage them to apply for our internship program is the first thing that we'd suggest today. So we have 2 internship cohorts a year at CAA. We have our spring cohort and our summer cohort.
Yep.
So we're actually going live, as I mentioned, with our spring cohort adverts in the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
So that will start early January and will run for 12 weeks.
I see.
So that's ideal for those that have graduated already. We then also have our summer cohort, so this is probably ideal for those that are graduating next year. And those adverts will open in March, and that programme is 8 weeks long, and that will start in mid-June until mid-August.
And after they've done it, and they've done well,
Yeah.
hopefully, what can they get from it?
Yeah, so I think with our internship program, we can't sadly always guarantee that there's going to be a position at CAA permanently. However, we're really good at keeping in touch with all our interns. So as soon as roles do become available, we'll always sort of reach out to our interns as a first port of call. But I think for the agency side, it's very different to the creative side, in the sense it's more of the business side of music. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. More of the admin. It's to do with like the contract negotiations for agents, for example. So I think the internship is perfect for those who perhaps don't fully know what they want to do within the creative industry, and a lot of people don't even know, that agenting exists.
Right.
So it really gives people a good understanding of what it's like to work in the agency, work alongside agents. It's not a work experience. You get to really get your, hands dirty in the day-to-day of what it means to work as a full-time member of staff at CAA.
Right.
So yeah.
Paid?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a big incentive, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, we would never do it unpaid. It's only going to be paid for us. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, it really does make it more of a thing for people. You have to pay the rent, right?
Well, this is it, and we want to be able to make it accessible for those that actually don't live in London as well.
Right.
So we'd like to think that we're quite competitive in terms of pay in the market. So someone from Leeds, for example, can come down for the summer or for the spring,
right,
and actually afford to stay in London for the duration and get
great.
the full experience.
Right. That is really good. So it's not just London-based, although if you find somebody from London that's good.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And how do you decide on who to take on?
Yeah, I think for myself and Hannah, who go through the thousands of applications that
I'm
we
sure
get,
there must be.
It's very competitive. I mean, this summer we had 17 interns across various departments, but we had 5,000 applications, which...
My God, really?
Yeah, I mean, a lot more than we actually had the last time, which is great because it means that our name's getting out there, but... a person does review every single application that comes in, so it's either myself or Hannah, and we actually ask people to submit a short cover letter, but it's answers to 4 questions, so we kind of help them guide to write that cover letter. So first of all, we take a look at that.
Right.
And then we take a look at the CV. For us, it's not about experience. We actually don't even ask for any certain qualifications as a minimum because we want to make this internship as accessible as it can be.
Yep.
So as long as someone showcases their passion through the cover letter and through the CV, that's
Right.
the most important thing to us. So if it is a music touring internship, you know, if they're showcasing that they're super passionate about the music industry, even if they don't have any work experience that they can put on there, just saying that, you know, they attended a few festivals over the summer or they listened to this podcast or something
Right.
along those lines will help.
Brilliant, brilliant. Oh, amazing. Yeah, and so once you've got them, I mean, how do you let people down? I mean, that's because you've got to, it's great taking people on,
Yeah.
but letting people down is also part of the job.
Of course.
And how do you do it nicely?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the applications that we come in, we can't have conversations with the 5,000 that do come in. So, you know, we have the initial sifting, and obviously if you don't submit the cover letter and answer the questions, that's automatically
red flag.
rejection, yeah,
Right.
because it shows lack of attention to detail, for example. But those that do go through an initial screening interview with myself or Hannah, we will always pick up the phone and let them know if they've not been successful.
Wow.
We try to, you know, be as personable as we can
That's
with these
really
things.
cool, because it's so much better than just getting a sort of generic email.
Yeah, exactly. If they've taken the time to interview with us and have an initial call with us, or interview on Teams, face-to-face, whatever it might be, we want to be able to give the time back to give them any constructive feedback, or sometimes it can just be that it's a super competitive process and there isn't actually anything constructive to share with them, but we've just been very lucky to have a strong pipeline of candidates come in.
Right, okay, and then you've just got to get on with it and concentrate on the ones that do get in.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, do you sometimes feel like you just want to take everybody on?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, mate.
The worst part of my job is letting people down, so.
Oh, yeah, it must be hard. So, yeah, just when you think that you know you're okay, then you might have to let somebody down, and that can't be easy. But you stay strong. I'm sure it'll be fine. And those people that you do let down, maybe it will give them some incentive to do it again next year or the year after, or just work on what they're doing.
Yeah.
And work out how to try and get into something different.
Exactly, yeah.
So maybe the CAA wasn't for them in the first place. It's such an interesting thing. I'm sure we could talk about that for hours. But Kasia, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. A short and sweet interview, I'm afraid.
No,
but,
thank you.
I hope you're okay, and
Yes.
just enjoy the rest of the day. Are you here for the one day or for the whole
Just for
duration?
today, yeah.
Just for today. Okay, brilliant. All right.
Perfect.
Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Kasia.
Thank you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to be met.
Hello.
All right. Okay. Again, we are coming to you live from the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docklands for Sustainability campus in Docklands, London, 2025, and we're live. Okay, we're also live on YouTube as well, by the way. Hello again.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Phoebe.
Hello, Phoebe. Okay, and what do you do and why are you here?
So why am I here? So I work for a charity called Youth Music, and we were asked to obviously come along to the careers fair today and talk to students about opportunities in the music industry. One of the big things we do for 18 to 25s is provide a grant of £3,000 through our Next Gen fund. So if young people have an idea they want to carry out, a lot of creatives want to do an EP, or they might want to be a promoter.
Wow.
I think Talia's talked a little bit about it, my colleague.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, so we're here talking to people about that, because some people don't realise they can apply for funding after uni, because they might feel a bit confused about what to do next.
Right. So they've got so your average student, they've got their student loan.
Yes,
That's great.
Me too, still paying it off.
Yeah, right. So if they've got that, can they still apply for?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I think a lot of the time things like student loans are just not counted for, in terms of applying for funding and stuff.
Right. Okay.
So
you said it's up to 3,000.
Yeah, so you can apply for up to £3,000, and there's also an access fund. So if you struggle to apply for funding, you can also, pay an access support worker to help you apply. So if you just need a little bit of help,
wow,
because sometimes it can be a bit of a barrier.
Sure.
But you could do a video application, which a lot of people like to do.
Really?
Just to talk a bit about yourself instead of having to write it all down.
Yeah, okay.
We like that. It's nice.
So that's a new way of doing things,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's
great.
quite flexible and inclusive.
Right,
That's
so
our
it's
whole
like
thing.
so it's like a 5-minute video.
Yeah, exactly.
Just somebody talking about themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And there's sort of 3 questions, so you've got to cover what's in that. But essentially, it's a bit about yourself.
Right.
What you want to do with the money, how you're going to do it, where you're at, and why
So
you
it's
want the funding.
Like a visual cover letter.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
And I
okay.
think quite a lot of, things that you apply for, like grants, are starting to do video applications as well. So
all right,
quite good
so
to know.
it's so the next generation fund is
Next
different.
gen.
Next gen, sorry.
Yeah.
So
No,
it's
you're
next
okay.
gen.
I better got my comms training down.
Exactly, and the Access Fund are 2 different things.
Yes, so the Access Fund, you can get that whether you are successful or not for your Next Gen Fund. You can pay someone to help you with your application. So this is just to break down, barriers for disabled young people, neurodivergent young people, who might struggle more and have that barrier in place, so they feel that they can't apply for funding.
Right.
So we want them to tell us what they need, and we can help them with that.
Right, and how would they find out about youth music in the first place? Do you go out much advertising?
We're
or?
obviously trying to do some things like today.
Yeah.
If you Google youth music, it should come up. Next Gen Fund as well should be there. But I suppose we put ourselves out on social media like everyone does. But some people are like, oh, I've never heard of youth music. So it's nice to talk about youth music. I mean, I hadn't heard of youth music before I applied for a job at youth music 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
And now I'm singing the good song, about youth music.
So you applied before COVID?
Yes, for a job at youth music, yeah.
Right, and then you got it?
Yes, so I think I started in February 2020.
Which was the first lockdown time, around about March.
It started to come up quite
so
quickly.
What happened there then? So you got the job, you'd secured it, you were happy, and then bang, it just...
Yeah, it was funny because I'd had a bit of a careers change because I actually worked in ecology before. So I did a biology degree.
Wow.
Did ecology and then kind of just had a bit of a change because, I played in bands in the DIY scene. So I'm a
What's
drummer.
Your instrument?
I'm
no
a drummer.
way, so am I.
Oh, look!
Yeah.
I knew that was something about you. But yeah, so I'd had that career change, so it was a bit strange for me. But I always say that music and nature is kind of like this universal language. You can find it in every country, everywhere around the world. But yeah, I remember telling everyone we better download Teams.
Yeah, right, okay.
And basically went from there.
Forward thinking.
Yeah.
So I suppose the main question is, for anybody worried about the Access Fund or thinking about applying, you've got your $3,000, you've made your EP, right, or whatever it is. You spent it wisely.
Yeah,
you might even have some left.
Yeah, we do like contingency.
Yeah,
contingency is great.
And so, would they have to pay it back?
No, absolutely not. This is money for young people to put in their pockets and do what they want with it. Because we get funded through Arts Council, People's Postcode Lottery, and various other kind donators, and that money is for young people to have and use for what they want it for.
Brilliant. They have to show something for it though? I mean, they can't just pocket the $3,000 and
it
go
does
off
help
to
for
Barbados.
Our evaluation and stuff to like show that there's this amazing work that's been done by our Next Gen community. So we do like it to be public.
Right.
So it's got to be something that the public can access. So whether that's a gig, whether that's a music publication, that might be an EP, so people can listen to it. It might even just be a community that you've created. Some sort of like. Basically we're so open to anything. People have made zines.
Yep.
People have exhibited like their photographs in galleries. So
brilliant.
It's so we'll take any application as long as it's music adjacent.
Right.
So we can be challenged too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've just been talking to someone else who does music video fashion styling, which I was thinking no one's applied for that kind of thing.
So it opens up your mind to different possibilities.
Exactly, and there's things like wanting to do music lawyer stuff, which I was thinking about is a little bit different because I suppose people go to law school for that and they kind of know what they want to do. But again, another thing where I was like, hadn't thought about
music
law. And
which we all ignore, don't we?
Yeah,
it's just not great.
It seems boring, but I think it's well paid. So
it's fascinating stuff. And if you can get into that, that's definitely something worth thinking about.
Yeah. And actually, we do need to tell our young people about contracts.
Well, this is what I was going to ask.
They do sometimes say, "Oh, I've actually," we have young people that suddenly find themselves, on a good trajectory with their career.
Yeah, and if they're vulnerable anyway, then
there's potentially that. So we do recommend, joining the musicians union and help musicians offer loads of good advice.
That's
on
great.
that.
That's great.
But yeah, we try our best to help out with anything like that and at least signpost them to where we think.
Right, and would you help them like fill out the forms for the MU, or like if they needed to join, if they asked you, would you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. If we often have check-in calls, so I'd be happy to sort of talk them through that if that's something they wanted.
Because it can be really, really, what's the word? Scary, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know if they've got access funds, but that's where access funding should be coming in everywhere, to be honest.
Right. Yeah.
Because in the music industry, there's so many barriers that disabled young people face, as well as queer young people, those from global majority and working class backgrounds.
Right.
The music industry should be for everyone, but as all we know, there's
Which
a
it
lot
always has been,
of wealthier people that sort of come in and take the
steamroller.
jobs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I'm sure there's loads of stuff that I want to ask you, but we are short for time.
No, you're all good. It's lovely to. I mean, I've just heard about the radio station and how it's quite a recent thing, and this is
absolutely.
the first live stream.
Yeah, I think
One
so.
off?
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 last year, but that was just for something completely different.
This is fantastic, though. No, thanks.
Hopefully this will be a regular thing. Obviously, it should be. Anyway, it makes perfect sense to do it. Brilliant. Okay. With distribution, if they do decide with the Access Fund to get an EP out there and it's recorded and everything, what about distribution, like DistroKid, things like that? Would they have to do all that themselves as well?
Yeah, a lot of people have that in their application. So with the Next Gen Fund, they'll break it all down into their different budget categories and they'll put marketing and distributing in there.
Yeah.
It's quite straightforward doing things like DistroKid. It might be that they, already know people that could help them upload it. But I mean, we're always we're always up for guiding them.
Great.
I've uploaded music before and it was okay.
Yes, I know.
I'm always doing the Bandcamp stuff and forgetting to put things out when it's supposed to be out. But we get there.
No, we do. It's great.
And it's a learning curve to do it yourself, I suppose. So there's that DIY element.
Brilliant.
And I think DistroKid is one of the better ones.
Good.
Yeah,
What
you know it.
I do. What drums do you play? Out of interest.
I'm in way too many indie rock bands.
Okay.
So my main project is called Happy Accidents.
Right.
That's been going for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then I play in Me Rex. That one's probably had a lot more radio play, and we've been on bigger tours.
Brilliant.
And then I've got actually got a gig on Thursday, tomorrow in London.
Oh my God.
At the Ivy House in Nunhead, if you know it.
Yeah.
With my kind of girl band, Cheerbleeders.
Cheerbleeders, brilliant.
So yeah, it's a lot of fun, and that really makes me connect to youth music because I kind of know the music side, and I kind of. There's so many projects that I wish I had them when I was younger. Like I've just been volunteering with this organisation called Spark the Noise.
Right.
And they just did a summer camp, a week in a school, but not school because it's learning instruments and, the rules are much more flexible than school. And I got to have 5 drum kits in a room to teach drums. And normally you get 1 drum kit and you have to swap in and out. And it was just so good having 5 drum kits and seeing the young people hit the drums harder every day and feeling
with
that
more
confidence.
Yeah.
So
first day is all tentative.
Exactly. So I was like, because I had to go into spaces where it was just men playing drums and sort of had to prove myself. And the idea that we're in this safer space for them and they don't have to prove themselves, they can do whatever they want and they can form bands, and it was very wholesome, and we fund that work. So
male and female.
It was really nice.
Yeah, it's great. So with Talia, she runs or helps to run the Femstival.
Yes, exactly. She's got one coming up in September.
Yes, exactly. So would the Cheerbleeders be part of that or not?
I think we would definitely be up for collaborating. I think this next one she's doing is hyperpop, so we wouldn't fall into that. She does it by genre.
So what kind of music is
sort of indie rock? We're more like.
But
it certainly feels like Cheerbleeders would fit Femstival.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But she actually funded Femstival through a Next Gen grant.
That's right.
So
So
you spoke about that a little bit, I think.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but I didn't make the connection there.
Yeah, so that was her. She's that grant, and she's had like Arts Council funding and PRS funding and stuff as well.
So she's proof that it works.
She's pretty big shot,
Yeah.
So she puts on great shows and she knows how to promote.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's great to see.
Oh mate, really good talking to you, Phoebe.
Lovely to chat.
Oh, no worries. It's always short and sweet.
No, it's fine. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, excellent. All right, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good luck with the radio.
Thanks. We'll be seeing you around.
Everything. Bye.
Yeah. Ciao, ciao.
Yeah.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just having some raspberry
No, take your
lemonade.
time.
It's really nice, this raspberry lemonade. Okay. We are live, coming from the Royal Docks of Sustainability, the Docklands campus for UEL. We're also on YouTube at RADIOACTIVE 2.0. So watch us or listen to us on YouTube as well. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Vanessa Craya.
Sequoia.
Vanessa.
Oh, sorry, Vanessa.
Yeah.
Sorry, I completely misheard you there. Vanessa, okay. And what do you do and why are you here?
Okay, so I come from Albania.
Wow.
And I just started the uni here on January, and I'm doing media and communication for industries here. So I just read the emails and everything about the Creative Industries Festival, and I was like, okay, I'm giving a shot and have a live conversation with you.
Cool. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
And so you're a student?
Yeah.
Okay, and you've been here since January?
Yeah.
Right, and were you in London before that?
No, I was in my home country and I did 2 degrees there for design and branding.
Design and
So,
branding in Albania?
Yeah, in Albania, in Tirana. And now I just wanted to push my boundaries and decided to move out from the country. And
Wow, so 2 degrees in the same subject? No.
Not really the same subject. This design is a whole,
Right.
a big industry. Like you can choose whatever you want to be in design field. But yeah, I just wanted to get out the box, and this is my 3rd one now.
Brilliant.
I did 2 before, and yeah.
What an amazing step to take. So how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
No worries. 25.
25,
Yeah.
okay, cool. So you spent your whole life in Albania?
Yeah.
You've got your studies there
Yep.
from COVID, all that time.
Yep.
So it was the same all over the world, right?
Yep.
And you finished your studies there when?
On 2023 or 4, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, so last year.
Yeah, last year.
Early last
because
year.
I did after I finished my master degree, I had an experience with job and all of that. So yeah.
Okay.
After 1 year, I came here.
Right, and what made you want to come to London? Was it always in your mind to come here, or?
It was always on my mind to go out of my country. Like I was really wanted to get out since 18 years old. But I think it was meant to be to come now.
Yeah.
Not properly London. I didn't choose because I wanted to go to America, Vienna, and yeah. But it didn't turn out for good, and
Right.
everything happens for a reason.
It
and I'm
really
here,
does. It really does.
I think it came at the right moment, right time.
Yeah,
and
cool.
I'm really enjoying it.
And whereabouts are you based in London?
Right now?
Yeah.
In Upminster, East
In
London.
Upminster,
Yeah,
okay, so
near
that's
Hornchurch,
the-
Essex.
Okay, yeah. Is that the Piccadilly line?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, no
I
worries.
take a lot of trains, not just Piccadilly.
Welcome to the UK. This is what it's like. Yeah,
I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great. It's one long train journey.
Yeah.
This life, over
I know.
here. Yeah. And are you settling in okay?
Yes, so good so far. So,
Yeah? Okay.
I'm kind of used to this life. I'm a big city girl. I used to travel a lot in Europe, Africa, and everywhere. So
You've been
I'm-
to Africa?
Yes, Senegal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So you're a media and communications student.
Mhm.
What does that involve, if you don't mind me
It
asking?
involves journalism, broadcasting, creatives, communications as well, media. So yeah, all of that.
And how long left have you got here?
4 or 5 months
Is that all?
approximately. Yeah.
So you've been-
No, I've all the degree is about 1 year.
Right.
But I have left 4 and 5 months to finish my degree.
Right,
Mhm.
okay. So you started it
January
January,
Yeah.
and we're already in September, so
Mhm.
yeah, that makes sense. So
until May. I will be here.
May next year. Yeah, 2026.
Yeah.
Right, cool. It's going so fast. Everything is going
Yeah.
fast. And so 2026, obviously, you're concentrating on getting this right
Mhm.
up until then. But are you thinking beyond that at this moment, or are you just going to wait till then?
I'm thinking beyond that because London does this thing to you. Like you need to think more and pushes you more, and it's a good thing. I
Yes.
like to take the things on the good way.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking beyond that.
Good.
Mhm.
And what are you thinking about doing? Because there's people listening to this now that
Yeah.
will be wanting to do something like this,
Mhm.
but after it's all finished.
Mhm.
It's like, what do I do now?
I know it's scary,
Mm.
but when it's scary, it's the right time to jump.
Good.
And I
Yeah,
know that
good words.
after I finish my degree, not everybody is waiting for me. Like, I know that it's gonna be super hard, like to choose a job or like. But the thing is that in London you have a lot of opportunities. You
Mhm.
can start as a volunteer. You can
Yes.
start as like whatever internship or whatever you want to do. You just need to jump and you just need to try 10 things,
Yeah.
for example, and then you
There
will
might be
decide.
one
yeah,
thing
yeah,
out
yeah,
of those 10 things.
You cannot stay all day like thinking, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? You just need to do whatever it comes to you, like
Yeah.
whatever opportunity comes your way. You just
Absolutely.
have to grab it and go
yeah.
for it.
No, brilliant. And I've got a feeling you're going to do that, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Vanessa.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's really cool to speak to you.
Thank
It's
you.
a short interview, I'm afraid,
Yeah.
But I
I
hope
really
you
enjoyed it.
I
and
hope
thank
you did, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank
Just
you, you too.
yeah, get yourself out there once
Mhm.
once May comes along.
I'm
you know,
trying to.
and you'll have a good summer next year.
Yep.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Take care,
You
Vanessa.
too.
All right, bye bye. Hey, dude, you're right.
Yeah, I'm Jay.
You are
Jay.
Jay, right? Okay. Let me just write this down because I have to remember. My memory is not as good as it used to be. Jay, J-A-Y.
J-A-Y, yeah.
Cool. All right, so we are coming to you live from the Royal Docks of Sustainability at the Docklands campus for UEL. And we are also live on YouTube at RADIOACTIVE 2.0, where you can listen to us as well. Unfortunately, there's no live visual feed, but you can listen to us in an audio styley. Bless. So, hello, Jay.
Hi.
Tell me a bit about yourself and what you're doing here.
So I am a graduate intern at the University of East London. I'm currently working at this event. I've been overseeing everything, filming behind the scenes. And what I do mostly is I go by many titles. A lot of people, whenever people ask me, I always give like different answers every time, but I think the best way to say is I'm a social media content creator. So what I focus on in terms of niche is filming behind the scenes, because I feel like it's the best way to grow when starting out, and it gives you the chance to work with other creatives, and that's what I've been doing for the last year or so, and it's really been a bit life-changing for me, you know, this whole experience, and get to have days like today, and it's just amazing.
Great. And what did you do before you came to UEL? What were you doing?
So before I came to UL, it was just studying. I did A-levels, I did A-level media, and that kind of just sparked my interest in it in the first place.
Whereabouts did you do that?
I did that at Oaks Park for sixth form, so year 12 and year 13, that's what I did. And then
Oaks Park being where again?
it's near Newby Park.
Okay, yep.
I don't know if you've been there recently, but yeah, I did that for about 2 years, and that was kind of where it started, where I kind of had my interest in media production, and then when I saw that it was an option here at UEL, I took it, and yeah, the practical stuff really sparked my interest into doing my own thing, and I guess
Great.
I took it from there.
Great. And forgive me, I don't know if I asked you what you study while you're at UEL.
Yeah, just media production was the
Media
thing
production.
I studied.
Okay, yeah. So where are you at now with your studies? How far into them are you?
So I graduated last year.
You already graduated last year. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I'm writing this down.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool. Excuse me. So you graduated last year. How have you found it since you graduated, realistically, on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, it's been difficult, honestly. Obviously, when you're looking for places, people my age, it's impossible to find places, especially if you don't have experience. So, you know, it took me a lot of time to figure out what I wanted to do, and then I had the idea of starting my own personal thing where I go out and film other people to get that experience. Because then at least when people ask me, what did you do for your experience, I can show them at least just a portfolio of all the stuff that I've done. I think it's especially in this industry, it's the hardest one. It's growing so much.
The creative industry.
The creative industry is growing so much. It's the most competitive space there is. So it's very, very hard for everyone. Everybody's trying to get ahead, and you know, I felt like for me the best way to grow was to start my own thing, get my own experience, and then see where it takes me.
Awesome. And are you happy with that decision so far?
100%. You know, for the last like, especially the last few months, the amount of communities and like other creatives that have given me feedback on what I've done it's been amazing. And you know, when I started this, I didn't really know what to expect. I thought it was going to take a lot longer, but you know, all it takes is just a bit of consistency, and who knows what can happen.
Yeah, and self-belief as well, and not being dragged down by the reality of the fact that it is really difficult, right? And it's a really weird thing. Even if I don't know, are you a creative person? You know, do you play an instrument, for example?
I haven't played. I used to play piano when I was younger.
So
but
piano or art or you know anything creative. I think if you're in the industry, you want to be a part of the creative industry. You have a certain way of thinking about life, which is sort of not romantic, but like a kind of, I just want to avoid like tax returns. I want to avoid the reality of stuff and just, you know, do that and be creative all the time, which is not easy. So there is that reality of you know, of being able to having to pay the rent, right? So,
but I would say to that, it's more. And I think that's a good thing for creatives. It's their way of like having freedom. You know, when they're working on a project, they're not thinking about all the bills that they have to pay. They're thinking about, let me just enjoy this experience in the moment. So yeah, I think it's a good thing that people like us, we just get to have that freedom. And I think that's why I encourage more people to do it, because it's whatever's happening in your life, it's a good way to like kind of get away with everything. Work on a project, do whatever, come up with an idea, write down 5 or 10 ideas, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
even if nothing necessarily comes from it, at least you're in that zone where you're creating or willing to create, and that's the main thing. Are you here now just for today, or are you here for the whole event?
I am here from Wednesday till Friday, all 3 days. I will be at the event.
At this venue.
Correct.
So it's also running in tandem at Stratford as well, or
no. So there's a Stratford. There's an event going on at Stratford Originals that's separate. That's going on the Saturday from 11.
I see. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's 11 p.m. 11 a.m. Sorry.
11 a.m.
Right.
Sorry,
yeah. 11 p.m. would be a bit wild. Okay. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone who is coming to this on how to use the space? Or any tips?
The best piece of advice I can give is just to. A lot of people will be so focused on doing one thing, and what I would say to these people is try figuring out what you don't want first, because you'll be surprised of how many people change their mind after coming to this event. And I think use this event not just as a way to figure out what you want to do, just see it as like a little step in the right direction. Even if it's going to like one talk or going to one pop-up, it can change your mind completely. So I would say go into it with a bit of optimism and think to yourself, okay, maybe I might not figure out what I want, but at least I can go in the right direction.
Yeah, or at least I can figure out what I don't want.
Yeah, at least there's that. You'll cross up a lot more things that you don't want, so you'll get something out of it.
Awesome. Very wise words, Jay. Thank you so much. A short and sweet interview. Enjoy the rest of the day, and I'll probably be seeing you around, no doubt.
Yeah, of course. My pleasure.
Thanks, Jay. Bless. Have a good day, yeah? Okay.
This is Radioactive 101.
Okay, we're coming at you live from the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks for Sustainability at the Docklands campus in UEL in East London. Right now we're going to come up with an almost hour-long podcast for the ACI Industry Week. That's the Arts and Creative Industries Careers and Employment podcast. It's really important for anybody that's either studying now or has studied at UEL or indeed any uni. It's very important to listen to this, as it can give you lots and lots of ideas as to staying positive in the creative industries, which, let's face it, is not easy. So it's an arts and creative industries careers and employment podcast, an exciting podcast on international careers and employment. And if you are looking to get employment in the arts and creative industry and need tips or advice, then this podcast is for you. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to have an amazing panel at the moment. We are doing the ACI Industry Week podcast. We have creative directors, we have storytellers, so we're so excited to get into the meat of this podcast. So before we get into the questions, the first thing I'd like for you guys to do is introduce yourselves and share a little bit about your career journey in the creative industry, but particularly your international careers experience.
Amazing. I can go first. My name is Kieran Kenlock. I'm a creative storyteller, and I always find this question really interesting because I do so much in that space. And my journey towards the creative industry was an unorthodox one. I started off as a footballer, a professional footballer for Crystal Palace, and I was there until I was like 19, and that didn't work out. And then I guess that just like pointed me into the direction of words and telling stories. I've had the opportunity of working in Amsterdam for companies like Wieden & Kennedy, Nike, Facebook at the time, Meta now, and done global campaigns for sports brands like FIFA, CAF, which is the Central African Federation for AFCON. But on a whole, just like my whole journey has just been based around words and storytelling. So yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm an agent at Curtis Brown, representing actors. I actually trained at Brit School because I wanted to be an actress myself. But then when I hit college, everyone was going to drama school and I didn't quite want to do acting anymore. And I was quite worried that I had done all this training for nothing. And then my tutor said to me, what about agenting? So I did a couple of internships in 2 agencies whilst I was at uni. I was at Roehampton Uni doing drama, theatre and performance. And I loved it. I loved just like picking up the phone and just like advising people. And the pressure was off me, but I was still involved in the industry. But I hadn't worked before, I hadn't had a job. So I actually took a sidestep to HR. I was doing HR in finance. I did my CIPD and everything. And actually it was quite similar, like dealing with contracts and employees and, you know, visualising them as actors. And then I remember I got in trouble for dress down day. I wore ripped jeans in my corporate company and I was like, I'm out. So then I applied for Curtis Brown. And I did a trial day there. And then they paid for my trial day and I thought, yeah, I didn't get the job. And then 8 years later, I'm here. I've been an assistant for 6.5 years and then managing my own list for 1.5 years. And during that time, my international experience there was just, I've had people performing in New York and going to opening nights. And yeah, that was like my first trip with Curtis Brown, which was really exciting. And yeah, it's been enjoyable and I'm really doing what I love. And even though I had a change in my career.
Oh, thank you so much, Ashley.
Hi everyone, I'm Dale Ann, and I'm currently the creative lead at Canva. I guess I've also had a bit of a journey. I started out studying journalism, and my first role was actually as a social media intern. So I went from there to copywriting for a fashion e-commerce business in South Africa. But my main sort of goal was really to get into visual creative. So in a ballsy move, I pitched to a CEO of another fashion e-commerce business in South Africa, and I guess that impressed him, and he hired me as a graphic designer. So that was my sort of breakthrough industry moment. And yeah, it was quite a big turning point for my career. From there, I found myself living in Japan for a couple of years. I did a bit of teaching there, and I guess hustled on the side. I did a lot of freelance work because I just couldn't let go of the passion for the craft. And then after that, I returned to South Africa for my dream job, where I was headhunted to be the creative director of Cosmopolitan magazine.
Amazing.
Which was such a blessing. But unfortunately got cut short because COVID kind of affected the whole South African magazine industry. Anyway, fast forward a bit further, I landed at Canva, which has been another blessing, I guess. I'm really grateful to be working for a company that believes in empowering the world to design. So.
Oh, thank you guys so much. It's been really fascinating listening to all of you. I think a lot of actors would love to listen to this, and a lot of just creative people would learn so much from listening to all of you. I think especially with the caveats that have happened in your careers, I think there's so much to learn from that, and to know that you can still work within the industry. So my next question, which is actually my favorite question, is, what do you enjoy most about working in the creative industry? We'll start from Kieran, please.
Okay. Working in the creative industry, for me, is such a blessing, because it's the one place where ideas, storytelling, culture kind of collide. You have the opportunity to kind of shape the world you want to see, and work with a lot of like-minded individuals who have the ability to take an idea from thought to realization. I think my favorite thing working in the industry is going from a brief to then just cracking that, and then seeing it being made and being released into the wild. I think we exist in these feedback loops, and it's really important. Sometimes as creatives, we might get strung out on not wanting to put stuff out. But it's really important to have your work out into the world so you can have that feedback, even if it's one or two people. I think that's just a beautiful thing that comes with being in a creative industry.
Oh, that's so fascinating. I think as a creative person myself, I somewhat relate to that. You know, with your work, you sort of feel as though it's your baby to some extent, and you don't necessarily want to put it out there. But I think that's very fascinating. We'll pass the question over to Ashley.
I actually learned to love this, but I love just the process and learning to love the process. And I try to tell everyone that I think if you are lucky enough to know what you want to do for the rest of your career or life, why rush? And I think when you start to love that, you learn so many things. You know, I'm not a person where I sort of jump in a deep end and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't experienced this, so learn on the go. Personally, that's not how I've sort of learned. I like to try, I like to make mistakes and learn from that. And then when I am in the deep end, it's I've faced this before, and I always try to tell people side steps and all those things still amount to the main goal. It's not, don't see it as, I'm not going to make it because I'm doing this now. It all adds up. So for me, I just think every process, and also setting out the goal and making a goal and watching someone's journey is just amazing. And you get to be there and be we're here and we've talked about this and we've learned a lot on the way, but here we are. So for me, it's just a process of it.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying listening to all of you. I wish I could get into every single thing that you're saying, but I really loved how you said side steps amount to the goal. I think that's such a beautiful thing. But yeah, I would sit here and talk to you about it all day. We're going to pass the question over to Dale.
Cool. This is such a tough question. I feel like I could do a whole podcast on just this question alone. It's so hard to pick a favorite, but I guess if I had to narrow it down to a top two, the first would probably be the idea that creativity is change. So I love the idea that we're always creating change, whether that's a values-led piece or whether it's just improving, I don't know, a logo or a color palette or a piece of writing. Or I guess just creating broader change socially. I guess that's a really motivating aspect of the job. And then I think the other piece that I really enjoy is I guess just creating with other people and inspiring others to create. I guess especially working in an in-house creative team, you often find yourself working with team members who wouldn't consider themselves as creative. Maybe you're working with the engineering team or something like this.
Yes.
And I guess through these projects, you kind of get this opportunity to remind everyone that we're all creative.
Yes.
Whether, it might not, it might not look obvious, but yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I think everything that you guys have said really coincides with each other. She spoke about how obviously creating leads to change in society, for example, and you spoke about how you can shape the world you want to see. I think there's so many things that you can link together with what you guys are saying, and I think that's such a beautiful thing. So we're going to move on to our next question, but this is particularly to Dale. So the question would be, can you share a memorable experience from your travels that has sparked creative ideas or projects, and how young people can seek out similar experiences to fuel their creativity?
Sure. Okay. This is quite a question.
That is a heavy question.
No
I can
pressure.
read it out again if you want me to, but
No,
yes.
It's all good. I think the memorable experience from travel and creating was probably living in Japan for a while. And realizing that I had a really big passion for photography. So I guess I'd come from studying journalism and visual communication and working as a graphic designer, and being in Japan and just exploring another element of craft was really rewarding. And I think the lesson that I took out of that was how all these different crafts, I guess at surface level, feel so separate, but in storytelling, there's contrast. In photography, there's contrast. In graphic design, there's contrast. And you sort of start picking up the trends. So I built up quite a large body of work there, and was lucky enough to get featured in a couple of cool magazines. So that was really rewarding. To encourage others, I guess, to seek out similar experiences, I guess I'd just suggest to start small. Like, you don't necessarily need to travel halfway across the world to get that kind of inspiration.
I would, honestly, if I could afford it.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'd be in Japan next week. Let's go.
Yes.
But I think, I guess particularly in London, there's so much inspiration everywhere.
Yeah.
So I live in East London, and just the other weekend I went South London to Peckham, and I was like, this is incredible. Like,
South London.
Yeah, preach. So much inspiration. But I guess to simplify it, like just looking at a simple thing that you do every day, maybe it's like you drink your coffee in a new spot of the house, for example.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you though, how do you feel being in another country kind of shaped or changed your approach to creativity?
Wow. That's a great question. I guess for me, it was around paying attention to the culture.
Right.
So I was very into street photography at the time, and I kind of quickly learned that in Japanese society, privacy is very respected. So I landed up shifting my style, where I would only shoot like silhouettes or people from behind, or
Wow. That sounds really fascinating. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm mind blown.
It was quite interesting, and then I realized that maybe if you were in America, for example, or possibly even in the UK, like you might be able to get away with taking a photo of someone's face.
Right.
Yeah.
But there it just felt like I was like deeply like intruding on someone's space to capture them. So
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, that's a very good question. Yeah, that is very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next question is going to be to Kieran.
Hey.
Okay, so how does your creative process adapt when you're working in a different country or a different culture?
Yeah.
And what advice would you give to young creatives about embracing flexibility in work?
Wow. It's a similar question to what I was saying.
To what?
Del,
Yes.
Right? I think, right, to touch on what Del said, it's really important to understand the culture that you're in, because wherever you are, there's nuances and behaviour and how people react and take in creativity, or even just like living in general. I think it's really important for you to like tap into the communities and the culture of where you're at, so that you have a better understanding of what you're trying to tell. Similarly to Del, I lived outside of London for 3 years in Amsterdam. And during that time, whilst I was working for Wieden & Kennedy, I did a lot of like individual projects, passion projects with some friends. and we ended up doing a documentary called The Golden Generation about the creativity in Amsterdam. And the only way that we were able to do that was by spending time amongst local creatives and getting to understand how that city moves. I think when people go to different places, they experience it as a tourist rather than experiencing it as someone who actually lives there. And I think my advice to younger creatives when coming to be like being flexible, creativity and just like making things is always a changing beast. Beast is the first word that came to my mind because I'm looking at this poster. But yeah, it changes all the time, and you have to be ready to flex, pivot, change, just like Ash was saying, because yeah, it just it happens on the go, and I think you have to be open, you have to be respectable, and you have to be like willing to change, you know, and willing to be able to move wherever it takes you.
Yeah. I guess an element of that is like curiosity and tolerance,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Because if you don't start out with that sort of accepting space that you've just described, you're going to come into some roadblocks.
Right, yeah, 100%. Like, you have to stay curious.
Yeah.
I think that's one of my favorite kind of sayings as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's so much that you've said in there that has really sort of resonated, especially about traveling. I like to travel. I haven't traveled as much, but traveling as a local, I think, is one of the best things you could ever do. So when you said that, I was like, bing, that is so true. And there's so much to link in between everything that you guys are saying. So it's absolutely fabulous. I'm really loving this podcast at the moment. So the next question is going to be to Ashley. So what global trends do you see currently shaping the creative industry? And how can young creatives align their work with these trends in order to stand out?
From what I can see, I really do feel like branding's coming into play. It's like a win-win on both sides. It's marketing for the project that you're in, and then you are a walking brand for the brands, you know, press nights or opening nights, being dressed, you're also being marketed as well. It's not something that I predicted, but you can see it's coming, basically. And, you know, with social media these days and numbers and stuff, it just helps both sides of the production as well as the campaign that you're running with. Social media was actually the thing that changed my mind from being an actress, actually, because I just knew that I couldn't do all of that. It was like an added pressure for me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to act. I loved the art so much. I just wanted to do that. But I could see how social media will come into play and what I possibly might have to do, and I just knew myself that I couldn't do that. So my advice for people to align with that is just see yourself as a walking brand 24/7. There's no on or off. Like, you are an actor. When whatever you do, whether you're reading, even though I have my job and I, you know, go to like do things for my clients, I also go to the theatre for myself. I'm going to the theatre tonight just because I have no clients in it, and there's no on or off. I try and make it my world, sort of thing. And I think that's kind of what helps also with imposter syndrome as well. You just need to align with who you are and have that goal of what you want to achieve, and then the right branding and the right social stuff will fall into place. All eyes are really are on you.
Oh, wow.
You know, and that's why I feel like you have to love it. You have to love the processing of things. If you don't love it, you're going to have a tough time with it, I think.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, you've made me nervous but really empowered at the same time, because I am a young aspiring actress myself. So I think understanding that branding myself in a particular way is important has really sort of helped. I'd love for all my classmates to listen to this podcast, honestly, because there's so many gems, and obviously some of them are interested in like having other careers on the side within the creative industry. So all of this is so helpful. Okay, so the next question is going to be to Dale again. So what are some networking tips that you have found effective internationally, and how can creative people build meaningful relationships internationally, specifically?
Wow, networking internationally. I guess, looking back, I think something I learned was to value the network where you start. So I guess in the context of students here, that would be like really pay attention to the students that you like, who are your classmates, because they're also going to go on to career journeys, and you never know how you could collaborate down the line. but then I think beyond that, like just paying attention to, I guess, the opportunities that you have at home and that network that you can build at home.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be like your rock no matter where you are in the world. Yeah, so I guess that's something I've valued along the way. And then I think to add to that, I'm sure you all have experienced the same thing, that I guess around enjoying the process, like networking is a process. It's going to take time.
Yeah. I like to love and hate with networking, but I always call it, like, I guess if you're at school, you call it the homework, the revision, because it all loops in and adds into like what you're currently doing, the relationships that you're building. It's like, it's tiring, it's exhausting, but at the same time, the relationships that you can form is amazing.
Absolutely.
You never know when you might need someone, you know, so.
Yes, totally. I think relationships, though, can be so energizing when they're with the right people.
Right. I think it's really important for you to like choose the right people to be around as well, because they're going to elevate you and they're going to help like bring your ideas and empower you to move forward, you know.
100%.
And you never know when you're going to need someone.
No, exactly.
Might not make sense today, but it's like,
right, exactly.
You think of someone, you know.
And you also know, you never know when someone might have your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's been so inspiring to see, I guess, just in my own work, like putting a lot of effort into something, forming bonds with people, and then like 2 years down the line, they're like, oh, you should go for this opportunity, or I know this person, I'll put you forward for that.
I feel like that's how a lot of like my roles, having gone freelance in the last few years, have come to me. Instead of like looking for the job, sometimes it's been a referral.
Yeah.
And someone being, I think you'd be cool for that.
Oh, so we love word of mouth.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I think I guess to add to that, like, I guess one of the easiest ways to network nowadays is, like you said, with building the personal brand and specifically leveraging LinkedIn. Like the organic reach on LinkedIn at the moment is through the roof.
It's like the only one that hasn't been like changed by an algorithm too much.
Literally, oh my gosh, we need to embrace that. So yeah, I would 10 out of 10 encourage everyone to get their LinkedIn profile popping.
Yeah.
And
would you say for actors as well?
Yes.
Everyone.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. That sounds really good. I'm going to go home and do some homework. Thank you guys so much. So the next question will be to Kieran. So what specific skills do you think are crucial for young creatives to look for in building an international career?
Ooh, that's a really tough question. I'd say, leading back from what Del has said, definitely networking. Being able to connect with the right people, because and also as what Ash was saying, Ashley, sorry, I called you Ashley. Sorry. Didn't even ask if I can use your name. Apologies, I just got way too familiar. No, I would say like using social media to build those connections, being very open to what's moving and how to make an impact for yourself. Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes, absolutely. So it's what specific skills do you think are crucial for young creatives looking to build an international career? So emphasis on international.
Yeah, again, it's being curious. It's being open to find out new cultures, find out what's moving, and doing like the work to figure out what it is that you want to do. It's really interesting now that the space that we find ourselves in, you can kind of reach someone from another country in about 3 clicks.
Yes.
I find like growing up in the era where we didn't have that, I find that so interesting. And I feel like culture in itself has changed so much.
Yes.
And so is creativity, in a sense that when we were growing up, if you say, for instance, you created a slang word in your area, that stayed in your area for as long as it did until someone else used it outside. Yeah. Whereas now, with the introduction of TikTok and Reels, people from New York or people from like anywhere name put name of country here or city here can end up speaking exactly like your cousin from down the road, which I find so interesting. So I would say, like, in order to, it's never been easier to build an international career as a creative today. And I think the skills are changing, but I think you have to be able to adapt to what is in front of you and use the tools that you're given, because some people didn't have that. And I think it's like a really dope time to just like come up as a creative right now.
Yeah, totally. I would add to that and also just suggest to, I guess, just believe in yourself. Believe in the vision.
Yes, that is so true.
100%.
You can do the damn thing.
You can do the damn thing. No, I think a lot of what you're saying, I sound like a broken record, but really coincides with each other. In terms of like, when you spoke about branding, I think it really goes together with sort of what he is talking about. So when you have a specific brand, you then know how to basically gain skills that are in line with what you're looking to do. So just feel free to answer the question, even if it's to one person. You're more than welcome to, you know, put in your thoughts on that. So the next question would be to Ashley. So how can young creatives be innovative and navigate social media in a highly competitive market? Because it is quite competitive at the moment, isn't it?
See, it's so hard because I personally just don't, I think it's such a pressure for actors having a whole social media thing, because that's why we do press junkets after a film, where that is our social media, you know, like going to different countries and talking about the film and doing Q&As, that has more engagements, you know, than, you know, doing a lot of things on your social media, but they go hand in hand. You're then tagged in things and then you can put that onto your social media and all those things. But for me, I think outside of social media, it's just more about your skill set and, you know, putting your hands into different places other than just acting, such as like learning a new language or learning a new skill such as horse riding or swimming. These are things that are needed to land you that actual job. And whether you put that process onto the social media, you know, everybody just wants to see connect the dots of how you get there. So for me on social media, what I would love to see is the breakdown of things. Whether even musicians and, you know, people in studios of how they made a song. I love that. I love when it comes up on my TikTok. I'm like, oh my God, that's how they got together. Or seeing like, I don't know, like Pharrell and Justin in the studio, and you're just like, oh my God, the process. So I like the raw side of things, of showing like, not just the end product. Don't make it too clean. Like, do show us like how I can relate to you, and I can think to myself, well, I can get there because you've shown me where I am today, rather than just the glamour and the end product of it. I think the engagement is just to like connect to people, and just to show them that they can do it also, and not just put yourself into a different pot of like, I'm here, you're there. I think sometimes that's what causes me to unfollow people on Instagram. It's like, oh my God, I can never do that. I can never be there. Like, oh my God, no. But when you can see someone's journey, it uplifts you. And I just think, just keep it as authentic as you can, you know? I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, that does. That's beautifully put. You guys can answer it as well, but just to say something, I think that's really fascinating because for me, my creative process is quite sacred. So it feels a bit strange to be able to then bring people into that. But I think social media has really sort of shifted how we go about
I always say the way you can do that is to document it for yourself, and then you have the power when you want to release that. It doesn't have to be right at that time.
Okay, right.
But it's just nice to see, like, I remember one of our clients landed a really big job, and their self-tape audition got released onto the internet, and that's just before they even knew they had the job. And you can just see the innocence on their face of like, oh my God, you don't know you're about to, like, your life's about to change. You're just in a room, you're seeing like the chemistry and, you know, the cast directors in front of them, and it started to become a thing now. They start to release people's auditions on YouTube. There's a thing on YouTube that you can watch famous people's like auditions online. And it's just so relatable. And then that's more quite positive on socials, I think.
I loved watching Ariana Grande's
audition.
Sorry.
You can do it, but it's just so nice to see that product rather than just the end product and focusing on that. You know, I always think
I'm definitely taking notes for myself at the moment.
I think Ashley, you touched on a really good point there about like the journey and the process. You've been speaking about process. And sometimes when we're in process, we don't know why. You know, like we're just we're going from this job to this job, or this project to this project, this thought to this thought. And it doesn't usually make sense until you look backwards. You know, but the way that I kind of like find solace in it is knowing that I'm going to move with intention and move with the thing that brings me joy. And I think as long as you're doing that as a creative, you're always going to find the right path to wherever you want to go.
I never see it as a back step. It's always a side, just a little side. Yeah, then we can always get back onto the bar.
Yeah, I really relate to that and resonate with that.
Yeah. So I have another question. This is more open to everyone, whoever wants to answer it. That would be, what is your favorite country to work in and why? And where would you like to work in the future?
I'm gonna say London for me, because theatre's my first love.
Right.
I just love theatre, and then I would say maybe New York again because of Broadway, I guess. And the busy busyness of it is just like
It's like London.
Yeah, it's nice, and I just think. Yeah, for me, it's theatre that grounds me. I think theatre is like a training ground for actors, whether you're in a big film or on TV. A lot of actors go back to theatre because it challenges them. And I just love the access that London has, and, you know, how it's set and how other countries have followed. But for me, London and New York, I think. New York maybe in the future, maybe a bit of both, who knows?
Oh, that's really good.
I'd say Amsterdam, because that's the experience that I've had. The reason why I'd say Amsterdam is because the city's so small that you have so much more time. You get given so much more time back. In London, your commute's an hour to work or an hour back, depending on where you live. But in Amsterdam, it was a 10-minute bike ride to work.
Oh, wow.
And 10-minute back. So I used to get an hour back of my day every day. And I think whilst I was there, in fact, whilst I was there, I was able to really dive into my creativity, and I was able to produce so much other work outside of the work that I was meant to be doing.
Yeah.
And that's how I became really connected to myself as an artist and myself as a creative. So I'd say Amsterdam, and I think maybe because we had a conversation about this earlier, Del, I'd love to see what it would be like to work in Japan.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Me
like,
too. Just to put it out there.
Yeah, or just somewhere else. That's not London, to be fair.
Okay, it sounds like we're going on a group trip.
No, definitely. When you said 10 minutes to get home, I literally travel 45 minutes. That sounds really good.
I didn't know what to do with myself. For the first few weeks, I was like, what do I do with this time? And I realized it was a gift that was given. So.
Yeah. What is your favourite country?
I would say the UK. I'm loving the UK.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here for 2 years.
Yes.
I just wish there was more sun. Could we just get some more sun?
We'll get there.
Summer's coming.
The summer's coming, yeah. Thank goodness. But I'm loving London as a creative hub. I just feel like it's kind of like the centre of the world. There's so much opportunity here. And there are just so many amazing people, so many connections, so much culture.
Yes.
And I guess to share a bit of an anecdote, I think one of my favorite things to do is go to the park in the summer and watch the planes fly over. It's an amazing reminder of how central we are, and that it's such a global hub, and people are coming here all the time, and there's so much movement.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I love that, and then I think my alternative would be Tokyo. So.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's hard when you live somewhere, you don't really appreciate it as much because it's like, oh, this is my norm.
Yeah.
Just wake up, just go Piccadilly, very normal. It's like, it's not, like, it's really not.
Yeah, I might have to recant my statement about London. I do love London, by the way. Like, I do love being here. To your point as well, though, like, it is a creative hub, and there's so many great creatives here. So
yes, I think. I mean, I'm also comparing it to Cape Town, which is like beautiful.
I was going to say South Africa.
It's gorgeous, but it is like a bit of a fishing village. I mean, it's not a fishing village because it's kind of
what do you mean by fishing village?
It's got that feeling. I guess it's it's quite a bit smaller than London, and like the pace is a lot slower, and it's very like the culture is really around like getting outdoors, and like I guess people start at 8 and end at 4. It's very much like lifestyle led.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah.
So you would love Cape Town, basically.
Yes, I mean, it would be a great place to go as a freelancer.
Oh, yeah? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I've been to Cape Town.
In Amsterdam, when it hits 5, everyone just like stops working.
Amazing.
What?
You can stop.
As a
I don't know how to
Londoner,
stop.
you know, no, as a Londoner, you're like, wait, you're going home. It's 5 o'clock.
Amazing.
We have to do extra time. Don't we?
Oh, wow. Okay, that's absolutely lovely. So I'm going to have another question. I'm going to open it up to the panel. So how and where can young creatives find work opportunities? A bit of a serious question for you guys.
I think as of late for acting, a lot of casting directors have put themselves on Instagram now.
Okay.
There's so, because before I remember there used to be like casting sites, and now the actual casting directors, and they can have credits of what they've currently cast. They put things on Instagram, and there's always like a wide search. I think because there's been a few instances where people, there's been an actor who saw an advert on Instagram and then ended up being in a leading role in a Netflix TV series, and I think they were looking for something in particular that they just couldn't find, but just happened to be this boy who loved acting but never trained for it. And now he's like really famous. And so I think casting directors are seeing the positive sides of just actually, let's just open this up, as well as those that are signed. And then for me, I just feel like it's important. It gives everyone an opportunity, because as much as some people might have wanted to go drama school, then there's circumstances that might not have led them to drama school.
Yes.
And so that gives everyone an opportunity. So if you just search a casting director of your favourite show or something like that on Instagram, they have like current jobs like casting, and you can just apply for yourself.
Oh, that's really good. It's lovely that social media is becoming it's opening up so much for young people and varied ages. But this is to everyone. So where and how can young creatives find work opportunities? What advice would you give?
I think I might chime in here and just suggest, I guess, LinkedIn again. Yeah. It's a great start.
Definitely.
But I think besides that, I have a feeling that the rest of the table might agree with this. The idea is to make opportunities.
Yeah.
I think particularly now when it's so competitive, forging your own path and going out to people and pitching ideas. I guess going to your local coffee shop again, and as a designer, okay, their menu's not looking great. Go home, redesign it, come to them.
Oh, wow.
Show them.
The menu's not looking great. That's so fascinating.
Yeah, very niche.
You got to really find your opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, like as creatives, we see the world completely different to how other people do, and you have to lean into your strengths. So like go into a local coffee shop and being like, oh, design this for you might be the way that you become the creative director of this place or something. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Or I guess with the writing, maybe the column in the magazine that you love isn't well written just enough. Like you could spice it up, or you could bring a new angle or something like this.
Yeah. And just real life opportunities. People like to feel values. Like never underestimate a coffee with someone and just asking them like, what have you got going on? Like, because you know, it's hard to take in all this information. But if you were to say something to me today, I could be like, and change someone's life.
Yeah,
it's really hard to initiate sometimes because I withhold so much information in my brain. But if someone took me for a coffee and sat down and told me what they were trying to achieve, and I might have the opportunities, it's like that hour of coffee could literally bring you opportunities, you know? So
absolutely.
Real life relationships always, I think, is better on offline and online.
Definitely. And I'd also go into, I think we touched on it before, but if you're just starting out, I think it's really dope to just look left and right rather than up sometimes. And
that's so nice.
You know, and look at like the people who are at the same level as you, trying to get to the same space, and create like just not even groups, just like teams of people.
I want to give that an applause.
Yeah.
Just create. It's the same thing about.
That's great.
Like, it's the same thing with creating opportunities. You create opportunities with the people that you're surrounded around.
Yes.
And I think that is probably the best way for individuals to make. If you look at like what's happening in culture at the moment, you look at like Cortez or like just and him,
I love Cortez.
Sloan, and Clint up in Manchester. They've got groups of people who are like working towards a similar goal. And I think when you're at that age or just stepping into the industry, you won't be as you won't have the experience that people have in the industry and corporate, but you'll see things completely different.
Yes.
And you'll be able to bring your voice into the world and disrupt it.
Absolutely.
in a way which they probably wouldn't necessarily see.
I love disrupting. I think that's a very fascinating concept. So speaking of courtiers and just fashion in general, I think that what you wear kind of speaks to your branding, for example. And I have a question for you guys. So how would you say people should stay fashionable, especially like creatives? How can they stay, you know,
I actually think
looking the part?
I actually don't think there's a part to look when you're creative.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
But like,
I want to hear both perspectives.
Cause to me, I don't know. It's funny because like when someone will be like, "Oh, you look like creative to me," but
Yes.
I think being yourself and having your own perspective on how you should dress or how you should show up is your creative vision.
Right.
So I don't think that you have to dress like anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I grasp where's this going.
Like I think that you should just have you should just dress how you feel comfortable.
No, absolutely. I do think fashion is art, and you can, like you said, it's a form of like self-expression a little bit. Does anyone have like a different perspective when it comes to that in terms of dressing? Because I'm fascinated to know. Because initially you sort of disagreed.
No, I agree. It's just because, like, if I think from an agent's point of view or casting director or film or whatever, when I see someone, I'm not just thinking about you in my film. I'm thinking about, okay, right, once the film's done, okay, this is how you're going to talk in a Q&A. Oh my God, you're great. I can't wait for the team to meet you. Like, how you look. It's just like, that's why I say brand is important. But you're right, it's your brand. You don't have to like copy to be like, oh, I look like a creative. Like, if you are one, if you are one and that's your brand, you create it. You show us, give us the idea. You know, like we love different all the time.
So what both of you are saying is to keep that individuality alive and not necessarily to try and look like anyone else, to stay true to yourself. However, to obviously, do we need to amp it?
Well, no, my boss always says to me, dress for the job that you do. That's all.
Right,
and whatever that means to you,
that
means to you. If you feel like you're a CEO, even if you're not a CEO, dress like a CEO.
Like a CEO,
yes.
It's really good advice.
Dale, what do you think about that? Fashion?
Yeah, I love that. I totally agree. I think one of the main aspects of being a creative is having a point of view.
Yes.
So I guess the way you dress is just another way to express that point of view.
Yes.
So yeah, I'd 10 out of 10 agree with just respecting that and embodying what you need to embody.
Okay, that's perfect. So another question that I have is, what piece of advice do you wish you had received when you started your creative career?
Oh, this one's a good one.
Stop rushing. Stop rushing. Honestly, like, if you know,
I'm running.
If you know, but honestly, like,
I need to hear that now.
stop rushing. Like, we're meant to be here on this podcast. We're meant to be doing this. Like, I think if you know in your heart that you are supposed to be on that stage or in that film or write for that magazine or any of those things, why are we rushing? It's gonna be. So, and what I'm doing today is just adding to that. And when you have that, it's like it keeps you focused, and naturally the people will align around you will align with that. You'll have the right people around you, and life will just align.
Yes.
So for me, I was always rushing, like, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. I was like, no, I'm meant to do this. Like, naturally I'm gonna be there. So like today, this makes sense.
Yeah.
And you'll have that calm presence, and it will just come. Because also when you rush, sometimes it can be perceived as fear, and that you're not ready.
Yes.
And so sometimes if you just relax, it will come to you.
So
That's
trust the
cool.
process.
Yeah.
But does the process know we're trusting it?
That's it, exactly. It does it. So,
That's great.
That's really beautiful. The reason why I say it I sometimes need to hear that is because like I think you get stuck in your own mind about where you are and where you should be sometimes. And I do agree with that because I do love and trust the process every day. But I think sometimes you're just like, when is that gonna happen?
Yeah.
You do. You like, we're all
100%.
human. We have those moments where you're like, no, but I've been grafting. Like, how come people aren't seeing me? But you are right. Like,
but when you apply it to something that's proven to be where you've done that, you're like, I didn't worry about that, and I got it. And I'm like, oh my God, so it does work. And all the things I'm worried about isn't working.
Yes.
It's giving don't chase, attract.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, so Dale, what piece of advice do you wish you had been given when you were starting?
Yeah, I think my piece of advice would be quite practical, really. I would suggest that creatives, as unappealing as it might sound at the start, to learn the art of business.
Yeah,
Wow.
right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's it can unlock so much, and it can reduce so much stress to just understand like the basics of negotiating, pricing, contracts, etc. You name it.
That's a big one. I think I try to talk to my clients that way. I don't just give them auditions, or I'll say, if you get to this round, this is what will come in. We're looking at it, because it's good for you to know.
Yeah.
And it will help as well. I think business. I think some people are so busy being the creative, but actually learning how it works.
Yeah.
You can be in on those deals and having a different conversation with the person that you work with. I think it's so important. I think you're right.
Great.
Yeah, and possibly even taking a creative approach to business.
Yeah.
Which is quite exciting. I think, personally speaking, and I guess just a bit of a generalization, but I feel like creatives tend to think that business is for other people.
Yeah.
Like, we don't do that here. That's not,
Don't need to
that's
know.
not our thing.
Don't need to know. No, yeah.
So just breaking barriers around that.
That's really important as well, to understand, because you understand your value that way.
Mhm. Yeah.
When you
Yes.
start to understand business, you're able to know, like, okay, I might be getting shortchanged here, or as you said, I could have a little bit of that business deal there if I knew what was going on. So it's really important.
But I guess it's like even training as an actress and now being the business side of things. When I hear actors talk and they come up with like concepts that don't exist, I'm like, no, do you know? It's because it works like this.
Yes.
Did you know that? And they're like, oh yeah. But it's like, if I wasn't there to teach them that, they'll be running with this idea of that they came up with. That's not factual. So it's always good to know the business side of things so that you can actually know the facts of it and know how, and also you know how it works.
So how do you go about having that sort of experience? Like, do I need to go and have an MBA now, or like what happens?
No, but I just think if you if you get an opportunity where you meet someone where it's an actor, or ask them those questions rather than how's it going now, how's the film doing. You can say, oh, like, when the contract first came in, like, were you happy with like what they came in at? Did you go back and like ask them the right questions for you to like then learn rather than the obvious questions, I think.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like mentorship is really helpful.
Yeah.
And then just reading, reading business books. You don't need to go and do a course. Like, I haven't done a course.
No.
Okay.
Sometimes I thought, oh, I should do a course, but I'm like, no, just read the book.
Okay. Do you have any book recommendations for us?
The one I'm currently reading is Never Split the Difference.
Yes.
By Chris Voss.
I would like to take that down.
Yeah. So yeah, all about negotiation.
Very good book.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess at first glance you'd be like, oh, this is kind of dry, but the storytelling is great.
And podcasts and things like listen. This is where people explain, like what we're doing.
Yes, that's so true. Have you read The Hard Things About Hard Things? I'm trying to read that one.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Do you think Think and Grow Rich is a good one? Does it even help? Is that business or is that motivation?
I Think and Grow Rich is a good book. It's also in a similar vein as like Change Your Paradigm by Bob Proctor.
I love Bob Proctor.
It's like all of those self-help books are really, well, I find them good. Some people look at them.
Robert Greene is a good one as well.
Exactly.
I guess they all kind of feed into like a similar sort of mindset of like, I guess, being in control, being able to influence, and also having a bit of an abundance mindset.
Yeah, that's it.
And like breaking that barrier of like, if I'm earning money from my creativity, the creativity is commercial, or it's like not as valuable, etc. But like the two things don't need to be separate.
But I think, Dale, what you said, I think knowing how something works, I think is the foundation.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're just going to be running off assumptions.
Yeah.
And that might not lead you to where and you're going to get frustrated. Why this isn't working? But know how something works. It's important. It's not other people's jobs. I think we're right there, I think.
Yeah.
Learn it.
Yeah. Is there anything that you guys would like to say? Anything that you'd like to share? Advice, tips, anything of that nature before we bring this podcast to a close, unfortunately?
I think just make sure you enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's going to be good and hard days regardless. So why not make the hard days like doing something you enjoy at least?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd agree with that. It's one thing to have a job that you're stuck in that you don't enjoy, but then if you love the thing you're doing, every day is a stepping stone. Even in like failing, it's not really failing, it's lessons, you know. So
Yeah.
I'd say always stay curious, stay open, and yeah, just don't worry about things, because it will come. If you love it, it will come.
I needed to hear that.
Yes. I think I would build on that. Like, curiosity is always like one of my main pieces of advice, I think, to myself and to others, is just to remain open. And even though you've studied one type of craft, like, be open to all of them, because there's always something to learn. And then I think to add to that, two other bits would be to focus on relationship building, again, coming back to the networking. And now it's escaped me. We'll go with that. I think it would be just to just keep making.
Yes.
I think sometimes we can get stuck in our head with like beautiful ideas and visions and concepts, but just get it done, get it out there, make it. Try once. If you fail, or if the first version isn't great, like, just keep moving and making.
Don't watch the numbers.
Yeah.
Do it for the passion.
Yes.
Like, I think social media has literally corrupted how we feel about the value of our own work.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't get the likes or the views, we think, it's not good.
Yes.
But it's not about that. It's about fulfilling
yeah.
your passion, you know?
Oh, it's easier said than done. But you're right.
Honestly, it is just about fulfilling your passion.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
eventually, like, you're just sending out bat signals.
Yeah.
And people will come. They'll come. Build it and they'll come.
That
Absolutely.
social media validation is for the birds. Like, you don't need that. Just do your work.
No, thank you guys so much. I feel so enriched and just like mind blown. And this has been so amazing. I don't even have the words or the vocabulary for it. But the last thing that I'm going to ask for you guys is to share your social media, any websites, any upcoming events or opportunities or internships, whatever you want to share. And then we'll bring the podcast to a close. But I've thoroughly enjoyed, you have no idea, I'm just not showing it, but I've enjoyed speaking to all of you, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Oh, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah,
This
thank
has
you.
been a blast.
Really appreciate it.
Can we do
Love
this again
hearing
next
your
week?
stories.
Yes! I could sit here all day.
Oh my gosh, I'd love this. So I guess from my side, two events that I'd love to share would be Canva Creators coming up in April. So that's April 10th. You can sign up online for the virtual session, and that's free. And we'll be, I guess, sharing all of Canva's new launches and like a load of exciting new features, and just it's going to be fab. And then besides that, I think for emerging creatives at the Canva office in London, we have an event that happens, I guess, every 2 months or so, where we partner with an organization called Creative Lives in Progress. And it's essentially like a networking event for creatives, but it's super fun. It's more about community building than it is about networking, which is rad. So would 10 out of 10 encourage folks to attend that. And then, LinkedIn, that's me. Find me on LinkedIn, Dale Hanscoggins.
You can find me on the Curtis Brown website. If you type in Curtis Brown to Google, if you type in my name, Ashley Hall, you can see my email and my list, my current list. And that's probably the best way to find me.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, best way to find me is on LinkedIn as well.
Okay.
Kieran Kenlock. And I guess I would just want to plug a book that I was contributing to last year called Are We Allowed to Just Dream? Which is a book about black footballers that have not been celebrated as much as they should do with the foundation within the world of sport. It's a book which champions their stories in 6 chapters, published by the Ladder Boys from Amsterdam. And that's a really cool book nice coffee table book.
That's so cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. I've had so much fun doing this. I look forward to meeting you in the industry somewhere, somehow. I don't know. God willing, fingers crossed.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
You are now listening to Radioactive 1.0.
This is Radioactive 101.
Okay, hello. We're coming to you live from the Royal Docks of Sustainability Campus? Centre of Sustainability Campus at UEL, live at radioactive.org, and also on YouTube at RADIOACTIVE 2.0. So you can find us there if you want to listen to us. Right now I'm joined by Amy. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Good. How do you spell Amy?
It's Aimee.
I thought so.
It's
Okay.
the French way, even though I'm Spanish.
Oh, blimey, that's confusing. Okay, but it's Amy.
It's Amy. That one's not
Brilliant.
confusing.
Can you tell me why you're here and a bit about yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. So, as you know, it's the Creative Industries Festival today, and I work in the creative sector. I am a runway producer for fashion shows, so I'm the bossy one that organises fashion shows, and I run a company called The Fashion Breakdown, which is a careers advisory service for people that want to work in fashion. So I come into educational settings, colleges, schools, universities, and talk about different careers within the industry, and offer work experience and internships to come and work with me on shows.
Brilliant. And so you would you take in students from here as well.
Students. I take students from nationwide.
Right.
So the majority of the shows that they will get their internship or work experience on are in London, and
Right.
predominantly through London Fashion Week, which is in February and September.
Right.
However, there can be distance work experience and intern opportunities of working with my company, but we do it online.
Wow.
The perks of modern technology allows
Right.
for that.
And
So
is that because of COVID as well, or?
yeah, partly. We were starting to do it very gently before kind of Teams and Zoom were Teams and Zoom and
Right.
a thing.
Yeah.
But definitely since COVID, a lot of educational settings, as well as companies like my own, had to pivot and find a different way. And so the online opportunities are very, very popular, and that can be really light touch as writing a blog post for the website, or it can be doing some event management from a distance, to actual physical work experience where you come and work with me directly with my company, either in my office space, or if it's during Fashion Week, we can then meet in London and they'll come and work on shows with me there.
So somebody living in a completely different country,
Yeah.
for example, could write a blog post
Absolutely.
for you.
Yeah, for my company.
And get paid for it?
So there's two different options. So I have unpaid work. Unfortunately, one of the problems with the fashion industry,
Mhm.
one of its many, is that there is an expectation of a lot of unpaid work.
Mhm.
I did a hell of a lot of unpaid work before I got to where I am within the industry and being paid to run fashion shows and be a producer. So there are unpaid opportunities, but there are also paid opportunities. So I have unpaid internships, and I also have paid work experience opportunities as well.
Awesome. So what's your story? You said, so you've done a lot of free work,
Mhm.
or work, volunteering almost. So how did you start out?
I'm a bit of a wild card in the sense that I have no formal training or education in fashion or events management.
Awesome.
I'm just a girl that goes, yeah, I can do that, and then figure it out along the way.
Yeah, good.
But that was also why I set up my company, actually, is because I want people to be able to make better informed choices, to get those experiences and decide, actually, yeah, this is great and I love it. Great, I can help you. Or actually, this isn't for me. And that's even better, because then you haven't spent thousands and years at university studying for something that isn't for you.
Right.
The fashion industry seems and is a very desirable and aspirational industry to work in. Don't get me wrong, it's great. I love it. I've travelled a lot. I get a lot of free stuff. Lovely. But it is also notoriously toxic and very, very competitive. And so being able to give that information over, share that knowledge, and give experiences for you to be able to make a better informed choice as to whether it's for you or not, that's what I did. I didn't have that opportunity when I started out. I was just a girl who thought, I'd always wanted to be the bossy one at the back of fashion shows. Don't ask me why. I clearly have a skill set of being bossy. I'm not tall enough to be a model. I'm not creative in that way to design. But I did. I always wanted to go, and now you go, and now you go down
Good
the
for
runway.
you.
Yeah,
Good
a bit
for
of an
you.
odd dream to have as a little kid, but
It is. So you said you got your own company?
Yes.
Right. Wow. Right.
Mhm.
What's it called again?
it's called the Fashion Breakdown.
Fashion Breakdown. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. So the Fashion Breakdown is the name of your company. And you set it up when?
I actually set it up for my 30th birthday present to myself. So it's been running now for 8 years. We were predominantly just delivering in schools and colleges, doing workshops, doing talks, industry things, and then internships just during Fashion Week, which is February and September. However, since COVID and lockdown, the blessing and the curse that it was, allowed me to pivot online, and so now I offer a much wider range of opportunities, as well as connecting and building a community that get involved now in different ways.
Wow, so a runway producer.
A runway producer, yeah.
My God. So you've got your own company.
Yep.
So how does being a runway producer run in tandem with owning your own company?
I don't do as much now because what I do is I am now
as much runway producing.
Yeah.
Right.
So a runway producer is basically a project manager for a fashion show.
I see.
So you're basically coordinating and managing the ins and outs of a runway show or an event. So event management to the extreme.
Right. Okay.
And so that can be, and I do that both here in the UK and internationally. So one of my first shows was actually in Portugal, and so I had to manage the logistics of models and designers flying internationally, a language that I don't speak, working with tourist boards from other countries that have expectations, different press from country to country. It was a great learning curve.
I'm sure. Did you mess up at all?
Oh God, yeah, I went to bed crying every night.
Oh,
but
bless. Right.
It was fantastic at the same time,
Right.
and it taught me a lot. But this is also why I've set up the company, because I don't want people to have to go through that experience.
Right.
Like I said, I'm not formally trained or have formal education in event management or in fashion, so I really threw myself into the fire to learn.
So sorry, go on.
Okay.
The Portuguese experience happened at the very beginning.
At the very beginning of my career.
That was your first
and
gig,
it was,
as it were.
So I had always worked. I'm a little bit older than probably some of your students, that when you could leave high school at 16 and they didn't track you. Now you have to stay in education until you're 18.
Right.
At 16, I'd had a full-time job and I was off. I liked the money.
Yeah.
And so I'd always worked in jobs that were around fashion, so clothing stores, high street stores. New Look, for example, was one of the best shops that I worked in because I
Which
wanted...
is gone now, right?
No, New Look is still here. It's Topshop that's
gone.
gone.
I'll get them mixed up.
I did work for Topshop as well.
Right. Wow.
But I was always around clothing because I wanted to learn about trends. I wanted to learn about different cuts of clothing. I wanted to learn about visual merchandising. Taking a job that seems pretty average and generic, you can really take out what you take out of it. And so I used it as a learning experience.
So even if it's just shop floor stuff.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yep, absolutely.
And from that, you done all that before you set up.
Yep. So then
Fashion Breakdown.
I got some retail management experience. So I learned about buying. I learned about different trends. I learned about, like I say, visual merchandising. And so I took that and I got a job in a hotel in the events department because I didn't have any events experience. I wanted to work in events and didn't have any experience.
Makes perfect sense. Yep.
So I did that, and that worked out really well. And then
What hotel was it?
So I'm not based in London. I'm based just north of London in Luton.
Yep.
So the Luton Hoo Hotel and Spa.
Yeah. Okay.
So a nice hotel.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
I worked there, and I got trained as an event manager there, as well as being an administrator there.
So when you joined that hotel, was it as an event manager or with training, or was it something else?
No, so I didn't have any experience in event management because I'd only worked in retail.
So but you got trained up in there.
I was a little bit ballsy, and in the interview I went as a waitress. I thought, let me just get myself in there and I will worm my way in, I'll build myself up, I'll get there.
So you literally waited tables?
I went to the interview and the gentleman that interviewed me was the event manager.
What are the chances?
I know.
Right.
And he said, can I ask you why you're applying for this? Because I got quite high in retail management within that time of a few years before I went to the hotel. And he said, because you've got so much managerial experience, why are you coming in as just as an entry-level job? And I said, well, to be honest, I want to do event management, but I don't have experience. So I thought I'd get in and then work my way up. And he said, okay, where do you see yourself in 2 years' time? And I was a bit sassy, and I said, well, with your job. And he said, well, if you're still here in 2 years' time, you can have my job. So what we'll do is you'll come in as the administrator for the conference and banqueting department because you have a lot of administrative skills from being a retail manager. But we'll also train you up as an event supervisor so that you can learn to be an event manager. So I said, fantastic. And that's exactly what happened.
This was all at the interview?
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually wait any tables?
No.
Right, you went straight in with his help.
Well, as an event supervisor, you still work on the events as well as supervising the events. So, of course, I'm still running out dishes into the chafing dishes and things like that, and dealing with clients.
Yeah.
So you do still
it's
work
not glamorous.
the floor. It's not glamorous.
No.
but it got me where I needed to be,
Yeah.
and that was fine. And whilst I was at the hotel, I volunteered to work on a really local grassroots fashion show.
In Luton?
In Luton. Called a company called Fashion Show Live, and they were fantastic, and I supported them. And the choreographer that was there for the show was working with the tourist board of this island in Portugal that wanted to host this event for quite a high profile client over there, and said, "Oh, Amy, would you like to do this?" And I said, "Yeah, I can do that."
Yeah.
Yeah, ran home every night watching YouTube of how to steam clothing and what do you need for a fashion show and all of that.
Brilliant.
And it just spiraled from there. From there I did London Fashion Week, then from there I did Ibiza Fashion Festival, then from there I went to Paris, and then now the shows and the internships, they can be international too, because I've worked on those shows and got those relationships. So I did take some students over to Ibiza with me for the Ibiza Fashion Festival.
Which was when? That was
about 3 years ago now.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So it's been an interesting journey.
My
like
God.
I say, because I didn't have that formal training, there's been a lot of on-the-job training.
Right.
There's been a lot of on-job learning. There's been a lot of learning.
Sure.
But at the same time,
And there probably still will be as well. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what I'm finding with my company now. Like I said, during lockdown, fashion show stopped. And so a lot of people, especially within the creative industry, had to find other ways to get work. And so I was hired by a lot of arts organisations and companies to help support them and their artists in developing their creative idea and business. Similar to an event, fashion event, the designer comes with their designs and says, showcase this to the world and make it popular. Similar to what these companies were asking me to do, was either help their company become popular and get new audiences, or these individual artists and creatives, this is my creation, can you help me get it out to the world? And so I was hired to do that, which is a lot of creative producing. So that producer title's still there.
Right.
Fancy word for project manager.
Right.
But fine. But then I started doing that. And that really led to me even building more of a wealth of knowledge of understanding different creative careers and how they link into each other.
Awesome.
Yeah, very, very good.
What do you think, anybody coming today, or will you be here today and the next few days?
I'm
or are you
only
just,
here today because
you're
I
only
have
here
a
today?
whole weekend of events, so
Of
I
course
have
you do.
to, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a bit
so
bonkers.
if anybody does manage to turn up today, what will they get from you?
So I've had a variety of people come speak to me today.
I'm sure.
Some that have got a real vested interest in fashion, and some that are just curious because I'm doing a giveaway. So they just want to sign up and enter. I don't mind either way. You're more than welcome to.
Good.
But you'll get advice. You'll get conversation. You'll get a friendly face. And hopefully you'll take something with you that will make you feel more confident in whatever career you want to go in, because the fashion industry is the industry that I focus on. But ultimately, searching for a job and having the confidence to go and develop your career and understand your journey can be used in any industry.
Right.
It's about building your confidence, about understanding who you are and your skill set that you have, and being
Right.
able to showcase that and be appealing to the person that you want to appeal to, or the industry that you want to appeal to.
And what I'm getting from today is also knowing what you don't want to do is just as important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's exactly, like I say, why I do the work experience opportunities. I want you to come, and to be honest, sometimes it's better that you say, no, actually that wasn't for me.
Right.
Because then at least we know.
You've narrowed it down.
It's almost like you want to get lots of no's to finally get that yes that is
Right.
that right yes.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
stuff. Well, amazing, Amy. Thank you so much. Short and sweet conversations, but just enjoy the rest of your day here.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for popping in.
Oh, you're more than welcome. And if anybody wants to connect, I know I'm not here for the next few days, but
Yep.
my company is The Fashion Breakdown. I'm on all social media handles and LinkedIn. So please just reach out, say
Right.
you heard me on the radio,
Yep.
and we can chat and see where we can lead
Fantastic. Okay, I hope people do get in touch. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, Amy. You're a star.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. Thank you.
to. Thank you.
All right.
I want to declare that from here on out, the 16th day of March is a national holiday.
Kid Purge, Kid Purge.
If you want to know what 316 Day is all about, give me a hell yeah.
What? What?
I said, if you want to know what 316 Day is all about, give me a hell yeah.
Hello, hi. Hello. Big nasty bassy, where I just slide on time. Slide real quick. Yeah. Big stop ringing my line. Stop it. I got less patience than a GP. Wait, let me not lie. Let me not. Boy, better know. Come and don't miss this thing. Never. Lionel Messi, man, I don't miss this thing. I know. All of a sudden, can you make me sick? Pour my beer, let my phone just ring. 316, I'm a stone cold stunner. They don't chat about selling their soul. Move like Kane and his deadbeat brother. List from 1 to 10, you ain't one number. Calling me heartbreak kid, the way it came just linked your mother. Hitting it Monday roll for the world to see. Eat when I'm fucking broke, I still manage to eat. Eat when I'm fucking broke, I still take it to see. And eat when I'm fucking broke, I still live like free. 1 bit, 2 bit, 3 bit, 4.
We are? Okay, we're live from the Royal, I never get this right, the Royal Docks, I must write it down. The Royal Docks for the Centre for Sustainability at UEL Docklands campus. Yep, good. I am joined by, what's your name, mate?
Ashish.
Ashish?
Yeah.
All right. How'd you spell that?
That's double A.
Yep.
S-H-I-S-H.
Ashish. Right, great name, dude. Good. Who are you and why are you here?
I'm a graduate intern working on the Creative Industries Festival.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just here helping around across the festival. Even prior to this, I took on the role as graphic designer, so I created a few of the graphics, like
for this event.
Yeah, for this event.
Great.
For example, like the animated maps that you might see on socials. I made that, and some of the signage around RDCS, which is this building we're in currently. So yeah, that's what I've been currently doing. Yeah.
Right, excellent. And so the maps.
Yeah.
What did you call them? You called them interactive maps, or what did you call them?
Animated maps.
Animated maps.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just watched a video on YouTube on how to kind of create, because I'd never done graphic design ever in my life before.
Right. So what do you actually study?
I did sports journalism last year.
Sports journalism.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So you're a graduate intern in sports journalism. So you've got no formal graphic design experience?
No.
So I literally went on YouTube and...
it was the first time I downloaded Adobe Illustrator, which was last month. And like it was complete start from scratch.
Wow.
And I had to follow this like 2-hour video, but I had to follow it in stages, like stop, start, because they were going so fast.
Right.
And I couldn't understand like what tools they were touching, what shortcuts they were using.
Right, so you're pausing.
Yeah, I'm understanding what they're saying, and then like what tools, like zooming in on the video.
Were you asked to do this?
I kind of picked it up on myself.
Right.
Because I saw it on a kind of like, we have a to-do list, and I saw.
When you say we
as a team.
For this festival?
Yeah, for the festival, we have a to-do list, and on that to-do list, like in July time, I saw that as one of the things to do, and I thought like, okay, that seems quite fun to do.
And nobody else has put themselves up for it yet?
Yeah, it was kind of like not high up in the priorities list at the time, because you know the festival was happening in September and it was July, so now. Come July, I was like, you know what? Let me just take that on.
That's
myself.
brave.
And then, yeah, it just sounded fun because I always like maps.
Yeah.
I'm interested in geography and stuff like that. So I was like, as soon as I saw the word map, I was like, yeah, that's me.
Wow. Okay. So an animated map.
Yeah.
Which is great. So yeah, I have seen it. Yeah. But you don't think, oh, actually, there's somebody behind that doing that.
Yeah.
Somebody has had to do that, and that somebody is you. That's really cool. So obviously you very kindly came in earlier on and offered us lemonade.
Yeah.
So your role here is a bit of everything, I would imagine.
Yeah, just running around basically.
Yeah, and this lemonade is amazing, by the way. It's raspberry lemonade, and I do recommend it. organic razza.
It is really nice.
Cool,
It is
cool.
really nice.
So you're not part of the cafe team over there as
No,
such? No. Okay.
I'm part of just the festival team.
Right.
So just looking after the people coming in for talks,
Right.
Whether that be for the BBC, like for today,
Right.
or Cine Circle, or whoever, or exhibitors.
Yeah.
Directing people, just helping in any way that I can.
Brilliant.
Helping the team, putting up signage. I must say, like, a big thanks to the team as well.
Yeah.
It's not just me; it's the members of the team. Just coming in
how
really
big
early.
is the team?
It's quite big. I would say like maybe 20 to 30.
Brilliant.
I'd say.
So people are coming in early. What
the-
time did you get in?
I came in at, I would say, 8:30.
Good. So it's an
Yeah.
early start for you.
Yeah,
just-
really early
right.
start, and just a couple of hours of prep always
Right.
helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it shows the dedication from not just myself but the team.
Yep.
To come in early, and we really care about this festival.
And it's really running smoothly so
Yeah.
far, right?
Thank
Good.
you.
So is there any advice you would give to anyone that wants to come here over the next few days? Is there anything that you'd like to say to them to make their experience a little bit more productive than it might well be?
I would sign up to as much as I can, because if I'm someone going to an event and I have interest in something, even if it's not a strong interest, it's just like at the beginning, the interest is still kind of like trying to get out, it's trying to peak a bit. Then I would say to people interested, just sign up to as much as you can, because it makes sense. We're all human. Like, there will be a talk that maybe you didn't kind of relate to, or you didn't engage in as much, but there might be that talk at the end of the day that you say, that was the highlight of my day, and that's what I'm going to think about the rest of the day.
Right. Even if
So-
you've not had positive experiences in other parts.
Yeah, but I can assure you, like, all the speakers, all the talks, all the exhibits, all the activities for this festival that we've set up, they're all so engaging, and it's not like you leave thinking like, oh, I've done that before, or I haven't learned anything. You will learn something,
Right.
for sure.
And were you here last year?
No.
Right. Okay.
I was here last year as a student.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. But not for the festival.
No.
So next year, if everything goes well, will you be doing this again?
If I'm asked to, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Excellent. Well, Ashish, top man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Short and sweet interviews,
Yeah.
So we're just keeping it rocking.
Yeah.
Thanks for the lemonade.
Yeah. No.
All right.
If you need any more, ask me.
Oh, will do. Definitely. Yeah. You can. Yep, we're on. Okay, hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Colin.
Colin. Hello, Colin.
Hi.
I'm Alex. Tell us a bit about yourself and why you're here.
So I'm a second year journalism student. Just came in to check it out. There was a really cool talk with the BBC. I'm really hot on trying to do something with mental health. So hearing them talk about the different topics that they wanted to explore and how they got into their career was absolutely amazing.
Was that for the Asian Network?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. And so you found that interesting?
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear, especially how there's no sort of linear pathways in finding your career anymore. It's all about just being open-minded and kind of saying yes to everything.
Right.
Which I'm all about. I was really sort of feeling insecure to start with, that I didn't have kind of a set pathway, and it's just been so eye-opening and amazing. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So you said insecure, what, before today?
Yeah, and just generally, there's a lot of pressure at the moment in trying to sort of niche down and knowing exactly what you want to do. But I'm definitely more about staying open-minded and just saying yes to pretty much anything that comes my way.
It's got to be the way forward, hasn't it?
Exactly.
That is
yeah.
definitely what I'm getting today. And also, like I've said earlier on, knowing what you don't want to do is just as important.
Exactly, and setting those boundaries, it's so important. And again, it's something I've always taken for granted because I've always worked in hospitality. So,
right.
You're just constantly going, and to hear actually no, let your heart and your mind have a bit of a think about what you want to do and where you want to go.
It's great.
And just knowing that, you can pretty much do anything as long as you're a yes guy and you can just say yes, really.
Yeah, right. And you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 32.
Okay.
So I'm doing things a little bit backwards. I've never done life conventionally. This is UEL's been just the best fresh start. Yeah, it's been genuinely amazing.
That's
so,
amazing.
yeah.
What a lovely thing to say. So this is your second year?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so you've obviously done one already, and how long have you got left?
1 more year. Yeah, but I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. So
No, exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And what do you hope to get from all of it?
Honestly, at the moment, it's sort of finding, as cliched as it sounds, it's about finding myself and finding my voice and sort of what I really want to say to the world. Because, yeah, like I said, I've never done life conventionally. I've always sort of bounced from pillar to post here and there, and I now feel like I'm really settling, like I found my place and my people.
So exactly, your clan, your tribe.
Yeah, yeah.
So you said you were in hospitality before. Doing what?
Mostly waiting. I worked in a well-known chain for quite some time, where essentially you were a bit of a clown on the front door,
right?
Which was all good fun, but the company has gone from sort of downhill to downhill, and it was just like
without
I've
mentioning any
always
names.
I've always been in that industry, like I said, and it's just never been where my heart is, and it gets to a point where, as great as the tips are sometimes, it can't always be about the money.
You can't rely on that. It's not about that, is it?
Yeah, and I knew that I always wanted to do something with mental health, like I said, because I'm bipolar. I was diagnosed 2022 after years of like total self-destruction and just getting into trouble.
So in your 30s, you were diagnosed with
bipolar.
And how do you go about getting diagnosed for something like that?
It took for me to get to the very limits of my mental health. I ended up in hospital, and it's a long, convoluted journey.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't want to say it happens, but unfortunately it does.
But it took you to that point to get...
Yeah, I had years of doctors sort of just shouting at me, telling me to stop behaving the way that I was. There's sort of red flags, I think, looking back in hindsight's the mother of all.
Yeah.
Really, but yeah, like looking back, I think there's always been red flags. I think people just haven't been having the conversations that we maybe need to have to sort of raise awareness.
Absolutely.
And, I think everyone says raise awareness, don't they? I think we all know about it now. It's just time to sort of try and come about actual change. But
nice one. That's really cool. So now that you've been formally diagnosed, was it like a weight off your shoulders?
Honestly, it really is. Again, cliched as it sounds, it's such an uplifting. And
it's not cliched at all, is it? I mean, it's such a personal thing.
And it really did change my life overnight. The medication, it's going from sort of antidepressants to proper... sort of, they're not quite antipsychotics that I'm on, but the difference overnight, like I was just staring down this corridor in the hospital, and it was sort of wiggling like a worm, and then all of a sudden there were no racing thoughts. It was like just completely clear, and I can't explain that feeling, that sensation.
It was like the fog had been lifted.
Genuinely, and there was just nothing in my head, and it was like the whole world was suddenly my oyster, and I felt like I could literally do anything.
Dude.
And then landing here at UEL, it's just been incredible.
So what made you take the first plunge to apply even to become a mature student?
At that point, it was like, I feel like I've already lost the world. So what is possibly else that could go wrong at this point? Like, it was genuinely just like,
You've got nothing to lose.
If I don't do it now, then I'm never going to do it. And it's about time I did prioritise myself. I've sort of, not to victimise myself, but I've always been at the end of other people's sort of decision making, and I've always sort of tried to please other people. So I was like, you know what, this is it.
Time to take control back.
If I don't do it now, then it's just never going to happen.
Amazing story, man. So just keep going. You know what I mean? It's a really inspiring story.
Oh, thank you.
You know, and I hope enough people are listening that they can get some inspiration from you.
I really appreciate that.
And so you want to get into journalism.
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of drawing that line, though, isn't it, between being really angry and wanting to sort of just slap people around the face a little bit, if I'm being completely honest.
Right.
To then finding a way of doing that in a way that actually talks to people. It doesn't preach, and it doesn't, like...
Not patronising.
Yeah. Like a lot of theatre tries to do it, and I'm obsessed with theatre for that reason. But it does get to the point where you're like halfway in the end of Act 2, and you just start shouting at you, and I'm so against that. But it's like really noble what they're trying to do, but just to be yelled at the end of a play or something is crazy.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. No, exactly. Oh, bless. Colin, you're a star. It's an amazing, inspirational story you've got.
Thank you.
I think you should write about it.
Oh, it's definitely a film or a play or a book.
Yeah, there's a book in there somewhere. You know, it'll probably be a bestseller. Oh, brilliant. Well, bless, mate. Short and sweet talks we're having here today, but
it's been a pleasure, and I love that this is happening.
Brilliant. Are you here just for today or for the whole week?
Just for today. I sort of stumbled on it by accident, but it's been incredible.
Okay.
So, yeah.
We'll come back. You know,
I will.
and there's always next year as well. So,
thank you.
Cheers, Colin. Bless. Top man. Thank you. Good luck. Hello, we are coming to you from the Royal Docks Centre for Sustainability, Docklands campus at UEL, live at radioactive.org and also on YouTube at Radioactive 2.0. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name's Diana Samakula.
Adana?
Diana.
Oh, Diana, sorry. Okay, all right, Diana. Tell us a bit about yourself and why you're here today.
I'm originally from Uganda,
Mm-hmm.
and I've lived in Britain since I was 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Woolwich.
Woolwich.
Yes, Woolwich
Okay.
Arsenal.
Yeah,
That's a royal borough.
it is.
Well, I came here for friends, to see what he's doing.
Today?
He invited me today.
Right.
And I thought to myself, after I'd done my exercise in the morning, I thought, why not? I'm not
Mhm.
doing anything today. Let me just go and wander around.
Mm.
At least we got lost. So I got off the wrong station, and I was like,
Oh, that
I
happens.
kept calling him, yeah. But I'm glad I came, actually.
Right,
'Cause
and who's your friend?
Edgar.
Right.
Edgar Japian.
Okay, and what does that friend do?
He does media.
Here?
He's into media, yeah.
Right, is he a student here?
He's a student,
I
yes,
see,
yeah.
okay. So why are you a creative person? Would you consider yourself an artistic
I
person?
would consider myself an artistic, yeah.
Right, and in what area? What's your favourite
When
area?
I came here, and he's what I was meant to be watching from him was finished, because I came a bit late and it was past 12.
Right.
So I asked one of the ladies, what's going on? What is here? And he said, oh, they're doing some talking. I'm thinking, talking. But when she said they're doing fashion, I was like, wow, let me go and see what fashion has got.
Okay, so the fashion side got you more than any other area.
The fashion has got me. Why does fashion got me? Because I have a friend who's doing fashion, and because I like dressing up.
Mm-hmm.
So I've also seen that they have the African side to it as well. And I was like, what is this? So I'm glad I stayed.
Absolutely.
Very
absolutely.
glad I stayed, yeah.
So, fashion and Africa are two words that we don't really associate over here, do we,
No.
with each other? But
No.
when you think about the colours and you think about the vibrancy of the materials, especially the women wear, as well as the men with the hats and everything, it's amazing. So fashion really does play a massive part in Africa, right?
Yes, it does.
More so than we would think. I think, what I'm trying to get at is here it's quite bland. I think people are, I've got this blue thing on today, but, we are normally just in our sort of uniform clothing, so there's not really much a need for dressing up per se. So I would suppose what I'm trying to get at is there a connection between religion and fashion? I mean, what we call dressing up as your Sunday best, in your Sunday best to go to church, for example.
Yeah.
Just to look smart, But what I do realise is that a lot of worship is also connected to clothing and colour, blues and pinks and reds and yellows, all that kind of thing. Would you agree that there's a connection between fashion and worship?
Well,
bit of a heavy question, sorry.
no, it's good you asked. I don't even know if you know I'm a Christian.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And why they call it Sunday best? Because people normally dress up to go to church.
Exactly.
But at the same time, the Lord tells us to come as we are.
Yes.
So you can dress whatever you want to dress, really. But
Yeah.
what I saw here today, that they're also doing African style,
Yes.
I was really intrigued to stay.
Right.
Because I spoke to Amy, one of the fashion people, and she started explaining what she does, and I was like thinking, this is very interesting.
Yeah, it's eye-opening.
Very
So,
eye-opening.
and what do you do normally day to day?
I am an entrepreneur.
Right. Okay. All right.
I travel from here to Jamaica, from Jamaica to Uganda.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds a bit vague, but what? So you just travel? Or?
I travel and I bring products from Uganda
Okay.
to England,
Right.
from England to Uganda.
Right. Not fashion products. Or?
Not really fashion, no.
All
It
right.
could be food related, it could be clothes,
Right.
anything.
Right. Okay. So there could be a connection there with fashion and what you're doing as
Yes.
well. Have you got anything from today that you could take away that could help you in your life?
What I've got from today is you have to try anything. Because me staying here today in this rainy day, I was thinking, oh, might as well go home. I've missed whatever. And he told me, my friend told me, just stay, see what's going on. I stayed here, and I've got connections that I didn't know that I could be getting.
Yes.
I've listened to some people talking and how confident they are, and a lot is going on. So I'm glad I stayed. Yeah.
Good,
so
good.
what I'm taking out today is like, try things.
Yeah.
You don't know what's out there.
That's right.
Go and mix with people.
Yes, yes.
You don't know who you're listening to and what they could be bringing to the table.
That's right. That's so true. You could have just stayed at home, like you said, but now you're here chatting on the radio. So, will you be coming back any other days this week, or is it just today?
I am intrigued to come back.
You are?
Because I'm just thinking, why not?
Yeah.
I want to see what I missed.
Yeah, exactly.
Earlier, and see. It doesn't. I think I'm gonna even encourage a friend to come.
Good.
And speak to Amy if Amy's around tomorrow for fashion.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring a friend to come.
Good. And so that way you can help somebody else as well along the way, which is always great. Great. And so you're not a student here?
I'm not a student. I'm just a guest.
You're just a guest.
Yeah.
Great. And thank you to your friend for telling you about it, right? In the first place, and you coming here. That's wonderful. So I hope you do come back. Just even if it's for a few hours, you don't have to spend the whole day here.
Yeah.
But I do find that, people are finding out what they don't want to do more than what they want to do.
It's true.
And so that helps as well. Yeah. Great. Well, Diana, thank you. It's been a very short conversation, but we're getting through them today. So thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. And just enjoy the rest of the day. And we'll probably see you around during the week as well.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so
Diana.
much. Thank you.
Bless. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, you got everything here? Okay. All right. Thanks again, Diana.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Is it the whole thing? Okay, welcome back to the Creative Industries Festival. And we're now going to listen to something called the Makers and Mavericks session, which today, right now, involves a guy called Julian Alexander, who sits down with Hattie and Bazel to discuss the White Shirt project in the fashion department at UEL. Enjoy.
Live from East London. UEL Radio.
I am Julian Alexander, senior lecturer in film here at the University of East London. So I got Hattie in the house, and I have Basil in the house. I'm going to start with the one to my left. Hattie, do you mind just telling us a bit of who you are? Like, what is up?
I am year group leader for Level 5 Fashion Design, and on top of that, active practitioner in the fashion industry. So I do have my own brand, which is also my name, Hattie Crowther.
Just for y'all not to know how to find the brand, you know what I mean? Hattie Crowther is Hattie Crowther. All right, so Basil, who are you?
Hello, my name is Basil Lamb. I'm a lecturer in fashion design. I'm also year group leader for Level 4. and I'm a menswear designer. That's pretty much it.
So, I mean, tell me about your design, though. I mean, I know about Hattie Crowther, but what you rocking? You're rocking your own gear right now, man. That's not very humble. You know what I mean? You're wearing your own gear right now. What's on your hat right now?
This is just one of the cap that I did for my lookbook for the MA collections that just before I graduated. But that's not the main thing. I'm also wearing one of my own trousers today, actually. Ooh, yeah. Very humble. I don't show anyone. I don't tell anyone. This is actually the first time I talk about it in public.
So talk about some of the projects that you do, though, right? You know, because one big project that y'all do, right, is the white shirt project.
Yes.
Right, which is quite interesting. So you can just give a little bit about this project, because it's something that's also a mainstay within your fashion design department. Yeah. You know what I mean? So what's that all about?
So for us in level 4, the first project is a white shirt project. The projects go through all 3 modules. Pretty much the project is focused on identity and context. I always ask students to see it as like introductions about themselves to us or to the university or to the world, really. Because a lot of them don't have experience in designs before, so that it's really just trying to get them to think how they can reinterpret a white shirt into their own personal design philosophy or aesthetic, etc.
What's the most wild interpretation you got so far?
This year, I actually got a white shirt that is a chair. So it's very difficult to describe it, and it sounds quite crazy. You have to see it. Like, yeah, I'll send over a video. It's actually just a foldable chair that made it of a shirting fabric.
And I imagine too, you know, maybe sometimes, you know, people just turn in a white shirt.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what's up.
Yeah, it was true. It's like I feel like everyone comes into thinking like white shirt is one thing, but then obviously through the research and thing, then they really understanding like how they can break into like the world of redesigning archetype, but then they can only redesign it through like understanding something. So that's like the beauty of the white shirt project, is allowing students or teaching students how to research and understand in the context why things are certain things in society. Then they can shake it up and have fun with it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's the context of the white shirt.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Hey, bleach.
It's true. It's
All
true.
right. So tell me about your non-binary project that you got going.
So this has actually kind of evolved over the years with the level 5s. So I've been teaching here for 5 years now, and it originally is a menswear project, then it went to an archetype project, like outerwear project, and now it is, and then to a tailoring project, and now non-binary tailoring. So like, the students are ever evolving. We need to kind of reiterate that in the curriculum. It gets them thinking about the fashion industry in a different kind of perspective. Like Fashion Week obviously joined genders in lockdown, which has been well received by the industry. I think pretty much everyone, to be honest. So I think it's getting them to think, you know, who are they actually designing for? More often than not, you get students that just design for themselves and they never necessarily get the best outcomes. Also, we're all in fashion to make money at the end of the day. So they need to establish their demographic and who they're designing for. And I think non-binary tailoring really challenges them, not only just like technically, but also, again, what are the bodies that they're designing for. So that's the challenge with that project. And I do think, we've had some great outcomes with that thus far.
Outside of fashion, you know, when you think about more inclusive practice, just like this, because I think it's quite, like, really cool. The students' reactions, you know, do you feel like their practice is being elevated, you know, as a result of a project like this?
Yeah, 100%, because again, it's not one size fits all. So I think in terms of, again, different body types to different genders, or what is gender, that's what we're trying to get them to question. I think obviously when you go into, like, I don't know, Selfridges or wherever, you know, there's a women's wear floor, men's wear floor and kids wear floor. Why is that? That's what we're getting them to ask themselves. Like, can they change that? Absolutely.
Word. That's what's up, and that's the future.
It is.
You know what I mean? These folks going to be the next up.
They better be.
All right, so, you know, one thing that I totally respect about fashion design and that I try to include into my own film practice as well with the students is just like your industry connections and the collaborations that y'all got going on, you know, and I think y'all are so good at kind of bringing the industry in and getting the students real world experience inside their module, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. What I love about what y'all do in fashion, one thing I respect that I try to include in my own practice, you know what I mean, is your industry connections, you know, and like you bring the industry to the students and give the chance for the students to engage, right, and work with the industry in like a nice kind of low stakes kind of thing. Like the stake for the students is the grade, not money, you know what I mean? And then you have these companies that come in and they're down to teach and give back to the students. in that way and give them an example or a taste, right, of what industry practice really is. So can you talk about some of your collaborations with industry, particularly the Shakhtar collaboration?
Currently, both level 4 and level 5 students are working on a project with Shakhtar Donetsk Football Club. For those who don't know the football club, it's a football club from Ukraine. They're currently playing for the Ukrainian Premier League, and also they're playing Champions League as well. Well, now in Europa League because they lost the last games. Anyway, we're asking the students to develop capsule collections of 6 for the football club. And it's quite interesting because level 4 will have a different take on that capsule collection. We also ask students to focus on sustainability. And I think there's something that's quite important for students to be aware, to start like researching or to understand how their practice can also impact in the world. Even though they think they're just students, but actually, you know, when they present their work to the world or to the industry, that it already has an impact into the world. And that's something that we're trying to get the students to think in that way. So don't think about like, oh, I'm just a student, I'm not going to make any impact in this world, especially, you know, just in first year. No, not really, because the industry is right there.
And then level 5, obviously, this is our child, isn't it? This project. It really is. It is our child, it's our baby. So level 5, again, still embedding sustainability goals. It's sportswear, so level 5 do tailoring projects and then sportswear projects. So heavily kind of focusing on ergonomics, functionality, but they are developing a lifestyle collection, so it's not necessarily the kits for the players and the performance element, but like all kind of football clubs, and your club in particular, because you're a Gooner, Arsenal, they are leading, but Arsenal are leading the kind of world of lifestyle garments. Like a lot of football clubs are trying to push this.
Yeah, it's really relevant to nowadays fashion as well, isn't it? You think about like in terms of trend or like in terms of context of fashions, everyone's trying to get on this like football kit or like this sort of blow core look, sort of trendy vibe things. So I think it's really important like to get students to start thinking about, you might not interested in football, but how can you still work for a client that, you know, potentially like that, you know, it's gonna go back into the industry and, you know, do something that have impact into the trend and stuff like that. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it seems to be the leading thing. With the Women's World Cup and the Euros up this year, it's you can't escape it. As much as, you know, some students are not happy necessarily doing football, but it is important that they learn to work with a live client and a live client brief, because you can't tell to me again. So obviously this is one of my courses, working with Nike last year for the Women's World Cup. If Nike are going to approach me and say we want you to do a collaboration, I'm not going to say no.
Yeah.
So it's getting the students to kind of think in that dynamic. How can they project their design narrative and their influence into the world of Shakhtar Donetsk in this particular context? What spin can they kind of put on this collaboration with football? And I think lifestyle garments, I think, is the best way for them to kind of explore that narrative.
Yeah, but also I think like for me, I think like with Shakhtar is such a special club because obviously Ukraine is at war, and Shakhtar has been playing in like a world stage football for many years now, and also, you know, they've been playing even during wartime as well. And I think there's something more than just football like within this club that the student can then look into, like resilience, you know, this idea of how can they, you know, playing away from home all the time. The idea is like, what is home? That's something students can then also look into that, you know. It's just something that me as, you know, I started as international students, you know, that's something I always look into, like what does home means to me. And, you know, I think that's something like always going to go back to my work, thinking like, okay, there's always elements of home elements within my work. And I think that I want students to start thinking in that way, how you don't particularly have to love football to work for a football club, because football club is so big. There's also including so many different community, different fan base as well. You don't necessarily have to design garments for football fans. There are people like, you know, not hardcore but still want to just get on the trend, or people, you know, there's so many different type of people within the football club. That's what I'm trying to say. So like they just need to dig deep and find out their person, their community, and just really celebrate it and just being authentic to themselves, and that's what makes it important. And I think that's also something that the football club's looking for. It's not about designing or redesigning the kit or designing another T-shirt for the fans. They can do that. It's simple. They know how to do it. But it's like, for me anyway, for this project, it's more for students to show the industry what they have been missing, what they have not been doing. So then there's a new voices in industry straight away coming from university. That's how I see it. So, yeah.
it's a beautiful thing, all that, and I think you're showing, I mean, I think it's super obvious that sports are beyond the sport. The actual sport, kind of any sport, if I sound philosophical, if you will, the actual sport of any sport is beyond the sport, right? Right. The culture exceeds it, basically, right?
Exactly.
So, and that's actually what's really important, right? I mean, so the people come around the idea of the game, but we can also see, we can't deny the impact that these games have, right? Especially on the world stage. And the fact where, based on what's going on in the world, we can all get behind what the Ukraine team is doing, despite the horrors that the country's facing. And I think here in the UK, we're fairly privileged to feel safe, right? As a country, right? Most of the time. And so I think having the students engage with people and with a country where that's not there every day can be quite interesting, right? And kind of shift our positionality in a way where it's like, wow, it can make us maybe recognize our privilege, right? That I think we have to do. And if we can't recognize our privilege, then that's a problem, as well. Because not everybody's in the same position. And some people literally are out there fighting wars and playing football, right?
True.
No doubt.
But I think let's also go back to like all the projects that we've been doing for all the year level as well. For like level 4 is the White Shirt project, level 5 is the non-binary tailoring. Everything. Also, we have sustainability project in level 4. We have all these topics for students to face this problem like heads on, things that the people avoid talking about. And I think that makes it different being at University of East London, like having, these kind of projects, because a lot of institutions don't talk about things like that. It's like, if you want to do that, do your thing.
Right.
But we're bringing it, you know what I mean?
They scared?
Eh?
They scared?
They scared?
Are they scared?
I don't know.
We got to, man. I asked one of my, I remember I was in class, man, we're talking about screenwriting. I was like, who here is into politics, you know what I mean? And one student in the back said, I hate politics. I was like, don't we all? But guess what? I don't have a choice. My existence is political, you dig? There are people who aren't feeling me, who don't like me just because of the way that I look. People in the world, right, where I walk into the room and they're triggered by that, right? They don't like it, right? And there's laws in existence, in place, right, to give people that look like me, that actually look like all of us. More rights, more a feeling of more equality. And it's something we're fighting for every day, and I think it's really, really important that we engage with that study in class, right? And to have an institution that allows us to do that is one of the most important things in the world, right? Because, I mean, it'd be a bigger issue, right, if they said that I can't talk about that, right? Because that's also our existence, right? If we're gonna talk about oppression, we're gonna talk about voices not being heard, we're talking about right to vote, right to be, the right to create art. Because I think the three of us are doing some of the most privileged art forms you can do. Every day, I just sit around and make up worlds, right? I play make-believe. I make movies. What? That's crazy. You know what I mean? Y'all over here, designing clothes. That's crazy. I think that's crazy. And I think it's super cool what you're doing. And hopefully, I certainly try to make my students aware of that. And I think through your projects, you're making your students aware of it just through the practice. It's a beautiful thing. Tell me about, you got Bianca Saunders, you got some more. So tell me about these folks coming in and what it means to the fashion design cohort.
Oh, do you want to start first with Bianca?
Yeah, I can do. So I'm actually teaching with Bianca at the moment with final years. So it's just great to have industry people and active practitioners that are taking part in Fashion Week and are established brands and coming and bringing their knowledge to the students. Because again, we're all active practitioners as lecturers as well, yourself included and Baz. So I think, having someone so established like Bianca, being able to just bring her in for because again, they're people. They are real people, and they just come in for chats like we do, and crits and tutorials, and they bring a different kind of spin on it. Like sometimes, we teach in academia, education, so we've got our academic heads on. So bringing people that are actually, out there 24/7 running the show to come in and kind of project it onto the students, but just share it with the students more than anything. I think is super, super important. And we also have my best friend Daniel Roger Heggie, who is designer for Charles Jeffrey, massive brand. He was with me last year on the non-binary tailoring, and now working with Baz. Again, hardcore tailor, super amazing designer. And again, just bringing his perspective into the narrative and the students' work, because we all have a different eye for different students' work. The more opinions, influences they can have to develop their work further, they'll become better esteemed designers, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%.
And you've got
Also, super lucky, like level 4, we have, like as you're saying, like, we have Danny, and also we have Christopher Rayburns, the creative director for Napapiri. So it's bringing that experience in, having a different set of eyes looking at students' projects. For level 4, we focus on sustainability. So having like the Danny and Chris at the same time is like super beneficial for students, because Chris always more focused on like the material side of things. Then you have Danny focus more like, being authentic, well-being and all that, like, being true to yourself, being styling yourself and generating designs and stuff like that. It's like, it shows students that, even just one project brief can go multiple ways. It's not just about, let's say, it's not just about football. It's actually about, it could be about dressing up as different characters in a stadium, or it could be about upcycling football field into garments. So it gives students a different lens, and I think that's super. They're super lucky. I'm actually super jealous of the students.
Yeah.
Here. Something I've never had throughout my education. So
what the industry needs, we recognize what we need from the industry, and then we bring that in, I think, to our style of lecturing and teaching. And I think that's why we're connected, as well. That's why I can kick it with y'all, because we're a bit similar, because it's not about, module guides.
Module who? No, I'm joking.
It's like that, but let's also think about student experience at the same time, right? It's and learning outcomes can be like water, you know what I mean? And so we gotta if like something can come up, and I think it's a fast moving industry too, where I couldn't imagine using my same module guide from 2 years ago, because we're in the type of industry, it's a creative industry, where we have to keep it moving. And I would say that's the difference between, I think, artistic world and rocket science. I got to be a little slippery, you know what I mean? So like, especially with this AI stuff, with all this stuff going on, you know what I mean? Like a new thing drops, 360 VR, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, cool, bet. Like last year, for instance, like all that Mid-Journey VR stuff dropped, Stable Diffusion, right? And I was like, that was like a week before my class started. And I was like, bet, I'm teaching that. Give me 4 weeks to learn it, to get there, because that's how quick it is. Yeah, and then the students also see you learning at the same time. And I think there's something really strong about kind of identifying, one, being curious, and two, like how to actually kind of self-learn to that point or whatever, because everybody's learning at the same time in the whole world. And suddenly you're catching up your student right to the same position other people are. Question of the week. Listen, is digital fashion still relevant in 2024? Wait, sorry, can we do a little bit more of an intro to like... Oh, bet. Yeah. All right, bet. So, look, the world's changing.
Well, why you look at me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Wait, what's going on?
Because the world's changing.
It is.
It's a different place than it was 100 years ago.
I hope so.
One of my favorite, in The Wire, there's a character named Slim Charles, and he looks at my man Brody Price. And Brody Price is like, because Avon Barksdale and stuff like that, that's who he was working for or whatever, he be out of the picture for a second, you know what I mean? And Brody's like, yo, who do I distribute stuff for and with, right? You know what I mean? It's a business, right? Slim Charles is like, yo, it's like this, and Brody's mad. Brody's like, no, what? That's not how we used to do it. And Slim Charles says, yo, then the old days. And the thing about the old days, they the old days, you know what I mean? What's wild is that in New Zealand, there's like some sort of reform thing going out, but they use that quote. They said to think about the old days, and I think about it all the time, because one thing that I've gotten, right, since I'm a little punk rock, I think we all are. You on your Avril Lavigne, you on your Baz, all black, looking like you about to spray paint something. And I'm just Julian Alexander out here at UEL in the streets, wilding out. And so, sometimes I have crazy ideas. I got wild ideas, similar ideas that you have. I got wild ideas. I'm like, yo, let me do this crazy idea, right? And they're like, Julian, that's not the way we do things. That's not the way we do things. You know, and I'm like, listen, the thing about the way we used to do things, the way we used to do things, you know what I mean? I'm Julian Alexander. This the way Julian does things. And then my student got to go to Shanghai. So, all right, we're gonna keep it like this. Hold up. So I love The Wire, right? And there's a character named Slim Charles in The Wire. And he has a great quote, and he's like, my man Brody Price is kind of wilding out because he's not feeling the way things are changing. And Slim Charles said, this is the way it is. And the thing about the old days, them the old days. And I always think about that a little bit, you know what I mean? I'm going to use this in the next podcast. I don't know. I got to figure out what I'm saying. I love that quote so much. Anyways, all right, cool. Point being, I'm going to find the way. All right, here we go. So I love The Wire, right? And I always think about how fast things move sometimes, right? And how we have to adapt. We have to adapt, right, to the moving industry, right? Because the industry changes so quickly. And I always think about, right, having to change, right? And sometimes we don't like to change either, you know what I mean? And for instance, my classes change every year. I say, I'm wild, you know? And sometimes folks are like, yo, Julian, you can't be changing stuff every year. No one's actually said that to me. But just imagine, yo, Julian, you can't be changing stuff everywhere. And I'm like, but I got to, because I think about the old days.
Go on. Finish it.
They're the old days. Yo, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I'm making a brief. Just for the Wire quote.
Oh, that's so good.
a whole video just on this.
Oh, man. All right, bet. So, cut that out. All right, anyways. Okay, got it. All right. So, I love The Wire. And there's a quote from a character named Slim Charles. My man Brody Price, he has to distribute things for people. If we know The Wire, we know what's up. But he's not feeling it right now. There's been a regime shift, if you will. And Slim Charles, he survived said regime shift. And Slim Charles says, bruh, you gotta chill. Doesn't think about the old days, the old days. What does that mean? You know, let's have a little fun, you know what I mean? Let's have some fun. And this is where we get deep. And so I have a question for you. This is our question of the week. Is digital fashion still relevant in 2024?
Of course it is.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Why? Like, what's up with that? Yeah.
Why? Because if lockdown taught us anything, is that we don't need to be churning out 5,000 collections a bloody year. And there are platforms out there that we can utilize to make our lives easier.
But we were inside during that time. That's why we weren't outside. So I didn't have to show my fit off every day. I wasn't having to wear, like, you know what I mean? Like in Mean Girls where, like, you had your Thursday fit for April or whatever. Anyways, you had to have a fit for 365 days. So you're saying that's not it?
That's not it. No, I mean, in terms of what is digital fashion, first of all? Because it can fall into...
You tell me.
A hell of a lot of things. So there's lots of different platforms out there that we can now utilise for teaching. But also, if lockdown taught us anything, is that, again, there's Clo 3D, there's all of these different avenues in terms of pattern cutting and not, again, having to waste paper, not having to waste fabrications and all of those elements that we have now learned because we had the time to in lockdown and utilise and embed that into the industry.
So you can pretty much learn the game through computer technology.
You're sewing online.
Bet. And that goes into the sustainability practice that you're talking about.
Exactly.
Dang, it's all connected, ain't it?
We all connect.
So, so Hattie, on the real, because I feel like I'm still a little bit lost on what digital fashion is. I mean, because I can't wear it. You know what I mean? Are we talking about, what were they called? Those things you could buy? NPCs?
NFTs.
That was, so what is up, though, with digital fashion, though? Like break it down for me, though. You said it's a big umbrella, right? But just give me one Rihanna.
One Rihanna?
Umbrella? That was her song.
I see.
That was crazy.
Again. But yeah, you've got me into bringing people to a show. Again, utilising like friends to model your garments. And there's that kind of area of like digital for me personally. And then the digital platforms of like utilising the technology and AI that is out there to be more sustainable with your practice. Which is, again, in lockdown, everyone was asking for Clo 3D. Like Clo 3D, people that would work in Clo 3D, and no one knew it. No one knew the technology. So I think having that time, academics were learning it, so we could then teach it at establishments. But it goes beyond Clo 3D because there's more things coming out. like literally every week.
Yeah, I think digital fashion's also like, it's a tool, isn't it? To a certain extent, it's just or another way of showcasing your work. It's I think it's relevant, but it's not the thing only. I think a lot of people talk about digital fashion as in like, oh, the fashion is only going to be like digitalized in the future. I don't believe that. I think I believe in like fashion is still going to be like, it's still going to exist as what it is now, but also have digital fashion alongside it. It's just another way of showcasing or another way of working, another way of thinking of what fashion is. But then again, the question goes back to what is fashion really?
Yeah.
How can we justify what fashion is?
Right, there's another beast in these streets, a digital beast called artificial intelligence. There's been 1,000 movies about this, whether it's 2001: A Space Odyssey, whether it's Eagle Eye starring Michelle Monaghan and Shia LaBeouf, whether it's freaking anything else where a computer goes crazy, Smart House from the Disney Channel. All right, man, we've learned through art, and now life is imitating the art, and that's what's crazy. So how will AI impact the fashion industry? And this can be positive too. I know I came in real biased and all negative, right? It doesn't have to be negative, but AI can be a good thing as well. It's making things more accessible for a lot of people. In the same way this Clothes 3D is doing for everybody now in your industry.
Impact the fashion industry with AI is huge. Everyone's talking about AI now. I mean, it's the thing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I do see there's pros and there's also cons of it. I think, pros is, it helps designers generate quicker ideas, and hopefully in the meantime it's also finding smarter way or faster way for company to tune things out quicker and cheaper in that context. But I also think at the same time the cons would be for me anyway, and that's something I also worried about, is if students utilize AI too much, it becomes quite generic because they just punch in, for example, let's go back to the White Shirt Project, for example. If you're going to use the White Shirt Project and combine with AI, I'm kind of worried that if they just punch in white shirt and a topic of what they research comes out, it's still going to be that white shirt. Is losing that sort of human idea, human stories behind it. And I think
the chair.
Exactly, and losing the chair, exactly. And I think being creative is so important. Being creative to me is about telling your stories. Things that you put out there is about your story. They're things that you believe in or who you are. Ultimately, it's something along the line. That's what I believe in. And I think if people rely on AI or or other similar technologies too much, you sort of lose that touch of the stories. But that's what, to me, what us is about as human. It's about our stories, about our identity, about things that we went through or we're going through. That makes us important and beautiful. So that's my take on AI. I'm not sure if I answer your questions.
No.
That's right.
Hey, it's all. I mean, we're in the mix. We're in the trenches right now. And all of us have to figure out what to do. And I think everything's up for discussion because again, it's constantly changing. And I think we constantly discover the benefits of AI as we discover the issues, right, and the problems that come with it, right? And I think everything's valid. It's a scary thing, but it's scary just because there's a lot of mystery behind it. And we also know the people who are pushing AI also don't have the answers, and that's how quick this is moving, And so that's what's a little wild for me. So, who knows?
Who knows?
Right? The interweb is endless. From legends like yourself, when it comes to the industry, when it comes to the game. Trade secrets, y'all.
Trade secrets. I would say if I could tell any young person thinking of doing a fashion degree, is that you're not going to get inspired by sitting in your room on Netflix, unfortunately, or on TikTok, or on Instagram, or whatever other apps are existing that make me feel hella old. But they need to get out there. You have to go out and socialise with humans, whether that be an event, going to watch a football match, I don't know, I don't care, but they need to actively be getting out there and seeing what's around them. We're in London. They need to go out and network. They need to meet people, wherever it is. I don't know, but they need to be going out of university, out of their classroom, out of their rooms, wherever it is, getting out of the area that they live in. They need to be going out and networking, because that's where you meet people, and that's where, like, you can't do everything. You can't, like, I know because I've tried, and you burn the candle at both ends. You need a photographer, a videographer, a makeup artist, a stylist. You're not going to meet these people sat scrolling through TikTok. So they need to, learn like social skills, just basic social skills, and just going out and exploring. It's how it works, and you build your own community, and that is how it works. And believe me, those people stick with you forever. Yeah. They really do. So I think for me, it's building that team that you trust with your life, essentially.
Your network is your net worth, and that's all we got. All right.
And that is the truth.
Hey, Basil, do you have secrets?
Yeah, I think it's just have fun, be yourselves. Like, especially nowadays, I feel like a lot of younger generation not scared of being themselves. They don't really have confidence. They don't feel like they can be themselves in public. They can't be themselves in class. But you know what? It's actually so often if you be yourself and just have fun with it, people are gonna, your people are gonna find you and they're gonna love you and they're gonna love you for it forever. Don't try to be who you're not. That's not gonna work. That would never work. I tried. Horrible. Thought I was fashion. Then now just be myself. I love it.
Yeah, have fun.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun.
We're not cardiothoracic surgeons, if that's how you say it. I'm not sure. It's fashion. They need to have fun. It's a creative subject.
All right, listen, when I'm around fashion, I feel like I gotta up my fashion game. And the best compliment I've ever gotten, you know what I mean, on the real, people have come and said, "Oh, Julian, I thought you taught in fashion." And I was like, that's when I knew that my drip got elevated, right? Before, when I started teaching here, before I met y'all, I was down here, right? But since I met y'all, I took my drip to a whole nother level, all right? And that's how I feel. So thank you. That's what y'all did for me. You know what I mean? Because I saw Hattie over here with some red cowboy boots and a red motorcycle jacket. And I was like, yo, that's wild. Basil is out here wilding with this long trench coat, all black, looking like a vampire in the streets. You know what I mean?
It's the whole thing.
No doubt. Hey, look, I was feeling the culture. I was there. I know Hattie's having some real FOMO right now. I'm so sorry. But you be doing other things, and you also be out here. You know what I mean? Because I got FOMO for some of the things you're doing. You did a Nike collaboration. You know what I mean? You up there. You had your stuff in front of Nike Town. I know because I walked into Nike Town. Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's called Nike Town? Oh, nice. Yeah. Sorry, Nike Town. I walked into Nike Town to support my good colleague Hattie Crowther herself, and in front, like literally, you walk in the door, and you, on the mannequins was just all you. It was all Hattie. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. You know what I mean? When I met Hattie, she was right here. I walked into Nike Town. She took that to a whole nother level, right? And I know that you've been anything in front of it. Yo, you know what else is crazy? A$AP Rocky was wearing your gear in the music video. Can I say that?
You can.
Can I say that?
You can.
A$AP Rocky was wearing that. Hype Beast be talking about you. Yo, that summer was crazy.
It was.
You know what I mean? You were everywhere. For real.
For real.
How'd that
for
feel?
Real. Terrifying, but amazing at the same time. Mental. I remember you were there when I saw the A$AP stuff, wasn't you? And I was running around like a headless chicken. If we're talking about chickens.
Dang, that's right. That's right. I didn't eat any chicken head, though.
Yeah, no.
So wherever that head was, wasn't with us. Yo, but on the real, that's wild. So y'all need to, on the real, you know what I mean? The thing about us as academics, you know what I mean? We're not just one thing, right? We're multifaceted individuals, okay? So I want to know what's next for each of you, though, all right? No, Hattie, you can't even tell me what's next. I know it's too crazy. It's too big. It's too crazy. It's undeniable, okay? It's crazy, all right? So listen, you don't even have to. That's the next episode. I don't even know what it is, but I see the look in your eyes. There's a twinkle in her eyes where I know. So, hey, look, Hattie's getting a little Hollywood because she be on a whole nother level, all right? But guess what? We on our way, ain't we? Yo, Basil, what's next?
I'm just following Hattie. Wherever she goes, I follow Hattie.
No, y'all were saying,
we come as a team.
Forever is forever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
We come as one.
Hey, but the thing about y'all, young homies listening to this, forever's not a long time.
That's true.
Because it's only our life, and life is short, all right? That's why y'all need to have fun and do your thing, all right?
So I need to get outside.
Get outside. I think that's the reference of the day. We out here.
Outside.
We outside. We here. I want to give a quick shout out to my mans on the boards, though, Patrick Evans. You know, Harlem, man, that's a real trooper, if you will. That's a real, thank you, Patrick, for listening to our conversation. Episode 1, the pilot, and this is the first one. I had a good time on this.
Yeah.
I had a great, I don't know what.
I knew it would be if it was us three.
What?
It's always going to be good.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing: whether or not the listeners like it, I enjoyed myself.
I enjoyed it.
You know. And I got to give a shout out to the young homie Martin. Yo, Martin, what it do? Yell so the mics can hear you. Yo, we got Martin in the house. Yo, and our fabulous producer, Katie Jepson.
Yeah, girl.
You know what it is. You know, shout out y'all. You. Hey, woo! Look at what you did. Look at the set. Look at the set. You know, we dripped up. We got it all, man. All right, this was me. This is Julian. I be out here. That's Basil. This is Hattie. Y'all got one last thing to say to us?
Bye.
Get outside. Get outside.
Oh, get outside.
Get outside.
You do ASMR.
Thank you so much, everybody, listeners, young and old, and those aged in between. I want to thank you so much for listening to our inaugural podcast, and we hope to do many more. If you would like, and we encourage you to do so, please comment maybe some hot topics below wherever this may be posted and hosted, so that we can answer them on upcoming, future, even preemptive episodes. That makes no sense. But yes, that is what we need. Yes, well, I believe that is all we must say today. As always, Black Lives Matter, ceasefire, free Palestine, and free the Congo.
Okay, welcome back to the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Dock Centre of Sustainability here at Docklands campus at UEL. Up next, we have an episode of The Makers and Mavericks again, and this one is called The Craft and the Community. So in this episode, the founders of Black Girl Knit Club, BGKC, discuss with Beatrice Newman, Head of Department of Fashion at UEL, the value of craft in the community. You will find out more about the Black Girl Knit Club and reflect on the concepts of value, fashion, and sustainability. And this will be the last broadcast for today, and we'll be back tomorrow with more interviews and more pre-recorded content. Have a nice day.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Science Out East podcast from the University of East London. I'm Carl Smith, Head of Research Excellence at the University, and your host today. Today I am joined by Beatrice Newman, Head of Department of Fashion at University of East London, and also Simone Kluger and Vanessa Coanteng from the Black Girl Knit Club, who are here to discuss the value of craft and the community. So thanks so much to our listeners for joining us. Vanessa, Beatrice, Simone, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Thanks, Carl, and hi, everybody. So, as he said, my name is Beatrice Newman. I am the Head of Department for Fashion at the University of East London, but I'm also a fashion design entrepreneur. I've been working with both they and Simone for a little over, how long has it been? About maybe 3-4 years or so.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to have them as part of this podcast to really talk about the amazing and phenomenal things that they do in supporting me as a fashion designer as well and bringing about that community. So yeah, can't wait.
So my name is Sigmoni Kaluji, one half of Black Girl Knit Club alongside Vanessa. Very excited to be here. So yes, co-founder of Black Girl Knit Club. I'm also from a textiles knitwear background. I'm a knitwear designer by practice, you could say. And I'm also a lecturer within textile design and have been crafting, I'd probably say, maybe for over like 10 years, 10, 15 years now. And we set up Black Girl Knit Club in January 2019. But I guess we'll go into that once we have more of the conversation.
Hi all, thank you all for having me. I'm so excited to be here. And like Simone said, I'm one half of Black Girl Knit Club. I also am a creative entrepreneur, founded Brandra Studio, which is a fashion and creative styling e-commerce platform as well.
Well, thank you all for introducing yourselves. But I think all the listeners would like to know, first of all, what exactly is the Black Girl Knit Club and how did it get started?
So Black Girl Knit Club is a business that Vanessa and I set up in January 2019, mainly to promote more diversity within knitwear and craft. And I could say when it started in January 2019, Vanessa and I had been friends from school, and I had just finished doing my PG cert to lecture in textiles and was looking at what is the experience of Black females and kind of in higher education within the creative arts. And I was really reflecting on my experience of being a Black female textile designer and not really learning on my course about other Black female makers, specifically knitters. And at the time, Vanessa had her business Brandra Studio, and we were always collaborating together. And we'd got together, I think it was one day, we were looking for different jobs, etc. And I was thinking about the fact that we'd never been to a space where we had met other different Black crafters, knitters or makers. And I guess from a lot of discussion and us thinking about all of our different kind of approaches and stuff that we do, kind of the idea of Black Girl Knit Club was kind of formed from there. And then we had our first workshop, I believe, in the February of that year. And I think initially we were like, oh, we want to have like a space where women can learn different techniques. And we had like a whole series of things set out for the day. And what we found that people just wanted to be in a space with people that look like them, with other Black women. And we had like older women, people that had been knitting for years, people that had never tried craft. And essentially it was a space where they just wanted to share their skills, their expertise, speak about their children, their hair, things that happened to them in the week. So we kind of often found that, well, from that first workshop, it wasn't actually about the end product of what was made, but it was what was happening in the space. And I think that was essentially how it kind of formed kind of quite organically. And we're still amazed by all the different things we've done over the past 5 years. But I guess that's where it kind of stemmed from, and us wanting to create a space where people could learn skills using their hands from each other as well.
Vanessa, do you want to come in here as well?
Okay, yes. So we started 2019, I believe it was January, February 2019. And we realized that there wasn't an inclusive space, and we decided to fill that gap and create that gap for just women who have craft in common, and they really just wanted to learn a new skill and develop a new skill. And throughout the 5 years, we have honed in on those skills and commissioned different Black female creatives to host our workshops and collaborate with us and brands, etc. But we also wanted to make sure there was like visibility for the craft space. So there was a lack of community. There was a hashtag called Diverse Knitties, and there was a lack of community of people who looked like us in the craft space. So we really wanted to empower and enhance our story, as well as creating new stories for our wider community. And also, similarly, we wanted women or people to just come and share their stories and inspire each other through craft and through developing a new skill.
So Beatrice, can you tell us, the listeners, how you came to work with Vanessa and Simone?
Simone and Vay, when they launched, posted some of my work, and it felt really amazing to know that a community was out there that had found me and was promoting me to a wider audience. When they launched their yarn collection, which was around the Peacock of Ademe, it's a particular wax print used in West Africa, Ghana. We're all Ghanaians, so I think even more closer to me. I decided that it'd be really great to get in contact with them to see if they would be interested in a collaboration. I had also just relaunched my brand and thought it'd be a great way to really touch on my culture and celebrate it. So the girls were really forthcoming, and one thing led to another, and we were able to work on sort of particular pieces utilizing my craft and their yarn, which is sold at Liberties London. Like, I have to say that's actually really, really phenomenal to be in such a huge marketplace, actually. And I think it just goes to show how, again, important areas in sort of diversity culture is being played and supported and lifted up. And this was really how the collection moved forward in.
Yes, so I was trying to even think back to when because I feel like we've just known you forever. Just in terms of how the collaboration came ahead. I think we had shared your pieces, and then you contacted us about doing a potential kind of collaboration, and you designed some tops for us using our upcycled yarn, and then we actually used those pieces for a campaign called Be Who You Are with the Andes Hotel that was featured in the whole of their campaign, using our wax print cloth pieces. And just to mention, the pico covademe is actually a fruit from Togo that's kind of passed down through the mother to daughter. So kind of this idea of sisterhood. So when you got in contact with us, it was like probably like the perfect collaboration. And then we did a whole collaboration with the Book Foundation, a charity based in Ghana. And I think, you know, our relationship with Koleki is why we kind of set up the Black Girl Knit Club. It was kind of giving the visibility to different Black female designers, also like cross collaborations as well.
And that what's really powerful for me to listen to that. So it wasn't just about the craft, it was the community that developed from that, I think. And it sounds like some great things have already emerged from that. But I'd love to hear a bit more about some of the key projects or outputs that have emerged from the group since it formed in 2019.
I mean, there's lots of different projects that we've done. I guess I could highlight a few. We were part of, there's a gallery called Two Temple Place near Somerset House. And we were part of, they had an exhibition called Unbound, was looking at different female textile collectors. So the gallery approached us and asked us to kind of come into the space to do a first public kind of workshop. So this was just before the 2020 lockdown. And they want us to come into the space and share our story in some sort of way, because I had different female textile collectors from different parts of the world, but not from a British African perspective. And so we came into the exhibition space and they had a piece by Yinka Shonabare called The Wanderer. And we ended up, because we have an upcycled wax print cloth that we have as part of our knit club. And we basically got participants to look at Yinka's piece. It's all using wax print cloth. And we kind of knit with the cloth as part of a knit club. So we got participants to kind of look at the piece. And then we had public kind of arm knit workshops where people shared their kind of textiles and stories. And did like a massive, quite large scale pieces as part of that. We also, most recently, did a massive yarn bomb installation in Stratford Cross, called Braided Tradition Common Threads. It was our first kind of public installation in a very large space. V and I both went to school in East London as well. So it was really exciting to kind of do something in that space as well. So we had a series of workshops over 6 weeks where we invited the public, kind of different Black women to come in and learn arm knitting techniques. Reuse hubs in East London, so Yodomo, the Children's Scrap Project, and the piece was there for a series of kind of 5 months. Really exciting because it's in Stratford Cross, which links to kind of the new UAL building, the BBC, Sadler's Wells. It's near Stratford International, so you get lots of kind of footfall coming through the space. And then we commissioned 6 different knitwear designers. As we mentioned, that part of the club is also about us giving visibility to different Black female makers. So we had each different knitter yarn bomb each different tree based on their kind of relationship with their hair and hair stories. And essentially it was about us inviting the public to learn about different Black women that craft and their stories and the kind of bringing them into the space.
Just coming from a designer perspective as well, and just understanding the value of what Vanessa and Simone have built, particularly for me, it's just a space for me, even as a Black designer and creative, to be able to be known and be shared within a greater, wider community and a platform such as theirs that they've been able to build on social media. I think we need to remember that whilst they were launched in 2019, right after that you had COVID, and then you had the unfortunate murder of George Floyd, which shone a light on the fact that there were not a lot of global ethnic majority being highlighted within the space of not just craft or fashion, but the creative industry as a whole. And seeing Black Girl Knit Club's platform sort of really begin to rise and develop out of some of these unfortunate events, I think also proved too much noise going on in the world, and also the lack of support, and the fact that if their platform was there, I think that support, that community was grown, and me being able to then go from not being relatively well known to sort of being contacted, being used as inspiration, say for teaching, and also for, I think, other Black creatives who are coming up in this world to find their own voice and not be afraid to, I guess, be themselves. As Simone has referenced, in academia, particularly when you are in an environment that was not made for you, the educational system can sometimes be very Western white focused as opposed to really broader and looking at the culture.
What's so impressive listening to this is just the variety of things you've been doing, but I'm hearing not just about the community element and the diversity element, but also the sustainability element. And you use the term there, upcycling. Now, University of London is very committed to the whole sustainability agenda. How does sustainability become a big part of the Black Girl Knit Club?
With sustainability, we also really wanted to make sure that is a factor within our club as well. We had upcycled wax print yarn that we focused mainly on the actual material of it, and so what it is actually made out of and the storytelling behind it. We were also stocked in Liberty of London, which was actually very large sale for us as a business as well, but also the aspect that we were able to add a bit of storytelling to that, to the product, which is the end goal, as well as making sure that our community were empowered to use this wax print yarn, and also make sure that their story has also been showcased within our product as well. But it also links back to what I was doing previously with Brancho Studio, because I also had a focus on garment care and reusing and adding like new storytelling to secondhand and vintage garments. Alongside obviously graduating from Brighton Uni, I made sure that the collections that I would collect would be editorially shot. I would make sure that it was styled creatively, but also making sure that the people who would actually buy my garments would make sure that they would also have a different story to tell or add a new story. But also linking back to the community activation that we did in Stratford over the past 5 months, I believe, which we had just taken down. We made sure that the members wanted to showcase their hair, mainly Black women wanted to showcase the importance and reflect on their individual stories of their Black hair as well. So we just really want to make sure that their story is at the centre of it, obviously adding the craft and the arm knits and everything into it, and making sure the workshops was focused on their skill and also learning a new skill. But really just wanted to make sure that, in a sense, it's like recycling from our skills, Simone's skills, but the club skills, and making sure that this new activation or this workshop was highlighting the importance of reusing and upcycling different materials.
Okay, so the storytelling aspect of this group has really come across very strongly, and I think there's multiple facets to that. If you're recycling something, if you're upcycling something, then there's the whole who used to own this item. What were the individual stories of the garments that you're making a new garment from? But there's also the stories of the people who are part of this group. So I'd love to hear a bit more how storytelling has become such a big part of the group.
It's interesting you mentioned that how storytelling has become a big part of the group. And I think when you think about craft, and I think about my position as a textile designer and coming into craft, that I think also being British, also being Ghanaian, and even currently doing my thesis on craft, I've always been fascinated about, when we think about craft stories, even like the woven cloth, the kente cloth, when we think about the kente, and, within the Ghanaian cloth, every kind of pattern tells a different story and a history about the cloth. If we think about different Black female makers and groups, if you think about the G-Spain quilt makers, where they used to have a different quilts, the quilts tell different stories that were passed down from mother to daughter and different generations. So we think about Rose Sinclair, who's one of the only Black female knitwear designers that talks about the Dorcas clubs in the Bible, where Caribbean women would migrate from the Caribbean to the UK, but through storytelling, through crafting, and through making. And I feel like similarly, in a way, when we think about Black Girl Knit Club, it's the community and the stories that are kind of central to how we bring everything together. So in terms of, even we're talking about the aspects of kind of like sustainability and storytelling, like we mentioned, a lot of the members that are part of our group, they also sometimes lead on particular workshops. So we have Cherie, who's like a workshop facilitator, who comes with a whole plethora of skills and kind of knowledge exchange. So I feel that stories are important to how the legacy is then passed on within the group, with different skills, with different people coming from different kinds of backgrounds, etc. And for this particular activation, if it wasn't for people bringing in their stories about their particular hair and the histories and the different textures, then we wouldn't have had an activation. So I believe when it comes to different kinds of makers, that the stories and narratives that we tell come through our material and the materiality that we produce. And I think it's important when we think about sustainability, identity, especially with Black Girl Knit Club, when we think about the visibility of Black makers, we started because of the fact, for instance, when I studied at university, I wasn't taught about many different Black female makers and the works that they did. So I guess it's important that because if we don't tell our stories, who's someone else is going to tell them for us. So it's important that is at the center of what we do.
And that comes across so well. But what's also coming across here is that community aspect. So you're sharing stories and that's enriching the work. And we use this phrase, a patchwork quilt, and it sounds like you're very much a patchwork quilt, but you're sewing things together in a way that's much greater than the sum of the parts. And I think that's really enriching. So look, my partner bought me a shirt last week, a shirt made out of recycled material. I said, Carl, but it was 5 times more expensive than all the other shirts, even though it was the only one that was made using recycled materials. So there's preconception that sustainable fashion is more expensive. What are your views on this, and how does that inform your approach to your work, knowing that the public might think that sustainability means more expensive?
I think that, yes, sustainability may mean that things are slightly more expensive, but when you hear the backgrounds of the stories, I think you value it more. So, for instance, if we think about, there's a brand called AAKS. All of their bags are kind of hand woven in like northern Ghana. I think she's sold in like Selfridges, Browns. I think she's like worldwide. I even went to Lisbon in the summer and saw a lot of her pieces in a lot of the shops. But if you think about the storytelling and the process of, the fact that this has all been kind of handmade and the labor and the sustainable chain. So it means that all of the weavers are kind of paid fairly. And it's kind of shown really within the framework of her business. I mean, she presented something at, I think, Fashion Revolution Week Ghana. And when we first started Black Girl Knit Club, we did Fashion Revolution Week. I believe V was in Victoria at the time as well. So I think that, yes, with sustainability, things can be slightly more expensive. But is it more expensive when we look at the value of the time that is taken in that crafting process? And if we think about the work that Beatrice does with Koleki and those like intricate laced, this hand and the lacing and the crochet technique, that when we weigh it up, yes, it may be slightly more expensive, but when we think about the sustainable chain, that sometimes that can also be the output. I mean, we know that within our business model, we always explain, even with our upcycled wax print cloth, I think the first one actually came from, it was something that's given to me from my grandmother in Ghana, and we had kind of upcycled that we always explain the story and the process as well, and take people along the journey with us.
Just to add with the sustainability aspect, I think with Black Girl Knit Club, we in turn are creating and crafting community that I feel like is forming a skill that is building confidence of the community. With our wax print yarn, yes, it's like a tangible product, but in the end, we are building a unique, identifiable brand that does support the craft of the community. We also collaborate with Black female crafters such as Koleki. We commissioned, I think, Peju Abasso as well to create knitted bags as well. And she was also part of the community activation. And also, yes, it may seem expensive, but if we look at the economic empowerment of focusing on creating a legacy for the artisans back in Ghana, or even here in the UK, we are sort of improving their livelihoods by empowering their skill. In turn is that cycle empowering our club as well. But also if you look at some other certain grassroots roles with recycled cotton, in the UK as well to create a tangible product, but also it's making sure that the workers are being paid fairly. But I feel like it is like a misconception that it is expensive, because if you look at the value, like Simone said, the value of highlighting the skills, making sure the skills are actually being showcased to wider brands, and the quality and the longevity of making sure that the product has a backstory linking to the storytelling, and making sure that like our club is empowered in turn. Like if we were to buy a certain product, we know where it has come from, we know the story, we may even know the founders through the actual product. So I feel like we are like encouraging a new story as well.
I think also for me is sustainability can often be relegated to just fabrication, product, materialization. And people don't necessarily see the value of, well, why would community be classed or classified within the whole scope of us becoming more sustainable? And I think when you think about community, it's also the gathering of like-minded individuals where you can share concepts, where you can share ideas, where you can share culture and tradition. And even within those nuggets of wisdom that I think we tend to take for granted, again, in this Western world, you forget, but then you begin to realize in having these conversations with a diverse range of people that there are sustainability systems that could really be implemented that would support our community. And so sustainability is also part of diversity. I think developing that community and that language and really understanding those stories will support and really help build up, I guess, the narrative and the further development of where we're trying to go.
Beatrice, you've also touched upon a lot about around the idea of the importance of community heritage, especially, and storytelling when it comes to sustainability. And there's a designer called Joyce Adi Davis that runs a business called Adi Davis, and she is a recent graduate from the Royal College of Art. She came to speak to my students quite recently, and her collection was called Bola of a Waste Girl. And she based it on the muse called Yaa Asantewaa, who in the 18th century kind of fought colonialism. As part of her research, she went to the northern part of Ghana, to this massive like landfill where stuff is just dumped, and recreated garments from those pieces, but also designed particular pieces and footwear, all using kind of AI and kind of immersive technology, and thinking about the fact that when we think about things being durable and things being sustainable and designing from a sustainable aspect, that actually we bring in elements of digital technology, which can be contested. If we take a more digital perspective, it means things aren't being reused or wasted in a particular way. We can really visualize the future where things sit. But I thought that was quite interesting in terms of how we think about how things are kind of put into landfill, but also thinking about that from a cultural perspective and how that can be used in different ways kind of moving forward. And coming back to kind of the future of Black Girl Knit Club, we're in a space where we have built up an amazing community over the past 5 years, and that's included lots of different Black female designers with lots of different skills. We're thinking about kind of having more learning content and not doing stuff not only in the UK, but also within kind of West Africa as well, and thinking about how we can create like an ecosystem that where the legacy is passed on, not just within, the UK setting, but kind of also worldwide. So I think in terms of thinking about community and things being moved forward, that things are constantly being passed down for even when we're not here as well, in that kind of way.
What are the upcoming projects of the Black Girl Knit Club?
Yeah, just for our upcoming projects, we really do want to relaunch our yarn collection over this summer, which we're kind of looking at obviously the fabrics and the construction techniques of it all. So we really do want to make sure that the women or anyone who buys it, we really want to make sure that they actually use it for long-term use. So we are looking at relaunching like a tie-dye collection as well, and making sure that we can hone in on the storytelling and making sure that the story is ours to actually tell. And also for the wider community, especially of the club, we also do want to make sure that we have learning content available for everyone. So really want to go into that digital space and creating a legacy for all who really want to learn new skills and just be empowered by the new skills as well.
Just to add to that also, to what we were saying, that we've obviously just taken down our installation that's been up for the past 5 months, which has been amazing. We just finished doing London Craft Week and potentially doing a few more public installations that we've been approached to do, which is exciting, from taking things from being in a workshop space to a public space, which then brings a lot more visibility, a lot more kind of questions around craft, the stories and the makers that are behind it. So I think that's also going to be a kind of interesting journey, whether that's going to be in London, New York, West Africa. Kind of takes it into different kinds of spaces as well, from a domestic craft to a kind of a public space, which I think is also very exciting for us as a business.
How can people get involved with and support the Black Girl Knit Club?
They can sign up to our subscribers list. We have over 800 people on our subscribers list, but we do want a few more to join us, and they'll be the first to be informed for our workshops and any upcoming projects. We do try and send a newsletter weekly as well.
And you can follow us on our social media, Black Girl Knit.
Yeah, of course.
And via our website, we always have like updates of things coming up. So yeah, very exciting times ahead.
Fantastic. Well, look, thanks so much to Vanessa, Simone and Beatrice for sharing their stories and experiences with the Black Girl Knit Club. I've got to admit here, I know a bit about sustainability, but I know absolutely nothing about fashion. And I've learned so much today, and especially also about the community elements to their work, and indeed how fashion isn't just about a very depersonalized production process. It can really involve people and communities. And I think that's just something we shouldn't neglect here. I think the Black Girl Knit Club is doing a fantastic job in raising the people element of making, of clothing, of textiles, of fashion. So remember, you can connect with the Black Girl Knit Club on their website and on social media. This episode was recorded as part of UEL's Year of Science. So do follow us on our different platforms to stay up to date with our episodes. And thanks very much for listening. Thank you.